Chapter 1 of Doxie Dent by John Ackworth. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Doxie Dent, A Clog Shop Chronicle by John Ackworth, author of Beckside Lights, Clog Shop Chronicles, etc. London, Charles H. Kelly, 2 Castle Street, City Road, E.C., and 26 Paternoster Row, E.C., 1899. Printed by Hazel, Watson and Viney Limited, London and Aylesbury. To my father. Chapter 1. The Clogger at Bay. Jabez Longworth, clogger, woman-hater, Methodist steward, and general village oracle, sat one morning in the parlour adjoining the clog shop, meditatively eating his breakfast. His reflections were evidently of a distracting character, and interfered with the progress of the meal. As he took up the last spoonful of porridge and transferred it to his mouth, his face puckered into frowns, and arresting the spoon as it approached his lips, and setting his teeth grimly, he growled out, "The brazen besom!" Then he slowly swallowed the porridge, thinking rapidly the while, and at length, throwing the empty spoon down upon his plate with a sort of punctuating bang, he went on, "It sarves him reet. He's wur nor her, he is, for sure." A moment later he turned his chair towards the fire, and put out his hand towards the oven top, and began to feel absently for his pipe. As he did so, his eye fell upon the steaming coffee-pot, and suddenly remembering that he had had only one of the courses of his double-barrelled breakfast, he picked up the vessel and poured himself out a full cup. As he turned to replace the coffee-pot on the hob, he paused a moment, took a long comprehensive look round the room, and heaving a little sigh, burst out, "Thank goodness there's one house in Beckside as isna plagued with petticoat pestilence. Now, no ne'er will be, will harm in it." And then he resumed his seat, flinging his expressive short leg over the other, with an emphatic and conclusive jerk. Just as he was taking a sampling sip at his cup, the door opened, and in stepped his big, much-enduring sister, Aunt Judy. "Aw've browt thee some scratchings for thy breakfast," she said, with a heavy sigh, as she approached the table. The clogger helped himself to the scratchings with an inarticulate grunt. "Eh, dear," began Judy, who evidently had something on her mind, and was in a fretful and despondent humour. But just then she caught sight of the long settle, which was tumbled up as though someone had slept on it. "What's ta do with lung settle? Tha's been sleeping on it, and thee, with best feather bed i' Beckside upstairs. A body 'ud think tha'd been drunk and out o' neet. Aw'm shawmed for thee, Jabez." Jabe dipped his scratchings in the salt and grunted. "It's no me." "Then whoa is it?" demanded Judy sternly. "It's Sam. Yon bully-ragging hussy locked him out." "An' sarve him reet. That shop o' thine's wasna ony alehouse of a neet. What's he want goin' whoam at that time for?" Jabe crammed the last of the scratchings into his mouth, and then turned away from the table. As he did so, he put out one hand to feel for his pipe, and stretching out the other, he clenched his fist and shook it at his sister, and cried fiercely, "See thee, Judy, if Aw'd owt to do wi' yond woman, Aw'd welt a rig for her. That's what Aw'd do." And he crammed the tobacco savagely down into the bowl of his pipe, and proceeded to light it. "Women!" he cried, dropping back into his chair, and pouring out a volume of smoke. "Women! Wherever there's women, there's bother. The weaker sect," he added, curling his lip with intensest sarcasm. "They'n played Owd Harry with stronger sect, that's aw as Aw know. But they ne'er bamboozled me, thank goodness, and they ne'er will do noather. Aw'll show 'em." Now it so happened that the conversation had taken the most unfortunate of turns for poor Aunt Judy. She had come on a very delicate and difficult mission, and a little present of scratchings was intended to pave the way for her. And lo, the conversation had taken a turn which made her errand more difficult than it might have been, which was unnecessary. She wished she had never seen the crumpled long settle, and turned away from it with a petulant gesture. Then she took a long wandering glance round the room, and putting her feet upon the fender, looked dreamily into the fire. "Eh, dear," she murmured presently, with a most alarming sigh. "This is a weary wold." And then, as she realised her feelings were getting the better of her, she hurried into the pantry to recover herself. Presently she came back again, and standing leaning over the fireplace, resumed her absorbed gaze into the fire. Now the Clogger had been dimly conscious for some minutes that there was something not quite satisfactory about his sister, and so, as she stood before him looking dejected and miserable, he jerked out shortly, "What's up with thee?" Judy commenced to rock herself over the fireplace, and at last answered in a breaking voice, "Nowt." All the same, the poor creature's rockings became more rapid and pronounced, and presently a great tear dropped upon the hot fire-irons and sent out a loud hiss. And of all things, Jabe hated tears, especially women's tears. He pulled himself together in his chair, glared angrily at the moving form of his portly sister, and then said with stern deliberateness, "Judy, prating women's bad, and scaming women's were, but the Lord deliver me fra yowling women." And then, with a gesture of disgust, he rose to his feet, knocked the ashes out of his pipe, and walked off towards the shop. But this did not suit Judy's purpose at all. The matter in her mind was too serious to admit of delay, and so she cried in fear and alarm, "Jabe, dunna go. Aw's summat to tell thee." Jabe, standing with the clog shop door half open in his hand, demanded in his surliest tones, "Well, what is it?" And Judy, dropping into a tone of dark mystery, cried, "Aw canna tell thee theer. Shut th' door and come here." Jabe let the door slip from his hand, and taking a step nearer, but still standing at a non-committal distance, he jerked out, "Well?" But now Judy's feelings suddenly overcame her, and she dropped her head on the arm that was leaning on the fireplace, and began to sob. Jabe glared at his sister in angry disgust, and after a muttered imprecation on all women, he demanded in louder tones, "What is it, woman? Out wi' it." Judy only sobbed the louder, and presently groaned out, "This is a weary wold. Go and find the wold. Out wi' it, woman." After a moment or two of uneasy silence, the weeping woman turned her pathetic and tear-stained face to the Clogger, and stammered out, "Jabe, our tummus has broken." And then she fell back into a chair, and began to cry afresh. Jabe's face suddenly straightened into excessive gravity. He lifted his hand nervously to feel for his coat collar, but as he had no such garment on at the moment, it dropped helplessly to his side again, and his loose short legs began to move uneasily. "An' sarve him reet," he cried presently, in a voice too full of wrath and scorn to be loud. "Didn't Aw allus tell thee it had come to that?" Judy heaved a most appealing sigh, and groping in her pocket, produced a letter which she held out to the Clogger, crying as she did so in pleading tones, "But tha'll help 'em, Jabe, lad, wilt na?" "Help 'em?" Snatching the letter from his sister, the Clogger threw it as far as he could across the room, and said bitterly, "Aw'll see 'em i'th Bastille fost." "But there's our Annie and th' child. Tha'll take pity upo' 'em, surely. Help her, help her. Ay, Aw'll help her, Aw will that. Hoo's made her bed, and hoo mun lie on it." "Her nobbut wants us to tak' th' chilt an' they're gettin' straight again," persisted Judy. "Nobbut th' chilt?" mocked the Clogger indignantly. "Oh, now, nobbut th' chilt, the thin end o' th' wedge. Fust chilt, and then th' mother, and then th' barnin' blash boggart of a husband. Not me, Judy, not me." He shook his head in knowing but resolute refusal. "There were nobry like our Annie wi' thee, Jabe, once." Now then, none o' that. Aw's near see ony on 'em again." And he limped uneasily across the floor to the window, for Judy's last remark had evidently probed an old wound. "Nor even up a boon," murmured Judy, and she winced in anticipation of the explosion that she expected would follow. Jabe stood staring hard through the window to get his face under control, and at last he said, "Judy, Aw took cure o' that wench like a fayther. Aw'd ha' made a lady on her if hoo'd ha' let me. Aw warned her agean yon wastrel time an' time again, an' hoo deceived me an' cawed me everything hoo could lay her tongue to, an' then hoo left me an' went off wi' him. Who's made her bed? Aw tell thee, an' who's lie on it for me?" Then Judy rose to her feet and stepped towards the Clog Shop door, for all the familiars used that mode of entrance to the parlour, the front door being only available on Sundays. When she reached the door and was just passing out, she turned round, and with solemn dignity said, "Jabez, our Annie sarved me 10 times wur nor hoo sarved thee, an' Aw'm no class leader, nor steward, nor a superintender. Aw'm nobbut a poor sinful woman, but Aw'st need forgiving some day, an' Aw forgien our Annie upon my knees this very morning. Tha con please thysel', but Aw'st send for yon chilt this very day." And with a sort of "I've cleared my conscience" cough, Judy drew the door to and disappeared. As the reader will have already guessed, the conversation just reported had reference to an early episode in the family history of the Longworths. About 20 years before the time of which we write, Jabe and Judy had been proud in the possession of a bright and clever younger sister. At Jabe's expense, she had received education much beyond what was possible to those of their class. She had worked all those wonderful samplers which, framed in heavy rosewood, were still the chief ornaments of Judy's little cottage, and knew more wonderful and complicated stitches than any woman for miles around. She was the chief treble singer in the choir, and the only person who could be trusted to bake the tea-party bun-loaf. Her brother was inordinately proud of her, and came as near to compromising his already pronounced opinions on the woman question in her favour as he ever did in his life. It was even rumoured in Beckside at one time that the minister, who was young for a super and a childless widower, was macking up to her. And it was whilst the expectation of the news of this engagement was keenest in everybody's mind that there came to the village that frivolous and impudent cock-sparrow, the travelling draper's assistant from Duxbury. This young man was from Cumberland, and had been engaged to assist Owd Dyson, who for many years had come twice a week to Beckside and the surrounding villages retailing drapery, but who now was unequal to the journeys himself. Jabe took a dislike to the young fellow from the first, and missed no opportunity of taking him down. Aunt Judy went to the length of withdrawing her custom from him, and even did some little to influence Mrs. Ben Barber in the same direction. When, therefore, it was suddenly discovered that young Dent was making love to Annie, and that she was encouraging him, Jabe's wrath knew no bounds. He stormed, he walked up and down the parlour calling the young draper all the opprobrious names he could think of, and threatening that if he ever saw him speaking to Annie again, he would "pansel his hide for him." Then, in his disgust, he fell to mimicking a peculiar manner the young man had of carrying his left shoulder. He satirized his unusual height and extreme thinness, and went through a savagely grotesque imitation of the way he dealt with his customers, until poor Annie was provoked into taking the young fellow's part and defying her relatives. Then it was discovered that young Dent was not a member of society, was not even a Methodist, and in truth made light of religion altogether. This last fact cooled Jabe somewhat, and he felt so absolutely sure his sister would not think seriously of marrying an utterly worldly man and a stranger, that he was inclined to think there was no need to be alarmed. One morning, however, Aunt Judy came to the Clog Shop with a fearful and alarmed look on her face. Annie had just told her that she was going to be married almost immediately. Once more Jabe lost control of himself. He limped off down to Judy's house, and burst in upon his frightened sister with most terrible denunciations. After recovering herself a little, she replied in kind, and in the end the clogger had pronounced his final fiat. "Go, thou impident madam, go thy ways, but mind thee, th' days thou drops th' Lungworth name, thou drops Lungworth blood. Mind that now." And Annie had gone, not indeed immediately, for she spent several days more in her old home with Judy. When at last she departed, and word came that she was married, Judy discovered that Annie had spent most of her time since Jabe's final pronouncement in rummaging the drawers and boxes of the house, and appropriating everything movable that she could lay her hands on. Nay, more, in one of the upstairs drawers the two of them had put their little savings together in an old purse. But Judy found that purse was gone. Since that sad parting, Jabe and his sister had scarcely heard of Annie, and when they did, it was some inflated piece of intelligence setting forth how wonderfully they were getting on, and in what fine style they were living. The Dents had, however, led a wandering life, and Judy, who was generally the first to get the news, had heard of their living in this and then in that provincial town. But finally they had gone to London, and knowing how much this fact would impress the minds of the Becksiders, Annie had written a letter to Judy describing the grand style in which they were living, and carefully detailing all the little attractions of their only child, who was about 6 years of age. Since that time next to nothing had been heard of them, and Judy had long ago concluded that they had got too big to think of their poor relatives. In justice to both Judy and her irascible brother, it is only fair to say that in their hearts they had been more than willing for years to come to a reconciliation, but the others gave no sign of relenting, and what messages had been received were so flippant in tone that the two had concluded that the Londoners were still obdurate. All at once this had come. Annie had sent a most touching and pathetic letter, telling of their misfortune, and begging in words of penitent humility that the disgrace might be kept from the child, and that for a time her auntie would take her in. Twice during that day Judy returned to the clog shop to plead with her brother, but he remained cruelly obdurate, and so at last, heedless of what he might either say or do, she had got Mrs. Jonty Harrop to write a letter bidding her relatives send the child at once. End of chapter 1. Chapter 2 of Doxie Dent by John Ackworth. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The coming of Doxie. Now Aunt Judy held an important position in Beckside. She was the self-appointed and unpaid village nurse. In fact, a salaried nurse was unheard of amongst the villagers. When anyone was seriously ill and needed attention, such service was usually rendered by the relatives and neighbours, with the assistance and under the superintendence of Jabe's big sister. She lived in the old cottage where all the present generation of that family had been born, and which had been left to her by her father. She had a small annuity bequeathed to her by her husband, and this, together with a subsidy paid to her by the clogger in return for her services as non-resident housekeeper, enabled her to live in modest comfort. She had her brother's love of authority, and this, with certain skill in the making of herb drink and other simple medicines, and her own big tender heart, had gradually led her to adopt nursing as her sphere in life. But her professional duties, of course, greatly interfered with her domestic arrangements, and she was so uncertain in her habits, and so often away from home, that she could never entertain visitors for any length of time. When, therefore, friends did come to stay with her, it generally happened that the duty of entertaining them fell quite as much upon the clogger as upon Judy herself, and they usually ended by settling down at the clog shop as in every sense the more attractive place. But though all the world might come and welcome to the clog shop fire, Jabe had decided views as to who should occupy the parlour and sit down to table with him, and as Judy was never certain at what hour she might be summoned to attend to someone, it was always necessary to get the clogger's consent before she could invite anybody to stay with her for a lengthened period. This, therefore, whilst it explains the object of Judy's interview with her brother, will enable the reader to enter into Jabe's feelings as he sat at his bench that morning. The news about Annie was sufficient of itself to send him off into a long fit of abstraction, for he had dearly loved her, and did so still, in spite of the scorn with which he always received any reference to her. But this additional item of the coming of Annie's daughter was a serious complication of the situation, and worried him exceedingly. Judy, as we have already intimated, visited him twice that day, but found him increasingly raspy and abusive, and to all his other friends he was taciturn and uncommunicative. As Judy went home from her second attack upon her obdurate brother, she met Sam Speck coming up the Brew, and immediately communicated to him the news. Sam received the intelligence with interest, and with something more than resignation. He had now a partner in distress. The wench, whom Judy was inviting, was as near as she could reckon about 15 years of age, and would prove, in Sam's way of reckoning, a sufficient handful for the clogger. For years Jabe had chafed and bully-ragged him about his cowardly subjection to feminine tyranny, and had chuckled triumphantly about the freedom of the clog shop from such exasperating and humiliating torments. Anything and everything that wore a petticoat was an irritation to Jabe, and provoked his sarcasm or his abuse. What would he do now? And a wench of that age was such an uncertain quantity. You never knew whether to treat her as a woman or as a child. Jabe would be in a hottering mafflement, that was certain. Well, at any rate, he would have more sympathy with him now, and that was something. Meditating thus, Sam lounged into the clog shop. He cast a quick glance at the clogger as he passed to the fireplace, and noted with satisfaction that his aspect was distinctly thundery. He bent over the fire for a light, and his face had a smirk of satisfaction upon it. "Your Judy's in a fine flutterment yond," and Jabe lifted his head and glanced out of the window with a significant sniff, but never spoke. "Your Annie's wench'll be a woman be this welly," but the clogger went doggedly on with his work. Sam shifted his position, stretched his legs out on the old clog bench near him, transferred his pipe to the other hand, and then resumed. "Wenches o' that age is awkward to do wi'." Jabe took another long look through the window, but did not reply, and so Sam changed his tune, and said with a demonstrative sigh, "Eh, dear, there's nowt but bother wi' women is." Jabe lifted his head, and taking another look through the window, answered with a slight sneer, "Ay, when them as hes 'em's women too." "Ivrybody can deal with devil bud them as hes him," responded Sam, "bud we shouldna whistle afore we're out o' th' wood." "What wood? What's th' lumpyed talkin' about?" Jabe turned half round, and looked at his friend with a glance in which affected surprise and lofty disdain were curiously blended. But Sam had just got another idea. Jabe was evidently vulnerable on this point. He had often bullied him on this question before all their friends, and had held him up again and again to scorn. Now it was his turn, and he would make the most of it. Yes, he would have Jabe upon th' stick that very night, and would reserve and prepare himself for that occasion. And so, when evening came, and the regular frequenters of the clog shop had got to their places and were filling the shop with smoke, Sam, who had carefully chosen his place, and was almost invisible far into the ingle nook, waited for a pause in the conversation, and at length said, looking across at Long Ben the carpenter, "This is a world o' changes, lad." Then he winked a wink that puckered the whole of one side of his face, whilst with the other eye he glanced significantly at Jabe. Ben, who had not yet found his cue, sighed sympathetically, with a half-expectant "Ay." "And cappin' changes too," persisted Sam, and he nodded his head sagaciously. "They are that, most on 'em." Sam drew a few long reflective pulls from his pipe, and then, leaning forward and putting as much serious sympathy into his voice as he could command at the moment, he said, "There's a change coming to th' clog shop." Jabe, who was standing at the counter and cutting out clog tops, here began to give some directions to his apprentice in a loud, hurried tone. "I'th clog shop? What sort o' changes?" asked Ben, as soon as the clogger paused. "A wench." "A sarvant lass, dost mean?" "A sarvant lass," cried Sam, in high disdain. "A missis, more like. A high-stepper, a London wench wi' frills and flounces, and stroiped stockings and foine cockney talk." An illuminating grin passed over Ben's countenance, and his eyes twinkled with fun. He had already heard the news from Judy, and now fully comprehended what Sam was after. He sat musing for a moment, then stole a sly glance at the silent clogger. At last, heaving a sigh of prodigious length, as an expression of profoundest sympathy with his unfortunate friend, he said, "Them London wenches is turble forret." "Ay," sighed Sam, with exaggerated impressiveness. "They'n tongues like razzers. An' they done theirsels up like pace-eggers. An' they cannot ate what we aten." This from Lige, the ex-road mender. For 10 minutes more the confederates went on with their comments, but the clogger was not to be drawn. He kept his lips tightly closed, and gleams of wrath shot every now and again from under his shaggy eyebrows, but never a word would he speak, and Sam went home very disappointed with the result of his attack. Nevertheless, Jabe was a long time in getting to sleep that night, and next morning, as Judy was leaving him after discharging her duties, he called her back. "Sithee," he cried, fiercely shaking his fist at her, "if thar brings ony misdancified bowsement of a wench here, I'll chuck her i'th beck and thee efter her. So mind that now." A week later it was known in Beckside that Judy's sister's daughter was coming, and would in fact arrive next day, and though the story of the failure of Annie's husband was a sufficiently interesting topic of conversation, it was almost forgotten in the curiosity shown to see a real London wench. Jabe, however, manifested complete indifference on the subject, and even went so far as to pretend not to know when the visitor was coming. All the same, as the time of arrival drew near, he grew most unusually fidgety. Sam and Lige strolled in during the afternoon with the object of having a good view of the coming wonder from the safe vantage point of the clog shop window, and also, it must be admitted, of enjoying the meeting between Judy's guest and the clogger. Jabe began to be very restless. Twice he sat down to his work near the window, and each time relinquished it in a pet and resumed his place by the fire. Then he began to tidy up the little counter, humming fitfully an old tune. But upon Sam making a remark which showed that he thought his friend was making ready for the newcomer, he suddenly abandoned his task and went and sat down again in the chimney nook. Next he tried to start conversation on 2 or 3 utterly uninteresting topics, and when he could get no satisfactory response, and noticed that Sam grinned every now and again in a most suspicious but wholly unexplainable way, he called that worthy a gibbering numyed, and resumed his work once more. Just then the coach was heard coming, clattering down the Brue, and a moment later it had stopped in the triangle opposite the shop. Sam and Lige immediately hastened to the outside of the counter, and with heads close together stood watching for the first glimpse of the new arrival. "Sithee, Jabe, theer hoo is. Eh, by gum! Sithee, mon, sithee! Who's a switcher?" But Jabe would not even lift his head. As the passengers alighted, they turned and looked towards the cloggery, evidently expecting its owner to appear. Then Aunt Judy climbed slowly down the coach steps, and turned in the same direction, whilst a tall, fair girl who followed her moved her head half round and glanced shyly about. The coach drove away, and Judy, after another pensive look towards her brother's residence, taking hold of one end of a big box, and motioning Nathan the smith, who was a passenger, to take the other, moved off towards her own home. For the next half-hour or so Sam and Lige held forth on the attractions of the girl who had just arrived, making, as often as they dare, oblique references as to what they would have done if they had had so attractive a relative. But the Clogger neither moved nor spoke, and only gave indication of feeling by smiting away most unmercifully at an obdurate piece of leather. It was Sam's tea time, and as he was in disgrace at home, he had need to be punctual, and so began to make off. As he reached the door, he turned aside and took another peep through the window, and very hastily drew back. "By gum, Jabe, they're here," and he hopped hurriedly back to the fireplace, for tea or no tea, he must see this out. Jabe's face twitched rapidly, and he began once more to belabour the leather. The door opened, and in walked Judy, a little out of breath and visibly nervous, followed by the girl. "This is her, Jabe," she said, gently pushing the girl before her into the shop. The Clogger went on banging at his leather as if he had never heard. "Jabe! Jabe! This is her!" But the Clogger took not the slightest notice, and Sam and Lige held their breath as they watched the scene from the shadow of the ingle-nook. The visitor took the matter into her own hands. She stepped round the end of the counter, avoided with a graceful little motion that quite won Sam's heart the heap of clog-tops on the floor, and coming close up to her sphinx-like uncle, held up her face and turned to the Clogger 2 pretty pink lips to be kissed. Sam was nearly bursting with excitement. To see the crabby old Clogger, who scoffed at all softness and hated anything in petticoats, kissing a pretty girl, was the sight of a lifetime, and he silently hugged himself to keep down his feelings. For the first time Jabe seemed to become conscious of the presence of his niece. He gave a guilty little start, glanced in something very like terror at the sweet face so confidingly turned up to his, turned his head away, hesitated, and went a shade paler, and then, hastily drawing the back of his hand over his mouth, he bent over meekly, received the proffered salute, and hastily wiping his mouth again, went on with his work, whilst Sam and his chum, breaking into broad grins, stared amazedly at each other, and dropped into their seats, fairly overcome. A moment later their attention was once more attracted by what was going on in the shop. Judy, to break the ice, had commenced to give her brother some details of their niece's journey, when suddenly a clear girlish voice broke in. "And now, Uncle Jabez, there was a fat man with 3 dogs, all tied to strings." Off the girl plunged into a long and excited description of a funny incident she had met with on her journey. She opened her great grey eyes and spread out her hands to aid her in depicting the scene. Then she showed a row of faultless white teeth and rippled out merry little laughs as she outlined the fat man's grotesque appearance. Next she spread out her skirts in most bewitching manner to give some idea of the proportions of her corpulent subject, and when at last, out of breath and excited, she described the final catastrophe of the fat man measuring his full length on the platform of the station, whilst his dogs yelped and howled and tugged at their strings, and got more and more entangled, her pale face was red with merry blushes, and her long eyelashes wet with tears of laughter. Sam and Lige listened like men enchanted. The pretty grace of her movements, her fine-sounding Cockney accent, her perfect naturalness, and the abandon of her acting were all so new and delightful to them that when she finished her story they burst into a long, loud laugh. Jabe mumbled something about numyeds, but turned away his face to conceal a relishful smirk, and then, putting on a look of terrible sternness, he looked at his niece with his fiercest glance, and demanded, "What's thy name?" "My name's Charlotte, but father calls me Doxie, Uncle Jabez." "Doxie? What the hangment back of a name's that?" "Oh, I like it, and so does mother. Don't you, Uncle Jabez?" But Jabe turned away to his work with an incomprehensible grunt, and Sam and Lige suddenly remembered tea. When they got outside, however, Sam turned to the still grinning Lige and said impressively, as he punctuated every word with his forefinger on the ex-road mender's breast, "Liger, owd Jabe's pipe's put out. It's petticut government at th' clog shop for now, that's what it is." And Lige drew his brows together, and staring from under them into vacancy, he nodded his head with looks of sagacious comprehension, and departed. End of chapter 2. Chapter 3 of Doxie Dent by John Ackworth. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The capitulation of Jabe. On the night of Doxie's arrival in Beckside, Jabe held out more fiercely than ever on his favourite topic. His niece's coming provided him with an excellent opportunity, and he made the most of it. "Women," he cried indignantly, "they're born contrary. Whativer you tell 'em to do, they go and do collywest." This, of course, had reference to Judy's obstinate persistence in receiving the girl, in spite of his repeated protests. "Aye, it's a bit awkward for thee," said Sam, in affected sympathy. "Me? Who'll ha' nowt to do wi' me? Aw'll tak' cur o' that. Aw'll show her," and he threw back his head in indignant defiance of Doxie in particular, and all other women in general. "Hoo's noise sort o' ways wi' her too," said Lige after a slight pause. "Ways? Aw give her ways. Hoo'll come noan of her conneyfogelin' dodges wi' me, Aw'll tell thee. Yo're soft heads has aw been collogued wi' women's ways, but Aw'll show yo." Poor Jabe. He kept up this show of defiance all night, and even condescended to mimic the newcomer's manner for the entertainment of his associates. And if this boisterous language was meant to cover a masterly retreat, it was neither too soon nor too violent, for in a short time he found himself in a parlous condition indeed. For the next 2 days he saw little of his niece, but on the third morning, when he went into the shop after breakfast, he found her perched on a stool, and telling the apprentices a story which, with the novel attractiveness of the teller, was so absorbing that they did not notice the entrance of their dread master, and had to be roused out of their enchantment by the sudden blast of his wrath. Jabe had 2 apprentices at this period, for Isaac was nearly out of his time, and his successor had just been installed. But from that hour they led him a weary life. It was easy for him to assume his old ascendancy when they were alone, but the moment Doxie appeared they had eyes and ears for nothing else, and government, except in so far as it is represented by abusive language, may be said to have ceased to exist in the Clog Shop. Then Doxie took to talking to Sam Speck and telling him secrets, and Sam was henceforth to be found at the shop at any and every hour when there was the least chance of the London wench being around. One day, about a week after her arrival, Doxie came to the cloggery as usual, and announced to her uncle that she was going to stay to tea with him. And though this was the first time she had really made any overture of a particular kind to him, and the moment, therefore, when he could put his foot down once and for all, the clogger simply muttered a sort of surly grunt to himself, heaved a little sigh, and tamely went on with his work. Presently Doxie adjourned to the parlour to prepare the coming meal, and Jabe could hear her rattling the pots and singing as though in triumph over her first victory. Then she called him to tea, and before he could sit down she delivered him a little lecture upon the way in which, as she could see from the teapot, his tea had been usually brewed, and carefully instructed him in the latest London style of doing it. And Jabe listened, and pretended to do so, meekly replying, "Aye." Just as he was drawing his chair up to the table, the girl stopped him, and with a prettily affected sternness, demanded to know whether Beckside gentlemen usually took tea in their shirt-sleeves and without washing, and Jabe, the valiant, unconquerable Jabe, champion of freedom and defender of North Country ways, muttered something about forgetting, and limped humbly off into the scullery to wash, calling at the parlour door on his way back to put on his coat. Throughout the meal Doxie rattled and talked to her taciturn uncle in the gayest manner, and he, furtively watching her every movement from under his thick eyebrows, made no response except an occasional inexplicable grunt. He was not giving in, he told himself. No, he was not to be bamboozled. But all the same, the tea lasted twice as long as when he was alone, and even when it was over, he lingered to light his pipe, dripping into a chair for a moment to hear her finish a characteristically graphic description of going out to tea in London with her mother. Doxie was certainly very unlike an ordinary Lancashire girl. Her features were fairly regular, and her complexion almost colourless, and there was nothing remarkable about her face when it was at rest. But it rarely was at rest. When she spoke, every word was accompanied by corresponding changes of expression, which, though slight in themselves, gave charm and piquancy to her face, even when she was only listening to you. The quick changing light in her great grey eyes, the rising and lowering of her finely pencilled eyebrows, and the constant play of varied expression around her large but mobile mouth were so attractive that as you watched her you were in danger of forgetting what you were saying. When she became animated, as she did upon the slightest occasion, her feelings expressed themselves through every limb, and, as all her motions had a strange, subtle grace, she was then an enchanting thing to look at. Doxie's hair was of a dull, commonplace brown, but so abundant that no ordinary chenille net, such as was worn by girls at that time, would hold it, and it hung in thick clusters down her back. Tall for her age, her many-flounced dress skirt was, according to Beckside fashion, disgracefully short, and her long striped stockings, though in the height of fashion in London at that period, shocked the susceptibilities of Aunt Judy and her lady friends. The night of the tea, Jabe held forth at the Clog shop fire on the weak-mindedness of parents towards their children, especially those who had only one child. From that he passed on to the frivolous vanity of townsfolk in the matter of dress. Then he came by easy process to the wiles and weaknesses of women, finishing with a terrible tirade against Aunt Judy for introducing into Beckside such a fearful example of pride and peartness as this newly arrived niece. But Sam Speck took particular note that except for the last sentence, Jabe did not directly denounce the newcomer. Thenceforward, Doxie came more and more to the Clog shop, until by the end of another week she had established herself there altogether, except that she went home early in the evening, and always slept at her aunt's. And now Jabe's troubles began in earnest. Early and late, the shop was the scene of most disgraceful carryings-on. Sam Speck came to the ingle-nook every morning as soon as Doxie arrived, and could not be driven away, whilst the quiet of the place was broken every few minutes by his irritating laughter at some word or deed from the wench. The most provoking part was that, whenever he was recovering from one of the outbursts, he was sure to turn round and glance most significantly at the Clogger to see how he was taking it. As to the apprentices, Jabe was simply at his wits' end. If Doxie was near them, they could not be kept at work in the daytime, and it was equally difficult to get them away when knocking-off time came at night. At her slightest wish, they would jump up from their seats, getting into each other's way in their haste to serve her, and neither their master's strong language nor his even more terrible glare had any effect. Jabe hated cats almost more than he hated women, but one day Doxie appeared at the Clog shop with 2 kittens in her arms, which she had begged from a boy who was going to drown them. A burst of wrath escaped the Clogger as he saw what was being brought to him, but when she came round the corner and opened her arms to show him her treasures, asking him whether they were not dear little things, Jabe glanced helplessly at the pussies, gave a dismal groan, and turned away to resume his work. The sputtering, smothered laugh which came at that moment from the ingle-nook where Sam and Lige were smoking was unbearably tantalising, but if those 2 unsympathetic merrymakers had seen the poor Clogger standing helplessly upon his bedroom floor in the dead of night, with one loudly mewing little wretch in his hand, and the other clinging nervously to his shirt-tail and lifting up its voice on high, they would have had cause for jubilation. A day or two later, as Jabe was just finishing for the third time a rasping assurance to the new apprentice, "Ne'er mak a clugger while tha'll wick," a sudden sharp cry, followed by a loud bang and a boom, was heard coming from the parlour, and the old man jumped to his feet, crying, "Lord a massy, what's that?" Then he limped hastily across the shop floor and burst into the parlour to behold Doxie rising hastily to her feet, with a great bump on her forehead, whilst Jabe's cherished and incomparable bass viol lay in pieces at her feet. "Oh, uncle, I'm sorry, I'm sorry." But Jabe gave the fiddle a hasty kick with his foot, and seizing the trembling girl by the arm, he dragged her to the window. More wench," he cried in great distress, and then as Doxie suddenly turned pale and was about to fall, he caught her tenderly in his arms and cried with face all awork to his apprentices, "Fetch Judy! Fetch the doctor! Who's deein'? Oh, who's deein'?" But Doxie recovered herself and stopped the frightened lads, declaring she was all right, and then she tried to laugh and got away from her uncle, and dropping into a chair drew a long breath. "Ow, uncle, how bad of me! You cannot forgive me now, can you? I shall never, never forgive myself." For answer, Jabe got up, and giving another vicious kick at the fiddle, went off into the pantry to fetch some goose grease for the girl's bruised forehead. Putting a little of it on the end of a not too clean finger, and placing one arm round her neck with infinite gentleness, he anointed the throbbing wound. "Oh, that is nice," she gasped, and then, throwing her soft arms round the clogger's neck, and pressing her face against his, she burst into a long, reliefful sob. Jabe bore this cuddling with remarkable fortitude, and to judge by his looks, would have endured more. But presently his niece let him go, and once more began to express her contrition. But he noisily broke in upon her confessions, picked up the broken viol, tossed it upon the long settle, and then commenced to lecture her. He began cautiously enough, for this was confessedly a type of character with which he was not familiar. Soon, however, he discovered that his niece, so far from being unduly alarmed, was rather enjoying his tirade, and now, sure of his ground, he launched out in his own inimitable style. The recklessness of young people in the presence of danger, the fearful consequences that might have ensued from the accident, the risk of permanent disfigurement she had run, the wisdom of taking heed to her elders, were all descanted upon with due length and seriousness, the whole discourse being finished off with a few pungent sentences on the folly and wilfulness of all women, especially of young ones. Doxie listened to the deliverance with ever-increasing delight. She had not before heard her uncle read off, as Sam would have said. Her eyes, out of which the tears of penitence had scarcely departed, shone with eager fun. Her nods followed the clogger's points, as though she were supplying the emphasis, and when at last he concluded, she burst out into a long, delighted laugh. From that moment Jabe was unmuzzled. Hitherto some ideas of old-fashioned hospitality had restrained him, but the accident of the bass viol at least had this good about it, that it assured him he was free to talk as he pleased, so far as his niece was concerned. His views about her sex greatly amused Doxie, and when she discovered that he had opposed her coming, and regarded her presence as a trial from which he hoped speedily to be delivered, she laughed more than ever. And whenever she was in danger of getting dull, though to give the girl her due that was not often, she would go into the shop, and sitting cross-legged on a stool by the side of Sam or Lige, would make a remark which she knew beforehand would set her uncle off, and then sit and hug herself, laughing with keenest delight. In a few days Doxie was the most popular person in Beckside. Her striking appearance and dress, her high spirits and frank open manners, her remarkable gift of mimicry, and a certain indefinable daintiness of person made her exceedingly attractive to the simple villagers, and every day Jabe was treated to numerous compliments about "your Annie's wench." To all these the Clogger replied with loud scoffs and ironical sneers. "You hadn't to live wi' folk to know 'em," he would cry, and then with a significant sniff he would add, "and then, you dunna know 'em, if they're women." Now and again Doxie would overhear these choice sentiments, but she only laughed the more merrily, and prophesied that her uncle would end by marrying a widow. "Mother says such people always do." One morning, however, she came to the shop with a cloud on her face. "Oh, uncle, isn't it a shame?" she cried as soon as she caught sight of him. "What's up now?" he growled in his surliest tones. "I've to go home the day after to-morrow. Isn't it dreadful?" "Thank the Lord for that," burst out Jabe. "We'st have peace and quietness once more." This brought the light back into Doxie's eyes, and as the fun gleamed through a little tear, she said coaxingly, "But ain't you sorry a little bit, uncle? Just a little now?" "Sorry? Oh, I'm that. As sorry as a feller as gets out of Bedlam." "But you'll miss me when I'm gone, won't you, uncle?" "Miss you? Oh, shall that? Like Billy Twitter said to th' bums when he paid 'em out." This kind of raillery went on the whole day, and at night Jabe, with an exaggerated air of joyousness, boasted over the shop fire of his coming deliverance, and though thereby he was confessing to having suffered more than he would have previously admitted, yet, regardless of consistency and everything else, he did his best to convince his friends that he was unfeignedly glad of his approaching escape from petticoat persecution. His recent experience seemed to have aggravated unnecessarily his dislike for the opposite sex, and before the evening was over he had out-Heroded Herod in his denunciations of their ways. Next morning, when Doxie came as usual, he was worse than ever. "Only one more day! Oh, what a blessing!" Doxie seemed inclined to cry, and could not manage even a smile. Jabe seemed encouraged by these signs, and surpassed himself in highly coloured descriptions of the peace and comfort he was so eagerly anticipating. But had his niece been less preoccupied with her own regrets, she might have noticed how keenly he was watching her from under his shaggy brows. Doxie spent the greater part of the day in making farewell calls, but just before tea-time she came back to her uncle's, looking sad and tired, and quietly commenced to make the tea. Jabe drew up to the table with a sly leer on his face, and in a moment or two gave vent to a dry chuckle. "Oh, you nasty, wicked, hard-hearted man, you! When I do go, I'll never, never come back. So there!" But in spite of herself there was a gleam of fun behind her sorrowful looks, and the Clogger chuckled again. "Ain't you a bit sorry, uncle? Ain't you a little bit sorry, uncle? Just a little bit?" And the Clogger gave his head a series of very emphatic shakes, and cried, "Not me! Not me!" "What did you make me love you for, then?" And Doxie's mouth began to droop at the corners. Jabe gave another loud, rough laugh, but if his niece had been more observant, she might have noted that it was a mirthless exercise. For a moment there was a pause. Doxie looked steadily and musingly at her uncle, and then, as the tears came in spite of her, she dropped her head upon her arms, and said, as she began to cry quietly, "I didn't know you liked the fiddle so much, uncle." Jabe was surprised. A gleam, as of sudden enlightenment, shot into his eyes. "Fiddle?" he cried with the utmost contempt. "What's the fiddle getting to do with it?" "I'm sure it's the fiddle," sobbed Doxie. "Confound the fiddle!" And Jabe looked really angry for a moment. But just then Aunt Judy came in, and seeing her favourite in tears, and being at that moment wrought up to a high point of emotion at the prospect of parting with the girl who had so entwined herself around her heart, she drew herself up, fixed a stern eye upon her brother, and for full 5 minutes poured out a long accumulated flood of indignant reproach upon him. Jabe listened to his sister's tirade with a face of exasperating blandness. "Mon," she cried, "tha'rt nowt. That's what tha'rt. Tha'rt nowt." Jabe threw his expressive leg over the other and laughed. "Hurt? Tha's no hurt. Tha niver hed. Tha wur born bad, it's my belief." Again the Clogger laughed. "Tha's lived bi thysel', an' tha'll dee bi thysel', an' not a soul i'th wold 'ull cur for thee." "Yes, they will, Uncle. I will." And Doxie, flinging her arms around him, chair back and all, dropped her pretty head on his bosom and sobbed as though her heart would break. Jabe sat imprisoned in his chair and looking like a man undergoing a painful operation, whilst his little red eyes shone with a strange moisture, yet never a word did he speak. Judy looked down upon the pair with wondering perplexity. Presently she drew Doxie away and bade her prepare to pack her box for going. Left to himself, the Clogger seemed unusually restless. He tried to smoke, but the pipe went out as often as he lighted it. Then he stood up and took a long meditative look out of the window, and finally, feeling more and more uncomfortable, he sauntered into the shop. Yet when his friends assembled they found him moody and unsociable, and when Sam, by way of feeler, expressed regret at the approaching departure of Doxie, the Clogger exploded into one of his most violent outbursts, and altogether made himself so disagreeable that his companions were fain to let him alone in silence. But this displeased him more than ever, and turning his attention to the hapless apprentices, he gave them a most uncomfortable time of it. Next morning Jabe was astir earlier than usual, and seemed more irritable even than on the previous evening. Judy was so busy getting her niece ready for departure that she could not come to the shop, and so he was left to prepare his breakfast for himself. Twice he went into the parlour to do so, but on each occasion he fell into a brown study, and finally wandered back into the shop. Presently word came from the cottage that the box was ready, and somebody must go to fetch it. Sam and Isaac started at once, and in a few minutes came back with the package. A little later, Aunt Judy and Doxie, both seeming very miserable, arrived to wait for the coach, and Jabe, carefully avoiding his niece's eye, sat down to his work, trying to look as though nothing unusual was happening. Then the coach was heard coming up the brow, and Doxie turned and gazed distressfully at her uncle, but he would not see her. The conveyance stopped opposite the shop, and Sam and Isaac came forward to carry out the box. "Wheere to go wi' that box?" It was Jabe who was speaking. He had risen to his feet and stood glaring at Sam, as though he had caught him in the act of stealing it. "I'm takin' it to th' coach for sure." "Clap it down." "But th' coach is here." "Clap it down, Aw tell thee." "But the wench canna go about her box." "The wench is no goin'." "No goin'?" "Neaw, no th' box noather." "Naa then, are they goin' to be theer aw day?" shouted Billy from the coach box. "Ay, an' aw neet too," bawled Jabe in reply. "Jabez, art maddlet? Let th' wench go," cried Judy in sore amazement. "Judy," replied the Clogger, turning to his sister and speaking in slow, deliberate tones, "that wench is wheer hoo's stoppin'. Hoo come to please thee, an' hoo'll stop to please me." Then, as Doxie flung her arms about his neck, the rugged old Clogger drew her gently to his side, and looking round defiantly at the astonished company, he cried with a quaver in his voice, "Oh, fun one bit o' gradely womanhood i'th wold, an' Aw'm goin' to stick to it, bless her." End of chapter 3. Chapter 4 of Doxie Dent by John Ackworth. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. An irresistible ambassadress. Whilst the events recorded in the last chapter were taking place at the clog shop, a woman was seated before a small fire in the dingy back room of a London lodging house. She was respectably dressed, and had a comfortable, cared-for air about her, but her face showed unmistakable signs of recent and severe suffering. She had turned her back to the table on which were the remains of a spare breakfast, and was sitting looking sadly and dreamily into the fire. She held in her hand a letter, and glanced absently at it every now and again. The woman was Doxie's mother, and the letter was the one informing her why her daughter had not started for home that day. She held it loosely between her fingers, and turned it over with mingled feelings. When her husband had first communicated to her the condition of their affairs, he had of course made the best of it, and had suggested that if they could manage to get Doxie out of the way for a little while, until things got settled again, she would probably escape all the unpleasantness, and know nothing of what had taken place when she returned. For some time Mrs. Dent had been longing for the opportunity to become reconciled to her people, but hitherto she had felt too much condemned for her own conduct to attempt any approach, unless she could be assured that her brother and sister were of similar mind. She discovered, however, that her husband was not at all prepared to allow Doxie to go to Beckside, and it was only under the pressure of their misfortunes that he brought himself to make the suggestion. She found the writing of the letter, humble though it had to be, comparatively pleasant, and the prospect of a possible reconciliation to her friends helped considerably to soften the severity of the sufferings which her husband's circumstances had brought upon her. Aunt Judy's prompt and simply affectionate reply further relieved the situation, and in the preparations for Doxie's visit, and the anticipations connected with it, she forgot for the time her own grief. She had never before been separated from her only child, yet she had such confidence that Doxie's sunny temper and winsomeness would pave the way to the reconciliation she longed for, that she parted with her daughter with something very like eagerness. But since the day upon which she saw her child off at the station, Mrs. Dent's sorrows had multiplied. Her husband confessed that things were worse than he had at first supposed, and one sad day the bailiffs came to mark the goods of their pretty little home. Then everything had been sold, and they had come into these shabby lodgings. What would Doxie think when she came into them? Then, in her wretchedness, the lessons of earlier and happier days came back to her, and poor Annie spent many of her lonely hours in that little back room in prayer. Her husband was as miserable as she was, and she suspected that he was pining for his child. One morning when she awoke, she found to her surprise that he was not in bed at her side. Where had he gone? Sometimes he rose before her and lighted the fire, but the fire was untouched. She dressed hastily and looked about her. His boots and overcoat were gone also. Then her eye fell upon a little packet on the table. Her eye gave a great jump, and with a cry of bitter distress she snatched it up and began to examine it. It contained her husband's watch and chain, and about 25 shillings. Underneath these was a little note, at which she eagerly caught, but dared not open. "Oh, Lord, ha' marcy, ha' marcy," she cried, as she wrung her hands and crushed the note in them. Then she sat down, and after sobbing a moment or two, opened the letter. This is what she read. "Dear Annie, I cannot bear it any longer. If I stay here I shall do away with myself. Sell the watch and chain, and do the best you can. As soon as I have money I will send you some, but you will not see me until I have a home to give you again. God bless you, my dear lass, and our bonny Doxie. Thomas." Short as it was, Mrs. Dent did not read the whole of the letter at once. Every sentence brought a fresh burst of tears, and it was some time before she comprehended all it meant. She did not blame her husband. In fact, that view of the case never occurred to her. But she intensely pitied him. For days she had watched him suffering under her very eyes, and in one sense his departure was a relief. At length she got up and walked about the room. Presently her agitation subsided, and she began to think calmly what she was to do. Then she remembered that Doxie was returning that day, and this broke her down again. For over an hour she wandered about the room in agonised perplexity. Suddenly she remembered that put away in a box she had £5 or £6, about which her husband knew nothing. It was so small a sum that until lately she had not thought of telling her husband about it, and since they had come into the lodgings she had decided to keep it until the day of emergency. Now she reproached herself with the thought that, if she had told her husband, he might not have left her. This made her think of her failing, a liking for secret saving, and it brought back to her mind the old purse which she had carried away from home in the long, long ago, and all other feelings were for the moment lost in a deep remorse. Again and again she thought she could hear her oracular brother saying in his stern way, "Be sure your sin will find you out." Poor Annie, it was a bitter moment. Just then a clock on the stairs struck 2, and she was suddenly reminded that in an hour or two Doxie would be there. Oh, what was she to do? What would Doxie say when she found that her father was gone? Yet she must be stirring, and so, absently getting ready, she went to the station to meet the train. The day passed. Through trains from Lancashire were not so numerous as they are now, but having nothing else to do, and fearing almost to be alone, Mrs. Dent stayed and met them all as they came in. The last train arrived, and still no Doxie. She grew alarmed, and all other troubles were for the moment forgotten in anxiety about the one whom she longed and yet dreaded to see. A porter suggested that she should telegraph to Beckside, but telegrams were much dearer then than now, and she knew there was no telegraph office at Beckside. Mrs. Dent did not go to bed that night, and was at the station early next morning to seek her child. There she learnt that 2 trains had come in during the night. She had not thought of that contingency, and was nearly distracted at the possibility of having missed her child. The friendly porter suggested that she should go home and see whether Doxie had arrived during her absence. It was a long way to her lodgings, but Annie did not feel the distance. When she arrived, she found the room still empty, and as a cry escaped her, and she was dropping into a chair in sheer despair, her eye fell upon a letter propped up against the little clock on the mantelpiece. It was in Doxie's handwriting, and she kissed it and sobbed it again for relief as she turned it over and over. When she found strength to read the letter, it contained the story of Uncle Jabez's sudden and peremptory refusal to let Doxie return, and concluded with an urgent request that she might be allowed to stay longer. It was this letter, with its comforting and yet perplexing contents, which was in Annie's hands when we introduced her to our readers in that little back sitting-room. The first feeling in Mrs. Dent's mind as she read the letter had been one of intense relief at the safety of her daughter, and that was deepened as she gratefully realised that at least for a while longer Doxie would be in comfort and safety. Presently into her mind came a deep overpowering longing. Doxie's previous letters had been much longer than this one, and were full of the most entertaining particulars about Beckside and all the delights she was enjoying. Yet none of them had stirred her mother's heart as this had done. For a few minutes she felt as though she must get up and set off to her village home, if she had to walk every step of the way. She could imagine her irascible elder brother suddenly putting his foot down and refusing to let his niece return. The clog shop, their own little cottage, and the little chapel came vividly before her mind, and she could see herself standing in a Sunday school class and singing "God moves in a mysterious way." For a little time the feeling in her heart was almost unbearable. Presently she slipped down upon her knees, and although her thoughts did not form themselves into definite prayer, she remained there quietly weeping, and somehow deriving comfort and hope from the exercise. A soft peace seemed to steal slowly over her heart as she knelt, and when at last she rose to her feet, her face, though pale and tearful, had a look of resignation and tranquillity. She now found herself ready to face the situation. She herself had sent for Doxie, but that was because she felt she could not remain longer without exciting suspicion. Now Providence had intervened, and the very thought of that gave her courage and strength. Soon she had her plans formed, and proceeded to act on them with the energy of her practical nature. All her efforts were exerted to discover, without giving grounds for suspicion, where her husband was. She proceeded very cautiously. She had no mistrust of him. She knew that he was of an active and enterprising nature, and would not be long before he obtained some kind of employment. But day succeeded day, and she gleaned nothing about the absent man, although she used every means she could think of to obtain information. Then she began to be depressed, and had to fight night and day with a great longing to see her child, and this was strengthened when in her next letter Doxie wrote an impulsive little sentence which revealed that she was becoming homesick. But now the possibility of her coming home suddenly seemed to frighten the poor mother. With a great effort she sat down and wrote a letter in which she informed her daughter that they were expecting to remove into a new house, and that she had better stay until the bustle was over. Meanwhile things were going on much as usual at Beckside. Doxie, now that she had discovered her uncle's feelings towards her, would gladly have entered into a more affectionate relationship with him, but she soon found that he had relapsed almost instantly into his old manner, and repulsed her tentative caresses with all the old gruffness, and received all her endearing words with impatient scorn. She found, however, that he grew more and more impatient of her absences from the clog shop, and became quite testy if she omitted to take any of her meals with him. A day or two after his peremptory stopping of her departure, he began to speak of himself in depreciatory and abusive terms, as an "owd soft yed," and sought, whenever Doxie was present, to convey the idea that he had only relented out of foolish and weak-minded pity, and that he had already most completely repented of it. Then he slid into the habit of constant self-pity, affecting to regard himself as the victim of most mysterious and undeserved misfortunes. "Plagues o' Egypt," he would say, with expressive elevations of the eyebrows. "Th' trials o' Job, they're nowt to it." Both Doxie and all others who heard him were left to interpret for themselves what the "it" meant. As the days grew into weeks, and Doxie still remained, Aunt Judy began to grow uneasy. It would be a great wrench to her whenever the little wench left them, but every day she could see that Doxie was getting a stronger hold upon her uncle's affections, and there was no telling what outrageous thing he might do if the parting was deferred much longer. It would not surprise her, in fact, if he refused to let her return home at all. Then it occurred to Judy that her sister was strangely easy about the continued absence of the child. Had the girl been hers, she reasoned, she would have had her home long ago. She made no account of children staying so long in strangers' houses. It made them discontented with their own. Then the letter about the removal came, and it struck Judy as being rather strange that the Dents should remove twice in less than 3 months. The next letter that Doxie received contained a sentence which made her aunt's heart sink, and opened her eyes. It was only a word or two, but to Judy it was a covert, yet none the less distinct, bid for reconciliation. "Oh, how I should like to peep just for once at the dear old home," wrote Annie. Judy felt a sinking, as she phrased it afterwards, and in a few minutes she had come perilously near to guessing the truth. At any rate, Annie was in a much humbler mood than usual, and evidently would like an invitation to come home. Yes, and Doxie had been sent to Beckside as a peacemaker. Judy smiled to think how effectually her niece had done her work, but what had brought about this remarkable change? As she turned the thing over and over in her mind, and recalled all the circumstances of the case, she came to the conclusion that the Dents were in trouble, and needed friends. "How mitch longer art going to keep yond wench?" she asked, turning round and looking at her brother as she was leaving the clog shop parlour next morning. "Me keep her? Well, that's a good un," and the clogger stared at Judy and laughed with an elaborate affectation of amazement. "Then hoo'd better go next week. Our Annie'll be fretting." "The sooner the better." It was no use talking to Jabe, and Aunt Judy lapsed into her own uneasy musings and departed. But a day or two later, Judy discovered that Doxie herself was beginning to grow restless, and without much trouble she ascertained that the girl was longing to see her parents. At the same time she could not get rid of the feeling that something was wrong in London. For 2 more days she brooded over these things, and then went to consult her unfailing friend, Mrs. Ben, the carpenter's wife. That good woman recommended that Doxie should be told, and left to settle the matter with her uncle. But Judy shrank from that course, and so they consulted the carpenter. After tantalising his wife by a long and provoking pause, during which he did nothing but stare before him and puff away at his pipe, Ben advised that Annie should be sent for, and introduced into the clog shop unexpectedly. Judy was not very confident of either of these courses, and took more time to reflect. Then the matter settled itself. Next morning Doxie was somewhat late in starting for the clog shop, and consequently was still in the house when the postman came. Hitherto Judy had contrived, more by luck than anything else, to get her letters when Doxie was absent, and thus she got to know their contents before she showed them to her niece. But this morning the girl herself went to the door, and handed the letter to her aunt with a look on her face that showed the elder woman that it would be cruel to keep the news from her. Moreover, Judy was not good at reading writing, though she had so far managed, with Mrs. John T. Harrop's help, to get to know the contents of the letters before Doxie learnt of their arrival. The letter, when opened, proved to be so long and so closely written, and Doxie looked so very impatient, that Judy handed it to her to read, though not without misgiving. Doxie had not commenced to read aloud, but was just glancing over the first few lines, when she uttered a cry of alarm and went exceedingly pale. Then she read on without in the least heeding Judy's eager inquiries, and again a cry of pain escaped her. "Oh, mother! Dear, dear mother!" she cried, and as her eyes filled with great tears, she read hungrily on. "What is it, wench? What is it?" cried Judy in terror, but Doxie stepped mechanically back, as though to get out of her aunt's reach, and went on reading greedily. "Oh, father, father!" she cried, with a fresh burst of weeping, and once more resumed her perusal of the painful missive. It was the full utterance of poor Annie's heart. Lonely, miserable, and sick at heart, she had at last become desperate, and throwing discretion to the winds, had written to her sister a full statement of their recent troubles and her present miserable condition. Doxie read it through with tear-blinded eyes, and then, when she had finished, she stepped back, and putting her hand to her side, she cried out piteously, "Oh, auntie, I shall die!" For fully half a minute she stood looking wildly at her aunt, and then, suddenly rushing to the door, she darted off up the hill to the clog shop. "Come back with it! Come back!" cried Judy, but the fleeing girl was already halfway up the brew. "It's happen better, sir," murmured Judy, as she realised how hopeless was the task of catching her niece, and then she went indoors again, and waited developments with a heavily beating heart. Meanwhile, Doxie had burst in upon the Clogger like a whirlwind. He was seated by the fire talking to Sam, but in a moment she had caught him round the neck, and was pouring into his bewildered ear the whole distressful tale. All that took place at that memorable interview has never been known, for even Sam saw that it was something very serious, and discreetly took himself off. Half an hour later, however, Doxie left the shop with a new light in her eyes and £10 in gold in her hands, and that day a registered letter was sent to London with full directions for the lonely watcher there to come to Beckside at once. The next 2 days passed over very slowly, and it would have been difficult to say whether Doxie or her uncle was more restless. On the morning of the 3rd day, the post brought the expected letter, and a little later Doxie and her aunt started in the coach to meet Annie. Jabe ate no dinner that day, and as the time for the arrival of the coach drew near, he became painfully agitated. "I've seen th' owd lad in mony a pucker," Sam Speck confided to Lige and Ben that night, "but I'd ne'er seen him nowt like that." 5 minutes before its usual time, the coach was heard coming rumbling down the Brue. The Clogger was as pale as death. A moment later the door was burst open, and a bright eager voice cried, "Here she is, uncle! Here she is!" But she was not there. She was only getting out of the coach. Jabe rose to his feet, and his legs positively shook under him. Without turning his head, he glanced out of the window towards the coach. He was dimly conscious of 2 female figures coming towards the door, and then he heard Judy's voice saying, "Here who is, Jabe?" A pale, trembling woman with a haggard, sorrow-stricken face moved slowly towards the counter, and Jabe, tardily lifting his eyes, looked into the face of his sister. The silence of that moment was deathly. "Well, lad," stammered the sister, and Jabe, trying vainly to keep control over a quivering mouth, faltered out, "Well." There the two stood opposite one another, but not venturing to look at each other, and Doxie, who was watching with eager eyes, was about to burst in with some impetuous remark, when Jabe took a slow step towards his sister, and held out a stiff hand. Annie snatched at it eagerly, and if she had been a lady, would doubtless have put it to her lips. But being only a Lancashire woman after all, she gripped it as with the grip of death, and held it over the counter. "Oh, Jabe, Jabe," she cried, in tones of bitter penitence, "I've been a great sinner." And Jabe turned his head hastily towards the window, and replied fervently, "It's nowt towart what Aw've been." And Doxie, to whom these things were not only altogether incomprehensible, but also altogether out of place in a glad reunion, put her red lips together, and making a grotesque and lugubrious face at her uncle, murmured, in exact imitation of the new Brogden curate's tones, "So are we all miserable sinners." And as the Clogger began to laugh through his tearful eyes, she cried, in her imperious, though to him always delightful way, "And now, uncle, we're all going to stay for bagging. Polly put a kettle on, and we'll all have tea." End of chapter 4. Chapter 5 of Doxie Dent by John Ackworth. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Unblushing hypocrisy. Now the little black door that divided the clog shop from the parlour was about as plain and uninteresting a construction as ever filled an aperture, but on the night of Annie Dent's return to Beckside it came in for an amount of interested attention that would have filled with pride a much more pretentious article of the kind. Sam Speck, who came into the shop just as the tea things were beginning to rattle in the parlour, eyed it over from his place at the fire with a most curious and impatient stare. Next he went and sat down beside the new apprentice, who was working at the back window, and whilst he asked fitful questions of that worthy every now and then, he scarcely attended at all to the answers, but became absorbed again in his contemplation of the door. Presently he got up and walked up and down the shop, stopping each time and scrutinizing the latch as he passed. Then he took a long abstracted stare into the fire, and finally, unable to bear it any longer, he affected to remember something which he ought to have told the Clogger earlier in the day, and enquired earnestly from Isaac whether he thought there would be anything wrong in him knocking at the parlour door and speaking to Jabe about it whilst it was in his mind. Isaac did not think there would, and so Sam stepped over and was just about to tap when his heart suddenly failed him, and he hastened on tiptoes back to the fireplace. After a moment or two, however, he tried again, yet once more hesitated, but this time without leaving his place before the terrible door. Then he began to make all kinds of grotesque faces at the door, and sudden stabs at it, as though he was only wavering as to where exactly he should assault it. Finally, however, he pulled himself together, and doubling his fist tightly, gave a distinct knock. "Oh, it's you, is it? I was just wanting to speak to Jabe a minute," he cried in sudden confusion as Doxie opened the door. "Ah, then, gormless, come here with thee," cried Jabe from the far end of the parlour. But no, Sam could not stay. He must be going. He wouldn't keep Jabe a minute. Doxie caught him by the arm and began to pull him into the room, but it was only after a prolonged struggle that he allowed himself to be overcome, and when he did enter, his astonishment to see strangers present was something wonderful to behold, and was only eclipsed by the amazement he exhibited when it was made clear to him that the stranger was the long-lost Annie. So surprised, in fact, was he, that his sidling into a chair and his subsequent lighting of his pipe can only be put down to extreme absent-mindedness, produced by the bewildering nature of the experiences he was passing through. A few minutes later the conversation in the parlour was interrupted by a most violent poking and banging in the neighbourhood of the chimney-back, and this being followed by laborious and protracted fits of coughing, Sam, who was now beginning to feel at home, leaned forward to Doxie, and with a broad grin on his countenance jerked his head in the direction of the parlour door, and said, "It's owd Lige." The ex-road mender, having been duly ushered into the room and introduced to the guest of the evening, was just beginning some reminiscences of the days when Doxie's mother was a wench, when the new apprentice put his shock head into the parlour and cried, with a somewhat scared look as he glanced at his master, "You wanted?" "Who wants me?" demanded the clogger, indolently. The apprentice stepped back a little, and seemed to be holding a hurried though excited conversation with someone in the shop, when the clogger, evidently identifying the whisperers, called out, "Ah, then, lumpyheads, come here wi' you." And then there was more whispering, and Doxie went to the door, and cried, as she turned and looked at the clogger, "It's only Ben and Nathan, uncle." By this time Doxie had caught the spirit of the scene, and so, drawing herself up to her greatest height, and holding herself as stiffly as she possibly could, she ceremoniously led these last two worthies in, and bringing them suddenly to a standstill before her uncle, she waved her hand like a master of ceremonies, and said with a little bow, "Mr. Barber, Mr. Longworth, Mr. Longworth, Mr. Barber, Mother, Mr. Barber, Mr. Barber, Mother." This ceremony having been duly performed, she marched in stateliest fashion back to the parlour door, to wait the next arrival, upon which Sam burst into a loud roar of delighted laughter, and Jabe relaxed into an amused grin. 2 or 3 other visitors, all declaring that they had dropped in on quite other business, and immensely surprised to see Doxie's mother, having been ushered in by the stately Doxie, conversation began to flow more easily, and even the timid and pensive guest of the evening became a little animated. Several references having been made in the course of the conversation to London and London life, Sam Speck's small face gradually assumed a critical and disputatious expression, and at last, confident of his safety in the fact that he was only repeating sentiments he had heard Jabe and Ben utter again and again, he screwed his head to one side, and glancing for a moment at Doxie, turned, and looking musingly into the fire, said, "Aye, London's a weary place, they tell me." To his astonishment, Jabe turned his head, and growled out, "What's tha know about London?" But Sam was not to be silenced, and so, after another long stare into the fire, he resumed, "It's full o' sin and naughtiness, if Aw know owt." "London, Mr. Speck, London? London's full of nice, good people, I can tell you," broke in Doxie impulsively. "Why, mother lives in London. Is she bad? And father," here her voice broke a little, "father lives in London, and he's not bad, is he?" All the men present were of the opinion that the last example of London rectitude was, to say the least, unfortunate, for in their opinion Thomas Dent was bad, decidedly. But they dare not say so in the presence and under the light of those indignant grey eyes, and so they held their peace, and an awkward silence followed. Aunt Judy broke in by saying it was time to be going, and she and her sister began to prepare for departure, whilst Doxie, after kissing all her relatives, made a low bow and put her hands to her lips in an altogether bewitching fashion to the men present, and went upstairs to bed. That night, sitting over the fire in the old home, Doxie's mother told her sister all the story of her recent troubles, and finished up with an item that was new. Her husband had emigrated. The night before she left London she had received a long letter from him, in which he informed her that he had met with an old acquaintance of years ago who was going out to seek a fortune in the Australian gold diggings, and who had offered to pay the passage if he would go with him for company. He had not been able to get any employment, and so had decided to accept the offer, and when that letter reached her he would be already on the deep. Then followed a long and roseate description of the success he was going to make, and of the grand reunion they would have in the near future, for of course he would not be long in Australia before he had made a fortune. The letter concluded with a few words of pathetic farewell and a message of love to Doxie. Judy was indignant, and was just about to speak her mind about her brother-in-law's desertion of wife and child, when she discovered that Annie was in no mood to hear her husband abused, and spoke of him in the tenderest tones. Next morning this item of intelligence was conveyed to the Clogger, and Judy was surprised to note that whilst her brother curled his lip scornfully at her recital of Thomas's protestations of affection for his wife and child, he seemed strangely unmoved at the prospect of having Doxie and her mother to keep. In a few days all the sad story was known to the villagers, and much sympathy was expressed for the two who had come to live amongst them under such painful circumstances. The usual frequenters of the clog shop, however, soon found that it was needful to be cautious in expressing their opinions in the presence of Jabe. He never alluded to the matter himself, except in the most distant way, and even then in the fewest possible words. By some means or other also he made them understand that Doxie was still under the delusion that her father was all he should be, and they gathered that he strongly desired that she should remain in that state of mind. It was rather hard upon them, they felt, for the topic was of such exceptional interest, and their opinions on the matter were so pronounced that it would have provided food for endless discussions. Still, nobody was prepared to brave the Clogger, and so the subject had to be discussed, if at all, under most restraining circumstances, and in any but the right places. One day, however, Doxie introduced the subject herself. Sam and Jabe were sitting in the ingle-nook, enjoying their after-dinner pipe, when she sauntered in from the parlour, and came and sat down by her uncle's side. Sam, deep in the chimney, was puffing quietly away at his pipe, and feasting his eyes on the fresh young beauty before him, when she began to move her leg somewhat after the manner of her uncle, whilst a far-away look came over her face. "Mr. Sam," she said, glancing dreamily at him, "won't it be grand when father comes home with all that gold?" "Aye, when—" Sam was beginning, but to his astonishment he received a savage kick from Jabe's longer leg, and broke clumsily down, leaving the sentence unfinished. He was fairly puzzled. For himself, he had had dreams not so long ago of going to these same far-off goldfields, and coming back rich enough to buy all Brogden Clough, and the subject was still a tempting one to him. But so far as he understood, his cue was to disbelieve in these grand dreams, at any rate so far as Doxie's father was concerned. Whilst he was still wondering what Jabe's meaning might be, Doxie, who fortunately had been too absorbed in her own thoughts to notice either the kick or the hiatus in his reply, commenced again. "Wouldn't you like to go and get your fortune, Mr. Sam?" "I should that," said Sam energetically, and then he checked himself, not knowing what he was expected to do. "I've heard father say that men sometimes find their fortunes in a month or two. Have you heard that, Mr. Sam?" Thus appealed to on a subject upon which he was better posted than any man in Beckside, Sam hesitated for a moment, and then, resenting Jabe's mysteriousness, he broke through all caution and launched out into a 10-minute summary of all he had heard and read of the wonderful treasures to be found at the Antipodes. Doxie listened with parted lips and widely opened eyes to the story, and then sent a shock through poor Sam by turning to her uncle and asking eagerly, "And wouldn't you like to go, Uncle Jabez?" Sam felt himself wading in bottomless deeps of bewilderment, as Jabe, without removing his pipe from his mouth, answered in a dull mutter, if I were a bit younger." Sam was simply dumbfounded. Was this the man who had always so caustically mocked at his tentative hints and plainer statements of the glories of the land of gold? Was this the man who always championed the cause of the sod on which they stood, and quoted so unctuously the proverb about the rolling stone? But the surprises of the day were not yet over for our friend. In the evening, sitting in the very place in which he had listened eagerly to Doxie's excited utterances about Australia, Jabe started a discussion on shipwrecks, and palpably led up to the question of the possibilities of the return of Doxie's father. Sam, expecting to receive as much open encouragement as the Clogger ever gave to those who agreed with him in his arguments, predicted that "Thomas would be home in 5 years, as sure as Heggs is Heggs," and to his utter amazement Jabe turned upon him a look of supreme contempt, as much as to say that though he was expressing the veriest nonsense, it really was not worth while to contradict him. Repenting, however, a moment later, the Clogger turned to his friend and asked with a snarl, "Is that iver known onions as goin' out yond?" "Aye, lots," jerked out Sam, beginning to get resentful. "An' ha' money on 'em come back?" The Clogger glared into Sam's face, and waited impatiently for his reply. And Sam nearly lost his temper, and began to justify his position still further. One or two others supported him, and very soon Jabe was getting the worst of the battle. "Mon," cried Lige as a clincher, "the devil's childer has the devil's luck. Thomas is sort all as comes whoam." And then Jabe rose to his feet, and with something deeper in his voice than any mere fear of defeat in argument, he snatched his pipe from his mouth, and shaking it defiantly at the last speaker, he cried fiercely, "He can come back 50 times if he's a mind, but he's near had yon little wench." "Sithee," said Sam to Long Ben as they went home that night, "Aw'm fair beaten wi' yon mon." Ben looked as though he thought that not at all unlikely, and then he asked, "What's up now?" "What's up? He talks to yon wench as if he wanted her feyther to come whoam." "Eh, mon," replied Ben as he turned down the brew, "he'd go to Australia and fotch him whoam if hoo axed him." End of chapter 5. Chapter 6 of Doxie Dent by John Ackworth. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Queen of the Clog Shop. Before Mrs. Dent had been many days in Beckside, her daughter had obtained a complete ascendancy over the clog shop and all it contained. There was no resisting her, especially as the Clogger not only submitted to her rule himself, but took care that everybody else should do the same. One morning, about a week after his sister's advent, Jabe was sitting before a plate of porridge and consuming it with evident relish. There's nowt like gradely owd Lancashire porridge," he said, shooting a mischievous glance at Doxie from under his shaggy eyebrows. "None o' your London muffins for me." Aunt Judy turned her head from her toast buttering, and was just about to say something when Doxie broke in with a little laugh and an exaggerated appearance of indifference. "It's owd fedge, Uncle Jabez. I don't think you're enjoying it a bit." And then she watched him consuming the porridge with a peculiar intentness. But I am. It's summun good this. It's better tin you shall. There isn't a woman i' London can mak' porridge like this." Aunt Judy was about to break in, but Doxie plucked hastily at her dress, and then rising from the fender where she had been toasting some bread, she stood before her uncle and said with smiling disdain, "Why, Uncle, anybody can mak' porridge." "Ay, that's it. They're thinking they con, but let me tell you, porridge makkin' runs i'th blood. They'dn't to be Lancashire born and Lancashire bred to mak' porridge gradely. London women." The Clogger threw back his head and curled his lip in contemptuous scorn of the resources of the benighted housekeepers of the great metropolis. "But, Uncle, a London woman made that." "What?
Get out wi' you. There isn't a woman in London could mak' porridge like this."
"But, uncle, I made it." And then she stood back and watched with eager delight the clogger's expansive surprise. "Yis, and I'm going to make it always now. That is the only thing I couldn't do, but now I can do everything, and Aunt Judy need not come any more." This may be said to have been the formal commencement of Doxie's reign. Aunt Judy was graciously dismissed. Dan, the new apprentice, was collogued into undertaking to clean the windows and light the fire, and the rest of the work she would let nobody do but herself. And very soon she had made a wonderful change in the dingy old bachelor quarters of her unmanageable woman-hating uncle. Henceforth the clogger's meals became quite ceremonious affairs. He was not allowed to dispense with the tablecloth, even for so unconventional and hasty a refresher as supper, and as for coming to the table without washing his hands and putting on his coat, he never thought of it. Then she began to interfere with his person, and even went so far as to insist on periodically trimming the straggling ends of his scanty whiskers. She proved herself a little more clever than the average Beckside female in getting up starched things, and after a prolonged resistance on his part, finally induced her uncle to take to wearing shirt front and collar a little less formidable than those usually affected by gentlemen of his class in the village. It was generally conceded, however, that her greatest triumph was scored when, after making a mysterious visit to Duxbury, she presented Jabe with a birthday present in the shape of a couple of plain and undeniably becoming black studs. She had taken Sam Speck into her confidence about this, and was not to be deterred when he told her that her uncle would probably throw them upon the fire back. The cronies of the ingle-nook were all told about the present, and they agreed with absolute unanimity that poor Doxie would be worsted for once. And Jabe certainly had a severe struggle with himself on the following Sunday morning. How many pointed and impressive addresses had he delivered from the Sunday school desk on the sinfulness of putting on gold and costly apparel? How frequently had he expressed himself in trenchant terms about any young preacher who came before the Beckside congregation with a "goold card"? Now Beckside gentlemen were not easily got ready for chapel on a Sunday. They could dress themselves in about a couple of minutes on any other day, but it was quite a different thing on the Sabbath. Then the living room of the house was turned for a few terrible and electric moments into the gentleman's dressing room, and the children and women of the house knew things were then in too critical a condition to admit of the least trifling. Even Long Ben had been known to lose his temper on these occasions, and Aunt Judy generally left the clog shop with a very ruffled countenance. And now, for a couple of weeks, Doxie had been the clogger's Sunday valet, and in his heart of hearts Jabe greatly enjoyed the change. When he came downstairs on the morning upon which he knew he would be expected to wear the ungodly jewellery, he glanced at it with a timid, rueful look as he sidled off to his chair. But when the meal was over, and his niece took up the large front already decorated with the studs, and approached her uncle for the purpose of finishing his toilet for him, he suddenly jibbed and savagely declared that he would stay at home all day before he would so disgrace himself. But Doxie assured him that the trinkets were most becoming, and that she had seen many London gentlemen wearing them at church. But that was an unfortunate stroke, and strengthened Jabe's resistance. And then, when every other argument failed, the beguiling little schemer took her uncle's face between her hands, and told him how much she loved him, and how proud she was of him, and how anxious to see him nice. Then she told him that the studs had taken nearly all her pocket money, but that she did not care a bit, and would have given twice as much for them, they suited him so well. And then she kissed him, and what could the poor man do? When he went to the chapel that morning, the studs were shining on his chest, and whilst Doxie looked proud and happy as she walked by his side, Jabe was afflicted with a most painful self-consciousness, and had an air of surly touch-me-not defiance about him whenever he came into contact with any of his old friends. A few weeks later, Sam Speck appeared in the singing pew, with at least 3 black studs in his shirt front, and a fortnight later Lige, whose wife was not going to allow her husband, a retired gentleman, to be outdone by anybody, wore an immense decoration about the size of a small brooch. Whilst these things were taking place, Jabe was undergoing strange gastronomical experiences. His very limited dietary was being extended in all sorts of bewildering ways, and he sat down and dined day after day upon dishes that were fearfully and wonderfully made, and which a month or 2 earlier no power on earth could have induced him to touch. Then the new housekeeper turned her restless attention to the rearrangement of the furniture, and Jabe never knew, when he left the parlour after one meal, where he would be expected to sit for the next. One alteration, however, he greatly approved of. Rummaging in her uncle's bedroom one day, Doxie came upon a small long settle jammed away behind the great 4-post bed, and this she had brought downstairs, covered with bright new print, and placed in the parlour so that it screened anyone sitting by the fire from the draught of the door. This made the parlour so cosy that there was danger whilst the novelty of it lasted that it would lead to the partial desertion of the ingle-nook. Doxie's next move was to get the house and premises repainted and papered. It took 1 whole week of intermittent conflict to get the clogger to consent, and Doxie nearly lost her case by proposing to include the shop in her cleaning scheme. Making a virtue of her consent to waive that part of the plan, she eventually had her way, and the clogger little knew, when his niece was so attentive to him as he departed by the early coach to Duxbury to do some business in the morning and attend the quarterly meeting in the afternoon, that when he came back he would find the clog shop resplendent in a new coat of whitewash. One day Doxie startled her uncle by proposing to wear clogs. Other girls of her acquaintance did so, and why should not she? The clogger derided the idea scornfully, but at the same time went off into a long disquisition on the superior comfort and warmth of the articles he manufactured, as compared with the more pretentious and expensive boots. Doxie's mother entered a mild protest, though not in her brother's presence, and Aunt Judy affected to be shocked at the idea. All the same, for the next 2 days Isaac was engaged on an apparently tickle piece of work, about which he and his master held frequent and excited consultations, and on the 3rd day, when she came downstairs, Doxie found the daintiest pair of clogs waiting for her that had ever been seen in Beckside. They were voted quite equal to the wonderful pair in which Dickie G had won the great clog dancing match some time before at Whipham. They had the thinnest and curliest of soles, and the softest possible tops, that were tooled all over with fantastical designs and ornamented with an amazing number of brass eyelet holes. The clasps were brass also, and engraved. The tongue of bright red leather and the edges were faced with the same gorgeous decoration. Now, to the uninitiated, it will doubtless appear that it is not possible to make clogs look pretty, but any Lancashire man or woman can tell you that they are sometimes the very daintiest of foot coverings. And when Doxie put them up on the clog bench and showed them to her uncle, with the neatest little ankle above them you ever saw, none but a hopelessly prejudiced person would have denied that they became their wearer perfectly. Isaac was mightily proud of these masterpieces of his art, and got into serious trouble with his lively sweetheart by indiscreetly enthusiastic descriptions of them. The fact is, they were much too grand to wear, and after the first fancy had died away, Doxie was only too glad to facilitate a general forgetfulness of them as soon as possible. Meanwhile, her undeniable prettiness, her high spirits, her charming freshness, and naivete of manner, together with a most unconventional naturalness and a rare gift of mimicry, were making her increasingly popular, and filling her uncle with a pride in her which, with all his mannerisms, he could not conceal.
"Aw canna tell wheer hoo gets it fra,"
said Lige one day, after Doxie had been convulsing them with a most realistic imitation of last Sunday's preacher, and had disappeared into the parlour.
"Tha conna? Where's the een mon?" replied Sam, looking across the nook with surprise not unmixed with contempt. "Neaw, Aw conna, con tha?" and Lige looked quite defiant. "A mowdywarp could see that." "Well, Aw conna. Wheer does hoo git it?" Sam jerked his left thumb over his shoulder into the corner of the ingle-nook where Jabe was silently smoking, and answered, "Whey, theer, mon, for sewer." Jabe's face assumed a weak, self-conscious smile, and he became suddenly absorbed in the processes of combustion going on in the bowl of his pipe. Lige, looking very incredulous and indignant, disdained to see the slightest similarity, and was just going to say so when Jethro, the knocker-up, broke in. "There's one Longworth as hoo favors at ony rate." "Who's that?" demanded the Clogger sharply. "Her mother." Jabe, who had bent forward slightly with the evident intention of pouncing upon Jethro if he guessed incorrectly, fell quietly back. The flicker of a gratified smile played about the corner of his mouth, and he stared before him in placid content. Jethro's testimony was butter and honey to him. Lige was simply outraged. In his judgment, there could not possibly be a greater difference between two persons than there was between Doxie and her uncle, and to see that ridiculous old man calmly assuming that the dainty and altogether delightful girl was like him stirred Lige's bile. It was miserable, doting hypocrisy. "Whey," he gasped, "wheer's yer een? Wheer's there ony Longworth about her?" "Wheer?" cried the Clogger fiercely. "Wheer's there owt else? Who's Longworth inside and out? Longworth fro' th' top of her yed to th' end of her toes. Longworth i' ivery limb of her body, and ivery drop of her blood. That's what hoo is, and onybody but a lumpyed could see it too." Lige jerked his head back in a hopeless, despairing way, and abandoned the subject, but listened with malicious curiosity a few days later, when Doxie suddenly asked the minister whether he did not think that she was like her uncle. The preacher was about to reply with astonishment that he had never thought of such a thing, but catching a look of almost silly self-complacency on the Clogger's face, he hesitated, pretended to scrutinise both the faces under discussion, and then evaded the question by saying that family likenesses were very interesting studies. "Likenesses?" cried Jabe, who had of late developed an extraordinary interest in the subject. "It's fair cappin'. See you, my mother 'll ne'er be dead while that wench is alive. Who's as straight like her as one pays like another." "Ay, an' if hoo favours thy mother, who favours thee?" began Lige sarcastically. "Thee shut up. Thou favours a grinning jackass, that's what thou favours." And poor Lige relapsed into silence. A day or two after this discussion, Jabe and Lige were seated at the shop fire smoking. It was a fine evening, and the last of the mill hands had gone past the shop, and the flags outside were quiet again, when suddenly Lige cried, "Hoosh!" Both men took their pipes out of their mouths and turned their heads doorwards to listen. There was an approaching hum of voices, and a clatter of clogs on the cobblestones, and all at once the door was burst open, and in rushed Doxie, looking like the proverbial drowned rat, and dripping from head to foot with dirty water. "What the fer—" But Doxie, who was evidently very excited about something, broke in. Drawing herself up to her tallest height, and curling her lips with disdain, whilst her eyes flashed with fiery indignation, she cried, "Uncle Jabez, the Beckside boys are kids. Main cowardly kids." And she threw back her head and stamped her foot until the water from her boots splashed into Lige's face. "Laws a massy wench," cried the Clogger, rising hastily and limping towards her. "Yon bin i'th Beck. Whativer han yo been doin'?" But Doxie's mind was occupied with something much more important than her own condition, and so, stepping back out of his reach until she had had her say, she cried, "Now, Uncle Jabez, I've not been in the Beck. I've been in the mill dam. The boys wouldn't get him out, so a girl had to do it." And there she stood, the very picture of outraged indignation. The Clogger was nearly frantic. He caught the angry and dripping girl by the arm and hastened with her into the parlour, shouting in a terrified voice to Lige to fetch Aunt Judy. As he laid her down on the long settle,
he heard Sam's voice in the shop and called to that worthy to go for the doctor.
"Uncle Jabez, don't be silly,"
cried Doxie, and then, suddenly rising from the settle, she slipped her dress off, and before the clogger could stop her, had rushed upstairs. In a few moments Judy and Doxie's mother arrived, followed immediately by others, and whilst Nancy from the farm opposite hastened to the bedroom, Jabe vainly tried to quiet himself and get some sort of idea of what had occurred. Everybody began to tell him at once, for the shop was full by this time, and one or two had got as far as the parlour. But at that moment the doctor came, and Jabe hurried him upstairs with all sorts of incoherent and contradictory exhortations. As soon as he had looked at the case, Dr. Walmsley called downstairs for brandy, and Jabe, with pitiable moans and face all awork, pushed money into a big boy's hand and hastened him off to the public house. Then Aunt Judy came downstairs in a great hurry for hot water, and her agitated brother scalded her hands by precipitately turning the boiler tap before she was ready for him. The next 10 minutes were terrible to the clogger. The brandy had arrived, the hot water had been carried upstairs, and he was limping backwards and forwards across the parlour floor in intensest impatience, when suddenly a clear voice called downstairs, "Uncle Jabez!" A gush of emotion rushed into the clogger's face, and hastening to the stair-foot, he cried, What, wench?" "Aunt Judy has spoilt your best Sandy Dicky!" And Jabe, with shining eyes and shaking lips, burst out, "Bless the Lord!" though we suppose the ejaculation must be taken as an expression of gratitude and relief, rather than as a note of joy for the soiling of a garment of which he was now so proud. In a short time the doctor returned to the parlour, and announced that the patient was not in any danger, but would probably be all right after a basin of gruel and a good night's rest. Then Jabe's friends began to gather, all filled with wonder, for it appeared that Doxie had jumped into the mill dam and rescued a boy from drowning, and though the clogger and his friends marvelled greatly at her daring act, their deepest astonishment was reserved for the, to them, unheard of wonder, a girl who could swim. End of chapter 6. Chapter 7 of Doxie Dent by John Ackworth. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Mysterious occurrences. A girl who could swim! And, more astounding still, a girl who, upon a sudden emergency, had coolness and nerve enough to use her unwomanly acquirement with the utmost promptitude. If an hour ago anyone had told the Clog Shop cronies that such a thing was possible, he would have been laughed at for his pains, and here was the thing actually accomplished before their very eyes. The circle round the fire was unusually large, and Jabe basked in the rays of a dazzling vicarious popularity. Doxie's triumph was his, and he leant his back against the chimney jamb, pursed out his lips, and gazed steadfastly at the top of a pile of owlerwood clog blocks, with a look of complacent pride, whilst Jethro gave the details of this astonishing achievement. Doxie, it appeared, had been making a call upon the Yateses at Beckbottom, and of course had to pass through the mill yard as she returned. It was about the time that the hands were leaving work. The footpath skirted one corner of the reservoir and formed the bank of the dam. Near the corner, a long pipe or series of pipes ran out into the middle of the reservoir. The bank near the pipes was generally fenced off to keep out intruders, but on this particular day the engineers had been doing some repairs to the valves that worked the pipes, and had not finished when the mill stopped for the day, and so they had left the fencing reared against the boiler-house wall, thinking that no harm could be done in one night. They had scarcely gone, however, when some of the boys employed at the mill came along, and seeing their opportunity, were playing blonde-in upon the big pipes not many minutes after the engineers had left. Just as Doxie came up to the corner, a cry of "Here, lads!" was raised, and the firemen came rushing out of the engine-house, shouting and threatening as he came along. The boys on the pipes turned to come back, but the one nearest the end, having farther to go than the rest, made the greater haste, with the consequence that in stepping over a joint he caught his foot, and with a startled cry fell into the dam. Doxie screamed, the fireman threw up his arms in alarm and rushed away after a rope, and the rest of the boys turned tail and fled, for they knew the mill dam better than Doxie, and were fully aware that their comrade was not in any great danger. And now the frightened girl's fear gave way to amazed indignation. She glanced hastily at the runaways, then turned to look at the drowning boy, then back at the fugitives, and then, before anybody could stop her, or indeed comprehend what she was doing, she slipped off her shawl, ran nimbly along the pipes, and dropped into the water. In a moment or two she had dragged the struggling lad near enough to the side of the dam to enable him to find his feet and walk out. It was really not much of a rescue, except for the fact that a girl had made it. She only had to swim some 3 or 4 yards, but she was the only person there who did not know the depth of the dam, and we must give her credit at any rate for her heroic intentions. All this and much more was told by the enthusiastic admirers who gathered round the Clog Shop fire, and Jabe listened as to sweetest music. In the midst of the conversation, however, the parlour door opened gently, and Doxie's mother, with mystery and importance on her face, beckoned to Jabe. "She wants Sam," she whispered, when the Clogger had got near enough to hear, and Jabe, surprised and a little piqued, glanced surlily at his lieutenant, and jerked his thumb over his shoulder. "What lad were it?" he asked, as he resumed his seat after the parlour door had closed, and suddenly remembered a question he had been on the point of asking several times before. "Wha were it? Well, they may know that by axing," answered Lige. "Well, wha? Wha's all the lumber as goes on about here? Nor the little twin. It were nobody else." Jabe threw up his head and elevated his eyebrows as if to show that though he ought to be surprised, he was not, and then glanced round from one of his companions to the other, that he might receive their ample confirmations of his own feelings. "If that young wastrel dies in his bed, I'm a Dutchman," he said at length with intense conviction. "That sort never does die. They liven to spite folk," added Nathan the smith. "It licks me wheer he gets it," pondered Jabe. "And me too," sighed Jethro, who had his own reasons for perplexity about the vagaries of heredity. And as the conversation maundered fitfully on, and became less and less interesting, Jabe began to cast impatient glances towards the parlour door, and when at length it opened, and Sam came sauntering into the shop, he looked so self-satisfied and even conceited that Jabe became instantly angry, and though consumed with curiosity as to what Doxie had wanted Sam for, he put on an air of ostentatious indifference, and tried to continue the suspended conversation in supreme unconsciousness of his presence. To increase his vexation, the assembled company seemed to think that the occasion demanded a prolonged sitting, and even his most palpable hints were disregarded. Then Aunt Judy called him into the parlour, and explained that Doxie was now fast asleep and must not be awakened, and so he must get his friends to depart as quietly as possible, and be careful to make no noise when he went to bed. He asked his sister what the girl had wanted Sam for, but he could not help seeing that she evaded the question, and as Doxie's mother at that moment came softly downstairs, the 2 women departed, and Jabe had to go back to the ingle-nook without having satisfied his curiosity. One by one his friends departed, and at last the Clogger was alone, and began to prepare for retiring. After making up the fire in case of emergency, and saying his prayers on the hearthstone, the Clogger began to steal softly upstairs. He winced and uttered smothered anathemas as the stairs most aggravatingly creaked under his weight. Then he started, and fell clumsily against the stair-rail as one of Doxie's kittens, with a spit and a sputter, whisked suddenly past him, and nearly jumped out of his skin as the old long-cased clock at the head of the stairs commenced to strike. A step or two more, and he stood at Doxie's bedroom door, which was partly closed. He held his breath and listened. All was perfectly still, and as he was too far away from the bed to hear the occupant's breathing, a sense of eerie quiet came over him, and with a nervous glance around he turned and crept up the 3 remaining steps to his own room. All his life Jabe had been accustomed to go to bed in the dark, but tonight, although he had company in the house, he felt strangely timid. He had just groped to the nail where his old verge watch usually hung, and was fumbling for his watch key, when suddenly he heard a most unearthly "phew." The key dropped from his nerveless hand, his heart seemed to have suddenly come into his mouth, and he peered through the gloom, afraid of what he might see. Then he remembered the young cat, and calling himself an owd numyed, he stooped down to feel on the floor for his key. Whatever could it be? It certainly could not be the cat, for unless he was very much mistaken, the sound came from Doxie's room, and he had seen the pussy go downstairs. Something was the matter with his niece. Either she was choking or dreaming, or had gone off into convulsions. But danger to her was more terrible than to himself, and so, though he went cold all over and began to perspire profusely, he ventured towards the opposite door. He stood listening intently for some time, and then, as he heard nothing, he cautiously pushed open the door until he could see the dim outline of the bed. As far as he could make out, all seemed right. Then he took a step forward and put his head into the room. "Doxie," he cried in a loud whisper, "will I come in?" No answer. "Doxie!" Still no answer. Perplexed and yet emboldened, he stepped up to the bedside and bent over. There lay Doxie, calm and still, and apparently breathing easily. He stood looking at her intently for a moment, tried to swallow some uncomfortable something in his throat, and only partly succeeded. Bent down, as if about to kiss her, then wavered, and drew back, and finally, after a sigh and another long look, he limped softly away. It took him some minutes to calm himself, but presently he began to prepare to get into bed. He had undressed and was standing in his shirt, listening once more when he was startled again by that indescribable sound. With a cry and a leap, in spite of his lameness, he sprang to the stairhead, and as he did so, a light silvery laugh broke upon his ear, and Doxie cried out, "What's the matter, Uncle Jabez?" "Matter? Buggets is the matter. Owd Nick's the matter. We're bewitched, wench, and you heard nowt." "Ow, Uncle, what a goose you are! Bring a light and come here." Jabe did as he was told, though not exactly without tremors, and when he returned and entered his niece's bedroom, he found her sitting up in bed and blinking her eyes at the light. She looked undeniably pretty in her white nightdress and long flowing hair, but if Jabe had been less disturbed, he would have noticed that her face was flushed a little, and there was laughter in her eyes. "Whatever is the matter, Uncle?" "Matter? And you heard nowt?" "Heard what?" "A sound like 100 ghosts skriking. It fair krilled me and set me o'er of a whacker." "Was it anything like this?" And the wicked little tormentor turned her head away and bent down over the bedclothes on the other side, and then suddenly whisking round again with a long black thing held to her lips, she sent forth a sound so weird and awesome that Jabe declared afterwards he hoped he would never hear the like of it again. And then it all came back to the clogger. The long black thing was a clarionet, which Luke Yates had offered to lend Doxie as a means of inducing her to visit his wife. She had been to fetch it, and was returning when the drowning incident occurred. In the excitement of the rescue she had forgotten exactly what she had done with it, and had sent Sam Speck to find it for her. Sam had not succeeded without difficulty, for the instrument had been picked up and carried away. He had recovered it eventually, and brought it according to Doxie's express directions straight to her, avoiding the shop by using the front door of the house. It happened that she was awake after a first sleep when the clogger went upstairs to bed, and noting the clumsy care he was taking to avoid making any noise, the idea had come into her head to try to frighten him, with such results as we already know. The latter part of this explanation was given afterwards, but as Jabe stood by his niece's bed and looked at the clarionet, he perfectly understood both how she had become possessed of it, and how it was that as her unaccustomed lips played upon it, he did not recognise the sound. Jabe looked very sour at first, and was inclined to resent the trick, but when she put her lips to the mouthpiece and produced once more the indescribable sounds that had alarmed him so much, the arch look on her face and the infectious fun in her eyes were too much for him, and 5 minutes later he was sitting by the bedside and giving her an impromptu lesson in the art of playing it. When the doctor came to visit his patient next morning, he found her up and dressed, and as bright and merry as ever. As he entered, he was greeted with an unearthly, ear-splitting "Wheek," and turning towards the fireplace, he found Doxie seated in the short, high-backed long settle, red in the face, and with puffed-out cheeks, vainly endeavouring to produce something like a proper note from the clarionet. Meanwhile, the other chief actor in the scene at the reservoir was receiving very different treatment from that meted out to Doxie. He was as unpopular as the clogger's niece was popular. It was not merely that he was nowt. That was a common complaint amongst Beckside boys, and natural, and its inevitableness made it endurable, while its universality made it in some sense understandable. But this boy was incomprehensible. Everybody found him interesting, most of them painfully so, but nobody found him satisfactory. The Clog Shop oracles disliked him chiefly, perhaps because he made their tentative diagnoses of his character look ridiculous, and belied all their predictions. His companions, if he could be said really to have such, were tantalised by the fact that though the smallest boy of his age in the village, he was out of all comparison the most commanding and resourceful, and whenever he was o'er-eat and chose to assert his ascendancy, boy life was worth living in the village. But as he was seldom o'er-eat for many days together, there were great dreary blanks in the lives of his followers, and Beckside became a waste, howling wilderness. The schoolmistress confided to her friend, the doctor's wife, that for days together she had scarcely patience to speak to him, and was constantly praying for the day to come when his schooling would be ended, and then he would suddenly make her an answer revealing a true inwardness and power of seeing through things, which made her turn her head away and feel as though she wanted to cry with mournful delight. Long Ben, his father, was secretly afraid of him. The minister's references to mysterious crosses always seemed to him to be expressions of pastoral sympathy with him in his fatherly trials, and he spent much of his time raking up memories of his own boyhood and comparing them with the vagaries of his son, in order to settle with himself whether the latter were not the penalties in kind for the former. Mrs. Ben had a theory of her own upon the matter, and imparted to her particular friends certain strictly private details of mysterious events which occurred to her in the days immediately preceding the birth of the twins, especially elaborating a passage of arms which he had with a gypsy woman who was impudent, and who went away muttering some most awful and incomprehensible words. Andrew, as he was called, had been to the penitent form at the chapel 3 times. On the first 2 occasions he had enjoyed an instant rehabilitation of reputation, but on the third he was left severely to himself, and it was only regarded as in strict keeping with his character that his 3rd attempt at reformation lasted longer than either of the others. Nobody liked to teach him in the Sunday school, but that was quite as much because of the aggravating questions he would ask, and the malicious persistence with which he would stick to them, as it was because of any ordinary misbehaviour. He was never still for 2 minutes together in school on Sundays, and yet his knowledge of Scripture was not only wide but very complete, and he seemed to have a special capacity for remembering details. He divided the preachers into 2 classes, To the one he listened sometimes with contemptuous toleration, and sometimes with restive and indignant impatience, and to the other he paid an attention that was almost more than flattering, and could recite long extracts from the sermons of some of the great pulpit princes of the day. Everything that was in print and came within his reach he had read, and he could reel off from memory whole paragraphs of Macaulay's essays. His very language was bookish, and it was one of his many peculiarities that when most excited his utterances had least of dialect in them. Since leaving school he had been at nearly every occupation that Beckside and its neighbourhood provided, but he had never stuck to any business more than a few weeks. He got on best at the mill, and whenever he was sent home from other situations he found refuge there. At Beckside a high forehead was taken as an outward and visible sign of intellect, but Andrew could scarcely be said to have any brow at all, for his thick black hair came to within speaking distance of his equally thick eyebrows, and except that his forehead was somewhat broader than common, it was in danger of being lost sight of altogether. The sedate people of the village doubted whether he was altogether compos mentis, but little Eli the herbalist, who, though a somewhat questionable character, was admitted to be a knowing sort of person, declared that he had more brains than all Beckside put together. The boy was an undersized, sallow-faced little fellow, with deep, fathomless black eyes, and a mouth and chin that forbade liberties. In temper he was notoriously impulsive and uncertain, and had the reputation of being fickle, but every now and again he surprised those who studied him by sudden fits of industry and painstaking patience. He loved his married sister to distraction, and despised with equal ardour all other members of the sex. Nobody in Beckside pretended to understand him, least of all his parents, and therefore everybody agreed in disliking him. But even his severest censor admitted in him a fierce and intolerant love of truth. In a word, Andrew was, according to common-sense Lancashire ways of thinking, impossible. All the practical qualities seemed somehow to have been left out of him, and those who knew him best prophesied ominously of his future. You never knew where you had him, and his conduct was a long succession of disappointments. This, then, was the youth Doxie had pulled out of the dam, and was now anxious to visit, and the above description is a summary of the information Jabe gave his niece over the dinner-table when she announced her intention of going to see him immediately after she had washed up the pots. End of chapter 7. Chapter 8 of Doxie Dent by John Ackworth. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Doxie at class. Good afternoon, Mrs. Barber. I've come to see how Andy is. And Doxie, dressed in her Sunday best, and looking very bright and winsome, smiled gaily into Mrs. Ben's face as she opened the door. He's there. He can speak for hissel. And Andy's mother led the way into the house with a stern and sadly reproachful look on her usually cheerful countenance. Doxie felt embarrassed. There was an air of depression and gloom about the parlour, in spite of the hot, piled-up fire that chilled her. Andrew was evidently in deepest disgrace. He was seated close to the fire with a thick quilt of patchwork drawn tightly round his lower limbs, a heavy shawl round his shoulders, bandages that were so numerous as to make his neck look as thick as the rest of his body under his chin, and a red cotton handkerchief, the ends of which met in a great knot on his crown, and gave him the appearance of having horns round his head. Very little of his face was visible, but what there was had an expression of comic wretchedness and sulky resignation on it that secretly tickled Doxie immensely. "Well, Andy, I'm sorry to say you're so poorly," she said, struggling to keep a straight face. Andy's mother uttered a long, dismal groan. "Are you very bad, Andy?" Another fearful groan from Mrs. Ben. It was all Doxie could do to prevent herself from laughing outright, but Andy neither moved nor spoke. "The way of transgressors is hard," quoted the mother in solemn, impressive tones. Doxie turned her face away and, noticing a chair on the opposite side of the fireplace, dropped into it. Mrs. Benn moved about her duties for a moment or two, during which her visitor was nerving herself to look at the grotesque culprit opposite, and with a portentous face, glancing across at her son, but speaking to Doxie, she said, "Where would his soul have been if you hadn't a pooed him out?" "But, Mrs. Barber, it wasn't very deep, you—" began Doxie, but the mother gave her a secret nudge and went on. "And what becomes of childer as breaks the parents' hearts?" Doxie felt that Mrs. Benn was expecting sympathy from her, and so, with a faint little sigh, she looked across at the muffled boy, and slowly shook her head. And then, as another thought struck her, she asked, "But what is he muffled up like that for? Has he caught cold?" "Cowd? How could he be that waiter all that time back catching cowd? Aw'm trying to sweet it out on him. Aw'd bile him if Aw could sweet th' bad out on him. That's what Aw'd do." Doxie felt her interest in the culprit reviving. She had perhaps more than her share of woman's eccentric taste for unsatisfactory characters, and had come for the purpose of studying this strange example of all a boy ought not to be. But though Andy had muttered something in reply to his mother's last remark, it was clear that he had no intention of taking further part in the conversation, and so, after lingering for decency's sake a few minutes longer, Doxie presently rose to go. "He's a weary handful, he is that wench," whispered Mrs. Benn impressively as she let her visitor out. "If nobody were i' heaven out o' th' road. Good day, wench, and thank you kindly." As she went up the brew, Doxie did not know whether to be amused or disappointed. As soon, however, as she saw her uncle, the comic side of the subject got the better of her, and with somebody to talk to, she soon became quite animated in her descriptions of the absurd appearance of Andy and the lugubrious solemnity of his mother. 2 days later, as Doxie was leaving the chapel yard where she had been visiting Sniggy Parkin's wife, who was ill, she happened to glance up the road towards Duxbury as she approached the gate, and observed Andy coming down the hill. His appearance reminded her of the slouching youths she had occasionally seen in London. Not a single garment he wore seemed to fit him, and he was a striking contrast to most of the village folk, for she had noticed again and again that though Becksiders as a rule looked neat and becoming in their everyday clothes, they seemed awkward and ill at ease in their Sunday best. Andy looked as awkward as the worst of them, though his garments were much too shabby to be taken for Sunday ones. Not a single garment seemed to fit. His trousers hung in baggy puckers about his feet, and as if to compensate for their excessive length, his coat sleeves were a couple of inches too short and showed his wristbands, whilst his head was nearly buried in an old billycock that might easily have been his father's. As he approached, Doxie noticed that he was walking with his head down, and was evidently preoccupied, for he was muttering to himself in a rapid, jerky manner, and had evidently not seen her. She drew the gate to as he came up, and with this as a sort of defence, she leaned over and challenged him. "Is that you, Andy?" Andy pulled up suddenly, looked vacantly round for a moment, and then, noticing the speaker, he drew together his thick brows with a scowl, and answered, "Aye, it's me, a brand plucked from the burning." "But it wasn't burning you were plucked from, it was drowning." "Girl," and Andrew clenched his fist and held it out sternly. "It was burning, everlasting burning, hellfire burning." With an amused expression, Doxie tossed back her hair and folded her white arms over the gate. Andrew was interesting after all. "Why, Andy, you talk like a preacher." "Preacher? I'm a prodigal, a hypocrite, a double-dipped Judas, that's what I am." Now Doxie always found the tendency of her Beckside friends to drop into theological phraseology somewhat confusing, but as Andy's tragic look and manner were very entertaining, she dropped into a sympathetic tone and said, with a hypocritical little sigh, "Are you so very bad, Andy?" "Bad!" And now for the first time she saw how intensely in earnest he was. "Bad! and for the next minute or more Andrew poured out such a tale of self-accusatory lamentation expressed in such long exaggerated scriptural quotations that Doxie was quite appalled. "Never mind, Andy," she replied. "You'll soon be all right again." As she spoke she opened the gate and stepped to his side. "Don't take on, poor boy," and she leaned towards him in such a soothing manner and smiled into his eyes with such touching sympathy that any ordinary boy would have been comforted. But Andrew only drew absently away from her and went on with his self-denunciations. Doxie was inclined to be piqued. She was quite old enough to be aware of the influence of her personality on the opposite sex, but it was painfully clear to her that Andrew was impervious to it, and was only concerned about his own spiritual troubles. Presently she had an inspiration. She really knew very little of Methodism and its peculiar institutions, but since her coming to Beckside she had formed certain decided ideas about some of its arrangements, and so she turned suddenly round to her companion and asked, "Andy, why don't you go to class?" "Class!" shouted Andrew as he sprang further away from her. "That's it! They win at me. I've been, and they win at me. They ain't cast me out, and I deserve it, and more, 10 times more." Doxie was clearly out of her depth. This was a kind of trouble she had never met before and did not understand. She stood looking at her companion a little while, then she sighed in a helpless sort of way, glanced down the road, turned hesitatingly towards her companion, and then, touching the top button of his coat with a caressing little movement, she said coaxingly, "Tell me all about it, Andy." Andrew looked as if he thought that would be a useless occupation, but after glancing towards the village in the same direction as Doxie had looked a moment before, he heaved a heavy sigh and told his tale. He was bad, awfully, irretrievably bad. He had been browt in 3 times, and now had upon his soul all the accumulated guilt of a triple backsliding. All his friends regarded his recent drowning as an act of aggravated depravity, and he himself felt it to be a manifestation of special mercy intended for the purpose of giving him one last chance. He had resolved to turn o'er gradely, and had gone to class as a commencement, but Jabe had declared he would have "no wibble-wobble wastrels there," and so he was cast out of the synagogue, rejected of God and men, a wanderer like Cain on the face of the earth. All this sounded to Doxie very melodramatic, and but for the deep sad earnestness in Andrew's eyes she would have laughed. Her own religious education had been of a miscellaneous and eclectic character, in consequence partly of the frequent changes of residence she had made, and the religious jargon of her uncle and his friends was so much Greek to her, whilst the various phases of religious life experienced and confessed by her Beckside acquaintances utterly bewildered her. It seemed to her, however, that if Andrew was the harum-scarum scapegrace she had always been given to understand he was, this present distress of his ought to be regarded as a hopeful sign and encouraged, and she was at a loss to comprehend why her uncle should have refused to allow him to return to his neglected class. She began to pity Andrew, and to feel her interest in his character deepening. If only he would show the slightest sign that he felt her personality, she could have taken up his cause and championed it valiantly. But to him she was obviously only the instrument by whom divine forbearance had been shown, and he gave not the least evidence of his consciousness of the charms of her sex. When he had done, she offered him her sympathy, and urged him to try her uncle once more, but the lad only shook his head, and went off into another long description of his own lost and rejected condition. Presently they parted, and as she came down the hill, Doxie happened to glance towards the garden behind her uncle's house, and there, glaring fiercely over the palings, stood the clogger, stern, rigid, and wrathful. He had evidently seen her talking to Andrew, and she knew by his look what to expect. She felt a little resentful, and her sympathy for the boy she had left deepened, but beyond a sour look and a gruff reply as she spoke to him in passing through the shop, Jabez made no allusion to what he had seen, and it was only by his taciturnity over the tea-table that she could judge that he was displeased. Next day, as Jabe and Sam were sitting over the fire, Doxie joined them and produced her clarionet, upon which she began to play as best she could. "Uncle," she said presently, removing the instrument from her lips and looking musingly at the fire, "what do they do at class meetings?" Jabe looked surprised, but leaning back against the chimney-jamb and removing his pipe from his lips, he replied, "Oh, they singen and talk and pray." "What do they talk about?" "The souls." Doxie put the clarionet to her lips absently, and then removing it again, said, "I should like to go to class, I think." An amused expression came upon Sam's small face, but before he could speak, the clogger, with a slow shake of the head, answered, "Classes is nobbut for Christians." "Well, I'm a Christian, ain't I?" Jabe looked puzzled. What embarrassing questions this girl did ask, and how woefully ignorant she was of theology. "He means members, you know. Member of society," said Sam. "All right, I'll be a member." An exclamation of surprise and remonstrance broke from the clogger, and he flung his short leg over the other and pulled at his pipe excitedly. He would have told anybody else that men were lost sinners, born in sin and shapen in iniquity, that they would have to come under conviction and repent and go to the penitent form before they were fit for class, but somehow he felt that these pet phrases did not fit Doxie. A momentary misgiving as to the infallibility of his cherished theological convictions passed through his mind, to be replaced almost instantly by a rebuking sense of his own cowardice now that his affections were involved in the matter. "Get on with your playin', woman," he growled uneasily. "But I should like to go, really." "You'll have to speak, you know, if you do," said Sam, with an amused twinkle in his eye. "Spake? What for? What about? What shall I have to say?" "Tell your experience." "Experience? What is that? I haven't any. I never had." And the girl looked somewhat woebegone. "Shut up with thee, lumpyhead," cried Jabe testily to Sam. But just then the door opened, and two of the cronies came in, upon which Doxie beat a retreat into the parlour, and Sam chuckled to himself as if he realised the fix his old friend would be in if his niece persisted. For the next hour or so the clogger was very uneasy and snappish. He had not the courage to forbid the proposed visit of his niece, but all the same he felt it was shamefully irregular, and was also conscious that in her presence he would not be quite at home with his work as leader. Somehow he had a presentiment that she might attempt to speak, and a cold chill went down his back as he thought of the frank, uncompromising things she might say. Or it was quite as likely that the irrepressible fun of her nature might lead her to see the comic side, if there was one, of the meeting, and if it did, but that was too awful a contingency to contemplate. At last an idea occurred to him, and though it wanted half an hour to class time, he hastened to carry it out. He would go to class as he was, and without his second-best coat or his book, and evade his mischievous niece in that way. No sooner thought of than done. He sauntered quietly to the door, opened it with the most careless look he could assume, limped carefully over the step, and was just closing the door after him when the parlour door opened, and there stood Doxie, dressed and ready for the meeting. "Uncle, you're forgetting your book," she cried, as she handed it to him, and then, glancing at his attire, "and you're never going to meeting with your shop coat. Oh, you careless man! What would become of you if I were not here?" Jabe wished from the bottom of his heart that she were not there, but before he could speak she had pushed him into the parlour and was reaching his other coat for him. He was just boiling over. He simply could not talk to his members with her laughing eyes watching him. He must stop her at any cost. But just then Doxie brought the coat, and helping him on with it, she put her warm face over his shoulder until he could feel the velvet touch of her cheek against his, and said in her most wheedling tones, "I shall hear your experience, shan't I, uncle? Oh, I shall enjoy it, I know, I shall." What could the clogger do after that? The puckers on his face went off in a reluctant, protesting grin, and with a helpless sigh he allowed himself to be led off to the meeting. Doxie chattered away in the gayest manner as they went up the brew, but her uncle only answered in surly grunts. Now this was the very first private meeting that Doxie had ever attended, and as she approached the vestry she became conscious of sudden soberness. The night was warm and bright, but as she entered the room a chilly feeling came over her. Though they were somewhat early, 2 women had already taken their places on the side bench and were sitting stiff and motionless with their eyes fixed on the floor. They did not move their heads even when she and her uncle entered, but when the clogger, after hanging up his hat, pulled out a large red cotton handkerchief and spreading it upon the floor, knelt upon it at the side of the table, giving vent as he did so to a sighing groan, the women responded with softer sighs, which were evidently meant to be sympathetic. Doxie felt distinctly depressed, and as others now began to arrive, dropping on their knees and imitating Jabe's lugubrious groan as they did so, the atmosphere became chillier than ever, and she felt as if she dare not move. She sat at the fireplace end of the bench and farthest away from the door, and between her and the entrance was a row of members. Some of them were contemplating the floor with sad, restrained looks. The males had cocked their heads back against the wall and had their faces turned towards the ceiling, but their eyes were tightly shut, and every now and again one of them would emit a half-articulate groan, to which the others would make a faint echo. But at that moment her uncle gave out the hymn, and glanced round gravely towards Jethro, who was sitting next to Doxie, evidently inviting him to start the tune. The knocker-up was not quite ready, and so Jabe, who was leaning with his back against the chimney-piece, shot out his strong leg towards the table some 2 yards away, as though he were taking a running jump, and swinging forward upon it, he started off in a high key, just as he reached the top of his swing, "Soldiers of Christ, arise!" The rest promptly rose to their feet and joined in, but Doxie's sense of the ridiculous was tickled as she observed that Jethro and Lige, who were the representatives of an older order of things, disdained the use of hymn-books, and, turning their backs to the company, sang with their faces towards the wall and their eyes closed, whilst Jabe and Sniggy Parkin beat time with their hymn-books and feet. Doxie rather enjoyed the brisk old Cranbrook tune, but the prayer and the responses to it were all so mournful that they brought back the gloomy feeling, and made her repent that she had come. Then Jabe told his experience, and his niece was disappointed again, for the clogger was embarrassed by her presence, and had not liberty. Then they sang a verse of a hymn, and as they repeated the last line, Jabe limped over and stood right before Job Sharples. "Now, Job, how's it with thee?" Job heaved a long sigh, and the rest emitted long attenuated echoes of it. He thanked God for what he were and where he were. He'd had ups and downs, but no ins and outs. He'd had his troubles and trials, but the Lord had pooed him through, etc., etc. Although this was quite a new experience to Doxie, she began to feel tired of it, and counted the members present to see how soon it would be over. Then Jabe passed on to Owd Murray Jane. This woman was in Doxie's eyes one of the most uninteresting persons in the village. When invited to tell her experience, she drew her thin black shawl tight around her, rose slowly to her feet, nipped her eyes close together as if in pain, and then reeled off 2 or 3 of the phrases that had been used by Job and the leader. But all at once she dropped into narrative, and Doxie pricked her ears to listen. Some weeks before, Mary Jane's last lodger had left her without paying his score, and she had been reduced to the direst straits. Willie Everything, the shopkeeper, had sauced her, and refused to trust her any more. She had been so reduced that she had not a penny to pay her class money, and the devil had tempted her to stay away. She had yielded to the temptation, and had felt all the worse in consequence. Then the enemy had accused her of robbing the Lord to feed herself, and she had been very ill off and downcast. but at last, after wrestling with her enemy on her knees, she had received strength and had cried in her desperation, "Brass or no brass, Aw's goo to me class," and so the Lord had delivered her, as "He allus had done, bless his name." Mary Jane was in tears before she got halfway through this testimony, and when at last she fell back into her seat, there was a loud hum of smothered and quavering responses, and Doxie, with shining eyes, felt inclined to rush over and hug the dear old woman.
"Ah, owd lumpyed," burst out the Clogger in choking tones, "has no more sense nor tak ony notice o' him. He's the feyther o' Lies, woman. See thee, if iver tha mentions brass i' this class again, an' if iver tha stops away because tha hes none, Aw'll cross thi name off the books, that's what Aw'll do. Naa, Liger, how is it wi' thee?"
Lige and the woman who followed were as stale to Doxie as Jabe and Job had been, and she was just beginning to feel impatient for the close when a diversion occurred. Her verse had been sung, and the leader had moved on to Nancy of the Fold, when a footfall was heard on the step outside, the door opened, and in stepped, though very sheepishly, Andrew Barber. Doxie gave an involuntary start, and the others raised their drooping eyes. A deadly silence fell upon the room, when suddenly Jabe wheeled round, and facing the intruder, demanded in sternest tones, "What's browt thee here?" Andrew stood, cap in hand, in the doorway, with a half-desperate, half-appealing look on his face, and presently he said, "I mean it this time, Jabe. I do forsooa."
"Ay, Aw mean it," shouted the Clogger, limping angrily into the middle of the room. "Th' class one wick and th' lone end t'other may do for some folk, but it winna do for me. Get out o' me seat, tha gallus wastrel, tha."
The lone end was the rendezvous of the village roughs, and though Andrew was bad enough, this was an exaggeration of his wickedness that rather disturbed Lige, and so that worthy moved uneasily in his seat, and at last ventured, "Let th' lad come in wi' thee." In a moment Jabe had whipped round, and fixing upon the shrinking speaker an annihilating glare, he demanded, "Do Aw lead this class, or thee?" Lige stole a sheepish glance at Doxie, and then stared stolidly at the window opposite, and the electric silence was softly broken by Jethro, who, rubbing his bare chin nervously, murmured, "Try again."
"Try?" retorted the Clogger hotly. "Haven't Aw tried him 3 times? He's a Reuben, a blash boggart Balaam, as weak as waiter, that's what he is."
Another awkward pause followed, during which Doxie could hear her heart beat, and Jabe was just turning round to fall upon the hapless boy in the doorway, when Jethro, with another awkward rub at his chin, muttered, 70 times 7. An audible murmur of approval came from 2 or 3, but as Jabe turned to look at them, those who were thus incriminated bent their heads, and so he was compelled to fall back on Jethro.
"Speak out, mon, speak out. Dunna sit chunner in theer like a grinning jackass. Open thee mouth."
But Jethro had no more to say, and so after waiting for a moment or two, the Clogger turned to Andrew and demanded sternly,
"Art goin' or thar artna?"
Andrew drew himself up a little, and looked so disappointed and sad that Doxie's heart went out to him. Then he raised his hand to his head and put on his cap, saying in slow, sorrowful tones as he did so,
"I thowt, as if yo had pity on me, there met ha' been a chance for me wi' God. But naa—"
But here he broke down, and putting his hand to his eyes to hide the shame of tears, he opened the door and was gone. Doxie went suddenly cold all over. An exclamation of protesting pity broke from her. She started to her feet after the retreating youth, but at that moment the gentle, nervous Jethro sprang up and blocked her way, and as she sank back in angry grief into her seat, the knocker-up stepped over to the table against which the irate Clogger was standing, and striking it heavily with his clenched fist, he cried vehemently, "It's wrong, Jabez! It's hard-hurted self-righteousness!
It's fantasy work. Would him as stood up for th' bad woman ha' done it? Would him as looked at Peter ha' done it? Does ca' this strengthening th' weak hands and confirming th' feeble knees? Aw'm shamed for thee, Jabez. Aw'm shamed for thee.
And as Jethro sank back into his seat, Doxie, who was still standing, caught him impulsively round the neck, and pressing her wet cheek to his, she cried, "Bless you, Jethro! God bless you!" End of chapter 8. Chapter 9 of Doxie Dent by John Ackworth. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A disturber of the peace. It was impossible to continue the class meeting after the scene described in the last chapter, and though Jabe gave out a hymn, it dragged heavily, and everybody seemed glad when it was finished. Luckily, and yet surprisingly to Doxie, the clogger brought his usual associates back with him to the shop, even Jethro coming with the rest. Around the fire they resumed the discussion of the event that had just taken place, and Doxie in the parlour could hear their voices raised in excited debate. For herself she was full of sympathy with Andrew, and of concern as to what he might do. She also felt that what had taken place had left upon her mind a distinct dislike for the class, and she found herself vowing that nothing should ever induce her to become a member. As for the clogger, he had all the surliness of a man who has done wrong, but wishes to convince himself that he has not, and he was secretly very uneasy as to the impression Doxie had gained of the meeting. He longed to see her a member, but he realised that the events of the evening were not likely to have prejudiced her towards his favourite institution, and this made him unable to forgive Andrew. He would have laughed at the idea of being in any sense jealous of the lad, and yet he was quite disturbed at seeing Doxie and him so friendly. He suspected now, when he came to think of everything, that Doxie had wanted to go to class because she had some idea that Andrew might turn up, and this hardened him still more. The impetuous way in which Doxie had acted towards Jethro after his daring speech also annoyed him. He could scarcely tell why. Moreover, Jethro's hot words had moved him more than he cared to admit, but as they made him look unjust in his own eyes, he liked the lad no better for that. Long Ben, Andrew's father, was present at the Inglenook discussion, and when Jabe discovered that his old friend was greatly disturbed at what had taken place, he felt angrier than ever with Andrew as the cause of all these troubles. One thing was clear to him: Doxie must never be allowed to come under the influence of such a youth, and so he must be increasingly watchful to prevent them meeting oftener than was absolutely unavoidable. It was several days before Jabe could muster courage to discuss the matter with Doxie, but when he did so, and allowed her to do most of the talking, he soon found that his fears were justified. She was ready to champion the cause of Andrew to any length, and she was not prepared to hear anything said in favour of his own cherished class meeting. As the days passed over one by one, and she did not see the boy, Doxie grew anxious about him, and every day found her more in sympathy with him, and more concerned as to the consequences of his rejection. At last she did see him, but the occasion, whilst it somewhat allayed her fears, altogether upset her ideas of him, and filled her with wonder. A great noise burst suddenly upon her ears one night as she sat, softly playing on her clarionet, and rushing to the window and lifting the corner of the blind, she saw a crowd of youths and young men evidently absorbed in some most entertaining sport. They had a donkey in the midst of them, and its rider, who was evidently the leader of the sports, presently turned his head so that she could see his face. It was Andrew, and she learnt immediately that he was riding the Stang for Simeon Slack, who was suspected of conjugal unfaithfulness. At any rate, it was quite evident that his heart was not broken, and if only her uncle had had the discretion to say nothing, she would probably have seen that her sympathy had been to a large extent wasted. But Jabe did not do that. He saw the Stang rider, and came hurrying into the parlour to show him to Doxie, and she, as he expatiated on his own superior penetration in detecting the changeful and unreliable character of Andrew, hardened into a stronger endorsement of the boy than ever. So the summer passed quickly away, and the winter came, and Andrew, who seemed, for lack of success in any other calling, to have settled down into a common mill hand, passed his 16th birthday, and was much the same inscrutable, unsatisfactory character as he had always been. And though he and Doxie met oftener than most people supposed, she confessed to herself that she knew no more of him than she had done at the first, and had a chronic but shy grievance against him because he still remained impervious to the influence of her sex, and showed not the least inclination to admire her in the sense that she was now old enough to desire. It astonished her also to discover that, so far from resenting the popular estimate of his character, Andrew seemed to agree with it, and once or twice expressed himself in what was to her awful language on the subject of original depravity, using his own fallen and hardened condition as the most apposite illustration he could think of. Meanwhile, she had made considerable progress in learning to play the clarionet, which Luke Yates had now formally presented to her, and had fallen into the habit of joining Jabe and his fellow musicians at their intermittent band practices. Her uncle was of course mightily proud of this accomplishment, and conceived the bold idea of introducing her into the band itself, but the case was beset with difficulty. To do so would be to go contrary to all the prejudices and pet opinions of his life. A woman in a band of men performers was an outrageous thing, and for a female to play in public, and on so odd an instrument for women's use as a clarionet, was terrible to contemplate. Then Jabe hit upon an expedient. The piano, then very scarce in the locality, and also very costly, was a lady's instrument. He would buy her a piano for her Christmas box, and then she could accompany them at all their practices, and even play at tea meetings and the like. But unfortunately Doxie was used to pianos, and there was no novelty in playing one, and so after 2 or 3 wrangles with her he had to give in and let her go her own way. Still, now that the idea had once got possession of his mind, he could not easily abandon it, and as he found that Doxie would rather like to assist them, he set to work to try to arrange it, though he was sorely embarrassed by the thought of his own inconsistency. He sat with 2 others in the ingle-nook one sharp cold night just before Christmas, and as he sucked away at his pipe and the flickering blaze of the fire played upon his face, he looked musingly at the burning chips for some time, and then, shaking his head seriously, said, "Oh, dunna like it. It's no dacent." Long Ben lifted his eyes and glanced at the Clogger with lazy curiosity, and Sam, sitting far into the nook with his head propped against the chimney back, moved just far enough to bring the speaker within the range of his vision, and then demanded, "What's no dacent?" Doxie, playin' i'th band." Now the idea of Doxie becoming a regular member of the musical circle had never entered Sam's head, but as Jabe well knew, he was ready to defend anything that she did without question, especially if it was condemned by her uncle. And so, as the Clogger expected, he now burst out indignantly, "But who will play th' band? Aw tell thee." Jabe stared across the fire at his opponent with a carefully simulated look of shocked surprise, and then asked, "But no regular?" And Sam returned the look with interest, and answered, "Aye, reg'lar." "But who inna goa out at Kesmassin?" "Who'll goa out at Kesmassin, if hoo's a mind." "An' play at th' schoo' party?" "An' play at the schoo' party." "An' th' sarmons?" "An' th' sarmons." Jabe fell back against the chimney jamb in a pretended collapse of outraged astonishment. Then he began to pull furiously at his pipe, contemplating the while the dim shapes of some clog patterns hanging against the opposite wall. In a moment or 2 he sighed, and shaking his head pityingly said, "Tha ne'er hed no manners, Sam. That's wuss than bein' browt up in a village." "An' wheer wur tha browt up?" The Clogger treated this question with silent contempt, and was just throwing a handful of chips upon the fire, when Ben remarked dreamily,
There's a deal o' body in a clarionet. It fills up so ill." Now the Clogger was really much more anxious about what might be Ben's view of the case than he was as to Sam's, and so, after a deliberate pause, he replied with an air of reluctant concession, "It's a useful instrument reet enough. Fuller and more solemner tin a fiddle." There the conversation ended. But next day, early, Sam made it his business to interview Doxie and inform her that they wished her to join the band, and she, nothing loath, consented. And the same evening Jabe, assisted by the puzzled yet contented Sam, poured scorn upon the scruples raised by Aunt Judy and Doxie's mother. "I'm in a band now," said Doxie, with a proud little toss of her head the next time she met Andrew. "Band? What band?" And to her astonishment he looked horrified. "Uncle's band. I'm going to play in it always now. Why not?" "You? In a man's band?" "Yes. Uncle says I may. Why not?" Andrew opened his mouth, looked her slowly over from head to foot, and then with a gasp of shocked indignation he cried, "I'd as soon have thowt of seeing you in a ill house." Up to this time there had always been an air of condescending, though gentle patronage in Doxie's manner towards this odd youth, but now his words touched her pride, because they seemed to reflect upon her delicacy, and so she answered hotly, "I don't know that it's any business of yours. I shall do as I like," and left him. All the same she was conscious of a curiously heightened respect for Andrew, and it took her some time to feel comfortable at the practices. In a few weeks, however, an event occurred which, whilst it greatly increased her interest in Andrew, brought that youth into greater disrepute with the chapel people than ever. Revival services were being held in several of the adjacent villages, and presently the enthusiasm reached Beckside, and nothing would satisfy Lige and Sam Speck but the commencement of like meetings at their own place of worship. After a series of long wrangles in the ingle-nook and a consultation with the super, it was decided to invite a certain popular lay mission preacher from a distance to come and conduct services in Beckside. Doxie was quite interested. She had never seen anything of the kind before, and as the preacher was to be entertained at the Clog Shop, she looked forward to his coming with curiosity and delight. When he arrived, however, she took an instant and very pronounced dislike to the man. He was tall and spare, with a long inquisitive nose and brusque domineering ways. He took possession of the whole house, and ordered her uncle and his friends about in a way that piqued Doxie intensely, and everything he said and did seemed to grate upon her feelings. He was by turns morosely solemn and coarsely flippant. He called her beloved clarionet a wooden whistle, and told her roughly there was nowt for the soul i' them things. And when he discovered that she was not a member, he affected to be shocked, and forthwith regarded her as one of the sinners who would have to be brought in. His conduct in the house, however, was mildness itself in comparison to what he did and said at the chapel, and after hearing him on the Sunday and being badgered by him to come out, she informed her uncle that she did not intend to go to any other of the services. But Jabe seemed so very disappointed at her attitude that she gave him an impulsive little kiss and told him that she would listen to the man for ever, rather than see him wearing such a melancholy face. After the first few nights, she ventured to think that she might stay at the after-meetings, and was prompted all the more to do this, because she observed that Andrew was attending regularly, and she was curious to know what effect the services were having on him. The mission was not a success, and towards the end of the second week, the preacher began to abuse the church and its officers as the causes of the failure, using such strange, rough language that Doxie felt her indignation rising. Then the missioner began, in coarse and lurid terms, to depict the awful condition and ultimate fate of dead churches and unrepentant sinners. Almost immediately, however, he wandered off into a pointless and ridiculous story which made Doxie blush, though it raised a laugh in the chapel.
This sort of thing seemed to the man in the pulpit to take better with his congregation than some of his more serious utterances, and he at once commenced a second anecdote. He had just got to what should have been the point of the story, and the irresponsibles were already breaking into anticipatory grins, when Doxie was startled to hear another voice, and raising her slightly bowed head, she beheld Andrew standing in the aisle and shaking his clenched fist at the preacher in solemn denunciation, whilst there rang through the chapel a passionate but imperious "Silence!" Yes, there stood Andrew, with white drawn face and flashing eyes, trembling all over with righteous indignation, and before anyone could stop him, he cried fiercely, "You blab-mouth! You blaspheming hypocrite! You desecrator of a holy place and a holy calling! Come down, I say, and may God have mercy on your silly, sinful soul!" It was an awful moment. The man in the pulpit flushed with anger, and then turned pale with cowardly shame. The clogger turned his head about with a dazed, bewildered expression, and Doxie, quivering from head to foot, rose to her feet and stood staring at the speaker with wide-eyed wonderment, which was suddenly changed into a look of intense admiration. Then there was a rush. Long Ben and Sniggy Parkin were seen to leave their pews and make a dash at the interrupter. Ben grabbed his still indignant son and began to push him angrily towards the door, whilst Doxie, unable to hold in any longer, clenched her little hand and, shaking it in impotent rage, shrieked out, "Shame on you! Shame on you! He's right! He's right!" and then, bursting into tears, fell back into her seat. In a moment more all was confusion. The preacher came down from the pulpit and was soon surrounded by a company of sympathising friends. Others, more in sympathy with Andrew, rose from their pews and went out. Jabe, helplessly divided in feeling, walked slowly and hesitantly up the aisle, and Doxie, glad to find the way clear, hastened out of the chapel and rushed off in search of Andrew. That ended the mission. The preacher, declaring that nothing would ever induce him to come to Beckside again, departed early next morning, in spite of the many assurances he received that nobody sympathised with Andrew's strange action. As for the clogger, although he was capable of doing the same sort of thing himself, and in fact had done in days gone by, he allowed himself to be carried away by the indignation of the others, and soon joined in denouncing Andrew as cordially as the rest, always taking care, however, that his words were never heard by Doxie. The fact was that Doxie's interference in the matter prejudiced him still further against Andrew, and drove him over to the enemy, all the more so as Jabe soon found that the boy's own father was as strong as anybody in his condemnation of what had taken place. For the next 2 days nothing was talked of at the clog shop but Andrew's unheard of interruption, and the clogger was troubled because, do what he would, he could not keep Doxie out of the discussion. She dared not face the whole company when it assembled at night, but during the day she could scarcely rest in the parlour whenever she thought there was an opportunity of convincing and converting an opponent. It amazed her that anybody should even attempt to defend the preacher. The deep reverence of her fresh young nature was outraged. She would not stop to argue. She felt that his ribaldry was wrong, and she could not understand that anybody wearing the same human nature as herself could feel otherwise. As she argued, her flashing eyes, her pretty animated gestures, the rapid changes of expression that chased one another over her mobile face, and the whole-hearted earnestness she put into the effort, made her a very serious opponent. Sam Speck capitulated at once, and as long as she confined herself to appeals to their native sense of reverence, she carried the rest with her, for Lancashire people have that instinct very strong in their natures, however odd their ways of manifesting it. But as soon as Doxie mentioned Andrew, she lost all the ground she had gained, and might have been arguing with blocks of stone. Andrew was incomprehensible. All the principles upon which they worked when they wanted to understand people were at fault when applied to him, and this they resented more than they would have resented great faults. But Doxie understood him. That is, she understood this particular action of his, and rejoiced in it. Her heart went out towards him. He and she had one thing in common, and that a matter in which they were alone. She was proud of him, and when she came to think of it, she was also a little proud of herself for feeling so. "It was brave of you, Andrew. It was noble. Oh, I could have hugged you for it," she cried in her impetuous way when she met him. Any other boy would have flushed with pleasure at Doxie's rash little outburst, but Andrew never seemed to notice it. He stood there, looking dubiously and waveringly at her, and then, grinding his heel deeper into the road, he asked, "Did you understand me?" "I did, Andrew, I did. I just felt as you did, exactly." Andrew looked her over again with a curious, mournful gaze, and then he said, "You must be a strange, queer wench." "Strange? Why?" And Doxie looked a little surprised and hurt. "'Cause Aw'm strange, and bad," and Andrew looked mournful and depressed. "Well, if you were bad the other night, and that man was good, Aw'm bad, and I don't want to be good, so there." "If you go on like that, you'll be a wastrel, and a backslider like me." "Well, I will be. I'd rather be. I should like to be a backslider. Ah, what is a backslider, Andrew?" Andrew was shocked, and tried to explain, and Doxie said she understood, but still preferred being in the same category with him, and so he gave up trying to teach her, and they parted. A few days later, Doxie learned that he had gone to live with his married sister at Beckbottom. End of chapter 9. Chapter 10 of Doxie Dent by John Ackworth. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A great event. Now Andrew's removal to Beckbottom was a direct consequence of his interference with the mission service. Long Ben, his father, had gone home that night in the very worst of tempers. He would have been the most tolerant and considerate of all Andrew's critics if the lad had not been his own son, but that made all the difference, and as this was only another and somewhat stronger provocation added to a long list, he came down upon the offender with unusual fierceness. Mrs. Ben, too, who had received an account of the occurrence from Andrew's twin brother Ben, who was as great a comfort to her as Andrew was a trial, was very angry, and as Leah, her married daughter, happened to come in whilst she was listening to her favourite son's story, and immediately took up cudgels for Andrew, the two were engaged in a long and acrimonious wrangle when the father came in. Andrew, too, generally so silent when his own conduct was under discussion, for once hotly and indignantly defended himself, and was consequently embroiled in a wordy warfare with his brother. But Ben Junior was no match for the little twin when he cared to exert himself, and so, feeling worsted in the battle, he grew passionate, and ended by striking his opponent to the ground. This brought things to a crisis, and Leah, who had a feeling that justice had never been done to Andrew, whilst young Ben was marred by his mother, waxed very angry indeed, and at last announced that Andrew should not be put upon by any of them, but that she would find him a home herself, and take him away from their persecutions. It was some days before the arrangements were carried out, but as the two lads quarrelled every time they met, and their mother's life was made miserable by them, she finally consented to Leah's offer, and so the disturber of the family went to live with his sister. Of course, this change greatly pleased the Clogger. He told himself again and again that he was an owd numyed to take any notice of such a mere boy and girl acquaintance as that existing between his niece and Andrew. But all the time he was so gratified with the removal that he came very near to forgiving the lad for the scene at the chapel. Beckbottom was nearly a mile from the village, and though Doxie went pretty often to see Leah, especially after the baby which was named after her came, yet, as she generally went in the middle of the afternoon, when Andrew was at work, Jabe was quite content that she should do so. The poor fellow did not know that these two met somehow, at least once a week, and slowly glided into a close, fast friendship. Jabe was perhaps all the more deceived, because Andrew, shortly after his removal, ceased to come to chapel, and presently took to going all the way to the Halfpenny Gate to sit under the ministry of a remarkable young preacher there. After a while, however, the minister had a call, and removed, and one day, disagreeing with what his successor taught, Andrew got up and contradicted him before the whole congregation, and was expelled from the chapel by the deacons. For some time after this he worshipped nowhere, and talked very strangely indeed to Doxie and his sister when they remonstrated with him. They did their best to persuade him to return to the Methodists, but on that point he was very decided. Then the vicar of Brogden, who was getting old, engaged a curate, and this active young man not only attracted a great many of the young people to the church, but presently carried dismay and disgust into the Methodist camp by commencing Sunday evening services in the schoolhouse, and Andrew became one of the curate's most ardent admirers, and acted as a sort of self-appointed churchwarden for the young innovator, giving out hymn-books, showing people to their seats, and even ringing the schoolhouse bell for the service. This made him more unpopular than ever at the clog shop, and widened the breach between him and his family. His twin brother Ben, who was now a member and secretary of the Sunday school, being especially fierce in his denunciations of him as a disgrace to the family. Very soon the acquaintance between the curate and his ex-Methodist supporter ripened into a close friendship, and Andrew got into the way of visiting the cleric at his lodgings, and borrowing and greedily devouring his books. But that also came to an abrupt end. The curate, as he grew more and more friendly, became less and less discreet, and from speaking patronisingly of other religions, he soon went on to sneer at and deride them. Andrew, having a deep respect for all ministers of religion, listened with surprise, but as his friend's remarks were shrewdly blended with indirect compliments to his superior intelligence, he swallowed them, and began to think much as the curate thought. One day, however, there came a sudden rupture. "You know, Andrew," drawled the curate, "no intelligent people go to chapel. I've met several ex-Methodists in the church, people who've been brought up at chapel, but who have left it when they came to think for themselves." As this was a sort of compliment to his own superior culture, Andrew nodded sagaciously, and the curate was encouraged to proceed. "The fact is, it's ignorance that takes folk to these conventicles, crass ignorance." Andrew nodded again, but not quite so decidedly. "They can all be little gods and masters there, you know, and that's what many of them like." Andrew opened his eyes, and a curious light came into them, but the curate was admiring a beautifully worked slipper on his neat little foot, and so did not notice. "I'm sorry for your father, Andrew. He seems a decent chap of his sort, but as for that old clogger and his gang, they're simply humbugs, you know, canting, place-seeking humbugs." But Andrew had risen to his feet, his deep eyes flashing, and great cord-like veins standing out upon his brow. "You cad!" he cried. "You slippery, slimy snake in the grass! Why, parson, there's more religion in old Jabe's little finger than there is in all your deceitful body. Good God, is there no religion anywhere?" And with this somewhat contradictory exclamation, Andrew rushed to the door, banged it angrily after him, and the curate saw him there no more. Now the true nature of this interview was never related in Beckside, and as the curate found plenty of people ready without provocation to say and hear the worst things possible of Andrew, he went about calling him a viper, and vaguely hinting at the awful things he could have said about the little twin if he would. This view of the case being the only one that obtained, Leah and Doxie soon had conveyed to them an awful story about Andrew, and were confirmed in their belief of it by the close silence of the culprit himself. The two had grown into the habit of regarding themselves as having a special responsibility for the lad. Leah had nobody else to whom she could talk on the subject, and so, in all her anxieties, she made a confidant of Doxie, with the result that the girl's mind was constantly being exercised on the subject, and she was imperceptibly slipping into the habit of thinking about him much and often. And so the time passed away. Summer and winter again, glided past without any particular change in the relations to one another of the various persons whose doings are here recorded. Doxie rapidly developed into a bright, winsome and striking village queen, the idol of her uncle, and the pride and delight of all her friends. And by this time also she had become an object of almost painful interest to the village young men, many of whom were content to admire her at a distance, or at most to hang about whenever she appeared in public, humbly offering their bashful rustic adoration, and timidly letting I dare not wait upon I would. Dan the apprentice was the chief of these, and though somewhat younger than his competitors, he outdid them all in the whole-heartedness of his devotion, and the dog-like meekness with which he attended to all the wishes of his mistress. Away from the clog shop, however, he was a perfect terror, and was ready at any time to engage in pugilistic encounter any other swain of any age or size who might be ill-advised enough to chaff him about his inamorata, or worse still, to pretend any attachment to her. The mill-manager's son also, a young man of about 25, but who looked, with his long thin face and effeminate appearance, about 18, was one of her train, and flattering himself that he had no serious competitor, until he one day discovered that the curate went frequently to the cloggery, and was on terms of intimacy with Doxie such as he could not pretend to. This set him almost wild for a few days, and Doxie received 2 or 3 anonymous and poetical missives, warning her of the peril of slighting, silent but deathless love. And Sam Speck, chuckling as he watched Doxie's ready blushes, told a very well authenticated rumour over the clog shop fire that young Herbert, as he was called, had challenged the curate to a duel, and all these things, as Doxie was manifestly heart-whole, greatly delighted the old clogger, and no one was readier than he to hear the many stories which Sam brought to the shop of the carryings-on of the various swains, who at one time or another chose to regard themselves as in love with his niece. Of late, however, he had begun to grow very uneasy. The curate was really very forrard. He never came to the shop itself, but always knocked at the parlour door, and occasionally he had been there for some time before the clogger had any idea of his presence. His reverence developed quite a sudden and astonishing taste for music, but instead of joining the village band at the shop, as any decent man would only be too anxious to do, he confined his practices to little duets with Doxie in the inner room, she taking the clarionet and he the flute. Jabe also discovered a most extraordinary number of books lying about the house, and grew accustomed on asking whose they were, to the invariable answer given with a roguish twinkle in her eye, "The curate's." "Why don't we have harvest festivals at the chapel?" asked Doxie one evening just after her 19th birthday. "Eh? What? Us? A salary show i' our chapel? Not if aw know it." "Why not? They're very beautiful and appropriate, and the curate is going to have one." Doxie had almost lost her cockneyism by this time. "Ay, it's like him wi' his penny whistle and love-tales and long coat laps, o' feather and flounce and floppery." "And he asked me to go and play for him, and I promised." "What? Yo play at a Sunday flower show? Your grandfather 'ud turn in his grave if he heard on it. But look here, young woman, what's he come snuffling and sniftering about here for, wi' his tootling whistle? That's what I want to know." Doxie laughed quietly and went off to bed. But Jabe could not get the subject out of his mind, and the more he thought about it, the more serious did it seem to be. The harvest festival was only a trick to get Doxie to church, and thus have more opportunities for laying siege to her affections. 2 or 3 days later, Aunt Judy dropped a hint as to what she was hearing about their niece and the young cleric, and had her head bitten off as a reward. And Sam Speck, who had been in the habit of joking on the subject for some time, suddenly found that his witticisms were unpalatable and had better be dropped. Jabe's uneasiness was further increased by an apparent change in Doxie herself. She grew a little pensive and absent-minded, and once or twice he surprised her seated in the parlour in the gloom of the evening, in a deep brown study, and the clogger went back into the shop without disturbing her, and presently delivered himself to the assembled company of some dangerous sentiments on the subject of curates. On the following Sunday, Jabe came downstairs in a very discontented frame of mind, and at once commenced to grumble at the super for having planned them so unattractive a preacher as Owd Willie Ragg. Lige called on his way to the chapel, and as he was generally the easiest of critics, Doxie was surprised to hear him express himself in much the same terms as her uncle. This particular preacher had not been to Beckside during the 4 years of her residence there, and she was just a little curious to see and hear the man who was so objectionable to the authorities, especially as he was to be their guest that day. The preacher was a little late, and when he came into the pulpit he looked flurried, as though his reception in the vestry had not been particularly flattering. He was a little man, prematurely aged, with silvery hair and a pensive, careworn look. His manner was timid and deprecatory, and his voice so low that Doxie could scarcely catch the number of the hymn. The service was just what had been predicted. The man in the pulpit never really got possession of his congregation, the children were restless, the music seemed slow and draggy, and Jabe grunted and groaned so often during the sermon that it was a relief in that respect when it was over. Jabe put it down to the natural contrariness of women that his niece that day surpassed herself in her position of hostess. She fussed about the shy old preacher as though she had known and loved him for years. She drew him out of his shell and made him talk until the clogger could scarcely believe that the beaming face that smiled on Doxie was that of the driest of all their locals. In the evening service, Jabe was compelled to observe that his niece was listening to the preacher as though he were a very Demosthenes, and when they got home again she hovered about the visitor's chair and pressed him to eat as if he had been the anniversary minister of the missionary deputation. Then she went into the back garden and brought a great bunch of flowers and asked the unpopular preacher to accept of them. And to crown all, Jabe could hardly believe his ears as she spoke. She actually offered to walk up the hill with the old man and see him a little way towards home, as it was so very fine a night. When they had gone, Jabe had no words for anybody. His niece's conduct that day had been simply inexplicable. She could not be so much interested in such an insignificant and dreary old man as that. He was so puzzled that he got up and began to limp about whilst the others talked. As he walked he drew near to the window, and lifting his head to look over the blind, he stood still, petrified with horror, for there, posting up the brew, was the curate, and it came into his mind in a flash that he was going in the same direction as the one taken by Doxie and the old man, and that this was a ruse on the part of his niece to get a meeting which had doubtless been arranged beforehand. Jabe could scarcely speak for a few moments, and when he did, it was in so surly a tone, and with such evident lack of connection with the conversation, that the others saw the clogger was out of sorts somehow, and presently took their departure. Meanwhile, Doxie and the old preacher were climbing the hill, and when they got to the steepest part of it, she drew close to her companion, gently took his limp arm, and slid it through her own, and then, bending towards him with a grave, earnest face, she said, "Mr. Ragg, I should like to tell you something." "Indeed, miss, what is it?" And the old man looked up into her face, as though he were expecting a reproof. "You have been a messenger of God to me today." A sudden spasm passed over Ragg's face. A wistful, pathetic look came into his eyes, and with an eager, hungry tone, he said, "Don't mock me, miss." "Mock you, sir? I couldn't. I honour you. I love you. You've brought the great light to me today." "Indeed, miss, how?" And absorbed as she was in her own burning thoughts, Doxie could not help noticing the intense eagerness of the old man. "Well, you know, I've been thinking about conversion a great deal lately, but I was so stupid I could not understand about repentance and regeneration and all that, you know. But you showed us tonight that it was all in the will, our own will, and when you described our beautiful Saviour standing on that mountain and saying, 'Ye will not come unto me,' I felt as if I could just see him, and all my heart went out to him."
"And do you feel that feeling still, my dear? That love, I mean?"
And the hungry longing in the old man's eyes was most touching.
"Yes, oh yes, a deep, sweet, beautiful love."
Rag stood there in the deepening twilight, evidently unable to speak. His whole frame seemed shaken by some great emotion, and at last he said, in thick, choking tones,
38 years have I preached, and longed as no man ever longed for fruit."
And then, lifting his eyes toward heaven, he paused a moment and went on in a voice that grew loud and full as he spoke.
"Now, Lord, lettest thou thy servant depart in peace."
Doxie could see that the old man in his ecstasy had forgotten her presence for a moment, but when he turned to her, a face brimming with tears and the glow of a great joy, she bent over him, and as reverently as a nun would salute a sacred relic, kissed him on the cheek with a fervent "God bless you," and departed. Whilst this scene, so important to both concerned in it, was taking place, Jabe was nursing his wrath against the curate for trifling with his little wench, as he called her. But as his thoughts dwelt on the subject, they took an even bitterer turn, and he realised that the sweet child whose innocent naturalness had so captivated him was, after all, only a cheap, shallow, flirtation-loving woman, now she had grown up. The thought was almost unbearable, and as he turned it over again and again he grew sad as well as angry, and his heart was hot within him. Presently the door opened, and Doxie stepped into the parlour. In his brooding he had forgotten to get a light, and sat in darkness, and when Doxie came to him and touched him, he had to check himself lest he should say something cruel. "What, uncle, moping in the dark? I'm ashamed of you. And this beautiful Sabbath evening too. You mustn't be gloomy tonight. I'm happy, happier than ever I was before. And oh, uncle, I've such a secret to tell you before I go to bed." Jabe gave an inarticulate grunt, and turned away his head, while Doxie, without noticing him, hurried off to get the lamp. As she was lighting it, she held the match to the wick, and said brightly, "Isn't he a dear old man, Uncle Jabez? I quite love him." "Oh, the deceit of this frivolous, giddy girl! Did she think to turn it off like that?" Jabe could hardly bear it, and at last he growled, in his surliest tones, "It's no old fellies as is dear, as you ca' it. It's young uns, if aw know owt." "Young ones? Oh dear, no. All the really nice men I know are old men. You, for instance, and old Mr. Ragg." "Oh, the little hypocrite! How could she be so deceitful?" But he would hold his tongue and see what she would say. Doxie drew the window blind, took off her hat, and then noticing that her uncle's pipe lay on the floor where he had dropped it during his recent painful reverie, she picked it up, and gently scolding him for his unsociability, she filled it herself, and then held a light whilst he sulkily and silently began to smoke. As she bent over him with a second spill, for the pipe did not go the first time, Jabe noticed that there were some unusual signs about her. She had a flushed look, and there were marks suspiciously like tear marks on her cheeks, whilst a soft deep light beamed from under her long delicate lashes. Something evidently had taken place while she was out, and something that had caused her deep emotion. Could it be that the curate had been actually making love to her, and that the vain little creature had been silly enough to believe him? "Uncle, why don't you talk? Are you poorly?" The clogger muttered something about being "reet enough." "You grumpy old man, you don't deserve to hear my secret, but I'm so happy I cannot keep it. Shall I tell you now?" Jabe's answer was surlier than ever. "She could please hersel." And as he said it he hoped most heartily that she would not tell him, for he was sure he should not be able to control himself. Pain, disappointment, and anger were struggling together within him, and he was certain if he spoke he should commit himself, and even though she appeared so frivolous and thoughtless, he could not bear to hurt her. Doxie was perplexed a little, and disappointed that her uncle was so taciturn and incurious. "You contrary man, you know you want to know what it is, but I wouldn't tell you tonight, only I must. Come here now." And she got up and came to his chair side. "Don't look at me. I'm going to whisper. Turn your head away." If his life had depended upon it, Jabe could not have resisted the pleading, playful tone in which this was said, and so, with a sinking heart, and fully preparing himself for a revelation which he felt would for ever after alter his feeling for this bright young idol of his, he turned his head stiffly, and with a beating heart waited the dread revelation. It was a long time coming. He felt his niece's hair on his cheek, and the warm glow of her face against his, and at last a pair of faltering lips touched his ear, and a soft, thrilling voice whispered something. "What?" And the clogger sprang to his feet, and spreading his hands in sheer amazement, he cried again, "What did you say?" And Doxie, with burning blushes and drooping eyes, caught him by the neck, and whispered once more, "I've given my heart to God tonight." With a sudden revulsion of feeling, the old man took his niece in his arms, and thrusting his rugged face into hers, he hugged her in a passion of tumultuous, overpowering joy, and sobbed out, "More wench, more bonny, bonny wench." End of chapter 10. Chapter 11 of Doxie Dent by John Ackworth. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. An offer of marriage. Never was bearer of good news prouder of his errand or more anxious to impart his story than was Jabez Longworth the morning after his idolised niece's conversion. Dan had scarcely got the shop door opened when the clogger stationed himself at it with his before-breakfast pipe in his mouth, on the lookout for anyone important enough to hear the great tidings. Twice he stepped forward upon the cobblestone pavement, and glanced across towards Sam Speck's dwelling, and when upon the third attempt he observed his friend on the doorstep, industriously brushing his Sunday coat previous to putting it away, he waited until Sam caught sight of him, and then, with two imperious waves of his churchwarden, summoned him to his side. Sam's surprise and delight were sweet as honey to the old man, but when, after reflecting upon what he had just heard for a moment or two, Sam lifted his eyes from the clog on his right foot, and with a scowl of conviction asserted that he had "expected nowt else," he had "seen it coming for mony a wick," his claim to superior penetration was snubbed by the clogger, who turned on his heel and limped into the parlour to breakfast. But Sam was too much interested to be thus rebuffed, and so, whilst Jabe and his niece were sitting over the morning meal, he joined them in the parlour. He came in with his ordinary morning greeting to the young mistress, and became at once most unwontedly interested in her two cats, which he began to stroke most tenderly. When Doxie lifted her head, however, to look at him, she found that he was gazing at her with a look of wonderful interest, but immediately dropped his eyes and went on with his attentions to her pussies. Getting tired of this, however, he crossed over to the drawers, from the top of which he took her clarionet, and began to examine it, as though he had never seen so curious a musical instrument before. And again, as Doxie looked at him, she caught the same strange scrutiny, which upon discovery melted into an inane and embarrassed laugh. Then the inscrutable Sam sauntered to the window, and with his back to the table indulged in a broad grin and several mysterious and emphatic nods. At this moment, however, Jabe was called into the shop, and Sam, seeming to be very alarmed at the prospect of being left alone with the mistress of the house, suddenly remembered that his own breakfast would be waiting for him, and followed the clogger. Just as he got to the door, he had a sudden accession of courage, and hastily closing it, he stepped back on tiptoes, as though he had something to communicate which the clogger must on no account hear, and drawing up to the chair on which Doxie was sitting, and bending over her, he whispered as he jerked his thumb over his shoulder in the direction of the shop. "He's as proud as a dog wi' two tails. It wouldna cap me if owd Rag had to preach our sermons after this." With which mysterious communication, and an elaborate and complicated wink, he hastened away. An hour or so afterwards, as Doxie went about her domestic duties, she was conscious that somebody in the shop was hesitantly toying with the sneck, and presently the door creaked, and the long thin face of old Lige came cautiously round the corner. On being noticed, however, the face disappeared, and with the partly open door as a sort of screen for his bashfulness, the ex-road-mender repeated, "Come on, my partner in distress, my comrade through this wilderness." "But I'm not in distress, Liger. I'm happy. Oh, so happy. Aren't you coming in?" Lige accepted the invitation, and stole slowly and shyly towards the empty fireplace. There he stood for a moment, evidently trying to remember some more appropriate hymn-book quotation than the one he had just used, and in a moment or two he cleared his voice, projected his chin, shut his eyes tightly, and began to sing in a tremulous voice that grew steadier as he proceeded. "Oh, happy day that fixed my choice on thee, my Saviour and my God." Before the old man had got through his verse, Doxie, with a quavering voice but shining eyes, joined him in the song, and as they grew louder and louder, Jabe came hurrying in from the shop and introduced his rough baritone, and when, after singing through 2 verses, they paused at the end of the second chorus, they were all surprised to hear, coming faintly from the shop, and mingled with the tap-tap of the clog hammers, the last line of the chorus. Doxie was the first who heard the sound of this echo from the shop, but next moment a blush of pleasure suffused her face, and stepping hastily to the door, she cried, "God bless you for that! Sing it again, Isaac. Sing it again, Dan." Nothing loath, the 2 young cloggers burst forth once more, and Doxie chimed in, and then the others, and when at last they finished, Jabe and Lige suddenly began to look very self-conscious, and slunk off into the shop as though they had been caught in a reprehensible frolic. But Dan almost repented of his sympathetic singing an hour or 2 afterwards, for whilst he was busy at his work at the back window, and was meditatively reckoning up his savings in view of a cheap trip to Manchester, he heard his name softly called, and lo, there was the young mistress sitting on the edge of the old stool he was himself occupying. She bent forward until her fair face was quite close to him, and then, in low thrilling tones, told him of her great happiness, and began to ask whether he would not like to be converted. Dan could easily have disposed of the question if anybody else had asked it, but this animated, smiling, fair-haired young person at his side seemed to have a witch's power over him, and he was disgusted to find himself crying before she had been talking more than a moment or 2. She did not say much, but poor Dan could not shake it off, and the next Sunday he was at the penitent form, and was more than repaid for all he had passed through by the warm and joyful manner in which Doxie received him on the Monday morning. Dan's example, moreover, proved contagious, and within the next fortnight several of his chums came under conviction, and were led to the place of mercy. A little later on in the forenoon of the day after Doxie's conversion, Aunt Judy came over to the cloggery, and hearing the news, which was conveyed to her in a whisper by Lige, who was still in the ingle-nook, she went in to Doxie, and in her quiet fashion took her niece round the neck, and softly kissed her, a thing she had not done more than once or twice since the girl's settlement in the village. While dinner was over that same day, the clogger lingered in the parlour over an extra pipe, a sure sign to Doxie that he had something he wished to say, but could not get out. "There's summat about Lung Ben as Aw can niver understand," he said at last, looking with an excellent assumption of perplexity at a brass candlestick on the mantelpiece. "What's that, uncle? He's a dear good man." Jabe took another long draw at his pipe, staring hard the while at the candlestick, and then went on. "He's sich an away wi' women, they nearly aw meetin' wi' him." Doxie, who was dusting the drawers, stopped a moment to hear. But when he had finished, she burst into a merry, mischievous laugh, and said, "Oh, you crafty old schemer! No, Mr. Longworth, I'm going to your class and no other." Jabe's countenance fell, visibly. He puffed away for some little time at his pipe, and then he asked, "But what about spaking? We ain't no dumb disciples in my class, you know." "Oh, I shall speak. I want to speak. I'm just longing for the time to come that I may tell them all how delightful I feel." Jabe felt that he ought to have been very grateful to hear his niece talk like this, but as a matter of fact he was not, and would have given a good deal to have been able to persuade her to go to Long Ben's class. Presently he gave the matter up, and resigned himself to making the best of it. The very next day, as Jabe was piling some clog soles into a little stack just close to the parlour door, he caught the sound of a strange voice speaking with his niece, and as the parlour door was partially open because of the heat, he made no scruple to listen. He soon discovered that the voice was that of the curate, and before he had listened a minute, he heard Doxie plunging off in her lively and very natural way into the story of her conversion. Presently she paused, and the curate made some reply which the clogger did not catch, but which immediately set Doxie off, declaring that she was sure of it. She felt so happy, so very, very happy. Again the listener missed the cleric's answer, but he almost hugged himself with glee as he heard his niece proposing to play "O Happy Day" on the clarionet. Then Jabe heard the tune called "Quaint but Melodious," and a moment later the front door was closed, and stepping back into the middle of the shop in a bent position, the clogger enjoyed to his heart's content the spectacle of the clergyman hurrying away down the Brew as fast as he could go. The pile of clogs had to be finished by Dan, for the clogger was so delighted by what he had seen and heard that he had to go over and fetch Sam Speck to hear all about it. And when the discussion ended it was tea time, and Jabe spent the rest of the day in retailing to all comers the wonderful story of Doxie's discomfiture of the curate. The summer seemed very reluctant to leave that year, and the early days of September were as warm as any of the previous months. During her 4 years' residence with her uncle, Doxie had gradually transformed the end of the back garden nearest the house into a pretty flower garden, and now, in these hot evenings, it was her delight to sit out on an old bench which had its back to the next garden, and enjoy the soft evenings. As she was thus engaged late one Saturday afternoon with her cats at her feet and her clarionet lying on the seat, she heard a challenging sort of cough, and glancing up caught sight of a tall young fellow who was leaning on the fence which separated the garden from the footpath, and eyeing her intently. "Is that you, Ben?" she said graciously. "Isn't it hot?" Young Ben Barber admitted absently that it was "rayther warm," and then looked significantly at the fence he was standing against, as if waiting for an invitation to jump over it. Doxie, however, did not choose to ask him, but contented herself with calling his attention to the dahlias which his mother had given her, and which were now in full bloom. Ben was evidently not greatly interested in flowers just then, so he returned a monosyllabic answer, and glanced up and down the footpath upon which he was standing, and then bent forward and looked over the fence again. Doxie was without hat to shade her face, and so she bowed her head over the fancy needlework on her lap in order to hide a knowing smile. Young Ben glanced up and down the footpath again, and then across at Doxie, then up towards the wood on the edge of the hill, and back at Doxie once more. And then he asked, "Wouldn't it be better if you had a side gate to this garden?" "What for?" and Doxie looked up as demurely as possible. "Then you could come out up o' th' footpad, bark going through t' shop." Doxie's head was down over her work again, but just when Ben began to think she was not going to answer him, she looked up, and with blandest innocence replied, "Yes, but a way out is a way in, you know, Ben." Ben looked discouraged. He stared hard across the garden to see whether he could gather anything from Doxie's face, but her head was down again, and he saw nothing except the great masses of her golden hair. Presently he said, in injured tones, "Folk could get in if they wanted, gate or no gate. "I could jump o'er this hedge mysel." "But you wouldn't, Ben, would you? Not unless you were invited." He felt sure she was mocking him and laughing at him, but he was desperate by this time, and so he answered, "Aye, but I'm never axed." And then, of course, Doxie had to do the polite thing, and a moment later the young carpenter had swung his long legs over the fence and was standing in front of Doxie. He was really a well-made young fellow, lithe and strong and sinewy. His face was homely, but it was honest, and quite manly-looking whiskers already fringed the edges of his jaws. And as it was Saturday afternoon, he had his last year's Sunday clothes on. He was a serious young man, in very good repute amongst his own kind. He carried his head a little on one side, and his hair was always trimly kept. In fact, Ben was the embodiment of juvenile village respectability, and Doxie, when she did think about him, wondered that she liked him so little. No sooner, however, had he got into the garden than he began to wish himself out of it. It really felt very awkward to stand there, opposite this ravishing but most provokingly cool young lady, who, when she did lift her eyes, seemed to look him through, and at the same time to create the uneasy suspicion that underneath her calm innocence she was laughing at him. Ben had never felt so clumsily tall in his life. His long legs were like badly managed stilts under him. He seemed to have at least half a dozen arms, each of which was always doing some unaccountably awkward thing, and though he felt absolutely certain that his neat black tie had been pulled awry when he vaulted the fence, he dared not for the life of him feel to see if it was so. He changed the leg he was leaning upon, put his hands into his pockets, and said that it was hot. Then, suddenly remembering that it was not respectful to stand thus in the presence of a lady, he hastily took his hands out of the pockets and transferred them to the lapels of his coat, changing back to the other leg again as he did so, and remarking, "Terrible hot." There was plenty of both room and shade on the seat where Doxie was sitting, but she never asked him to join her. And so at last, realising that he would have to do what he had come to do without encouragement, he stepped aside a little, and leaning sideways against the old rain-tub, stood looking down on the only woman he had ever fancied and was not sure he could have. The silence began to grow embarrassing, and so, at last, poking nervously at his eye-tooth with the point of his forefinger, he said, "Aw'st be out o' me time at Christmas." "Indeed? You'll be quite a man then, won't you, Ben?" Now there was both interest and gladness in Doxie's tones. Oh, why was he so miserably afraid that she was only gamming him? Besides, he had been a man for some time as far as he knew. Oh, what a torment she was. "Aw'm gooin' pardners wi' my feyther when Aw'm loose," was his next observation, and he had the courage to watch her as he spoke, but he might as well have looked anywhere else for anything he could gather. She looked up with polite interest and cried, "Oh, I am glad." There was an old lilac tree between him and the seat on which Doxie was sitting, so he stood upright again, put his hand on one of the thick branches, and taking a step nearer, remarked, "Aw've saved about £40. How rich you must feel! But you were always a saver, weren't you? And I suppose you will want it all when you go into business." That was the longest speech she had made yet, and it sounded kind, if only he was not so much afraid she was laughing at him. At any rate, he felt encouraged, and as her last remark left a nice opening, he said, "Aye, but Aw'm not gooin' to spend it up o'th business." "Indeed?" "Now, Aw'm goin' to build a haase wi' it, and a noise un too." And with a timid little plunge, he passed the tree as he spoke, and dropped down into Doxie's garden seat. Apparently she did not notice his change of position, neither did she seem disposed to pursue the house question. So after a long silence, Ben leaned back against the arm of the old seat and asked, "How's your feyther getting on at th' gold mines?" Doxie, looking relieved at the change of topic, lifted her head and replied that the last news they had was very encouraging. "He'll be coming back wi' a big fortin some day afore long," and Ben drew a little farther up the seat as he spoke. Without apparently noticing his movement, Doxie looked round brightly and said, "Do you think he will, Ben?" "He will, that. They aw do. Partly what?" "That would be grand, wouldn't it, Ben?" And she looked before her at the dahlias with a musing, happy smile. But Doxie went on this voyage to dreamland alone. Ben had something nearer home to think of, and so as she sat musing, he gradually hitched himself a little nearer, and then, taking up Doxie's clarionet and holding it carelessly in his hands, he leaned forward with his elbows on his knees, and looking up at his fair young companion, he dropped into a husky, confidential tone, and said hesitantly, "Doxie, mun Aw goo wi' yo?" Doxie came back from her reverie with a start. "Go, Ben? How?" "Oh, but I'm not going. Father says he's coming back before long." Ben sat up with a gesture of angry impatience. Would she never be serious about anything? Then he dropped back with his arms on his knees again, and cried in a voice between annoyance and entreaty, "Naa then, yo known what I mean. Will yo goo wi' me?" "But I'm not going, I'm—" But with another impatient gesture, Ben broke in, "Aw mean, will yo goo wi' me? Will yo walk out wi' me? Coortin', yo known." "Ben!" And as Doxie rose and stood before him, in the full flush of an apparently genuine surprise, her bungling lover felt that she was more beautiful than he had ever seen her, and more incomprehensible. She was some time before she resumed her ordinary demeanour, but at last she said, as she began to move towards the back door of the house, "Oh, Ben, don't be foolish. There are plenty of nice girls about who would like to be the bird for that wonderful cage you are going to make, but I could never be the one, never." And as she drew near to the door, she paused a moment, and looking at him, a tender, sympathising light came into her eyes, and turning round she smiled and said, "Good night, Ben. Don't think any the worse of yourself." And after another little sigh, "Or me," and with a familiar nod she left him in the garden. End of chapter 11. Chapter 12 of Doxie Dent by John Ackworth. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A woman. Now, the clogger's joy at the conversion of his niece was heightened by the confident expectation that now at any rate there would be an end to the embarrassments and inconsistencies into which her extreme unconventionality had led him. To his distress, however, he soon discovered that his troubles had only just commenced. He was surprised to find that after attending either his or Long Ben's class once or twice, the youths, who had been brought in as a result of Doxie's impulsive attack upon Dan, began to fall off, and when he demanded from his apprentice an explanation, he was informed that they would rather have a class to themselves. Such a revolutionary idea aroused all the clogger's scorn, and after severely heckling poor Dan for some minutes, he demanded, "And if we're na good enough to lead you, who is?" And he gasped with open mouth and amazement, too extreme for expression, as Dan made the utterly paralysing answer, "Miss Doxie." When at last Jabe did recover power of speech, he threatened Dan with most terrible penalties if he as much as hinted at the thing to his niece, and it was only his extraordinary apprehensions on this point that reconciled him to the super's suggestion that young Luke Yates should have a class book given to him as a means of gathering in these youths. The same week, Doxie volunteered to teach in the Sunday school. That seemed innocent enough, and just what he had thought of suggesting to her himself. But a fortnight's experience of the experiment greatly shook his confidence. Doxie was simply disorganising the school. She had taken the class above the infants, which contained both boys and girls of about 7 years of age. The teachership of this class was often vacant, for it was of necessity a large one, and it was more than the average teacher could do to keep order, to say nothing of giving a lesson. Before Doxie had been in the class many minutes, however, every eye was upon her, and some 30 little mouths were partly opened in wonder at the strange, graphic, realistic way in which she explained the old stories of the Bible. She had the histrionic gift, and being quite free from self-consciousness, and thoroughly acquainted with and interested in the more romantic scenes of Bible history, she made them live before her small audience until, long before the lesson was over, the children in the adjoining class were standing on the form and leaning upon the unwilling shoulders of her scholars and drinking in every word she uttered, whilst Doxie herself, unconscious of everything but what she was doing, was swaying her lithe little body and changing her expressive face every moment to suit the incident she was relating. This threatened to be a more serious difficulty than the former one, but as soon as Doxie found that she was exciting the anger of the teachers in other classes and disorganising the school, she took the thing into her own hands and insisted on having a separate room for her class so as not to interfere with the rest. She soon, however, found that she was getting to like the work, and as for the children, they simply clamoured after her, so much so that she asked permission to hold a meeting on a weeknight with them. This could not be granted without consideration, but when the super came to the weeknight service, he commended what she had done, and took the breath of Sam and the rest away, as he called her new venture, a catechumen class. That awful word, catechumen, Jabe could not stand. It sounded strange and newfangled, and even heretical. It had a suspiciously popish ring about it, and he became very uneasy. Lige seemed to share his misgivings, and so, after debating the matter in the ingle-nook, and being laughed at with superior scorn by Sam Speck, the two old men determined to see and hear for themselves. On the night of Doxie's third meeting, therefore, they secreted themselves in the vestry and waited until the meeting had been opened, and then stepped softly out to the schoolroom door and listened. Jabe could scarcely believe his ears. There was his favourite parable of the Good Samaritan, not only modernised out of all recognition, but actually, and in a hasty though very scandalous way, dramatised in his own schoolroom. He sighed heavily, and nudged Lige to come away, but the ex-road-mender could not only hear, he could see, and with his eyes to the chink near the door-hinges, he was so lost to sense of time and place, that when the haughty Levite turned away and was passing on, he cried out in his excitement, "Thar, wastrel, thar!" and then suddenly realised where he was. Before they could beat a retreat, Doxie had discovered them, and the indignity of their situation was so strong that they went off with humbled and rebuked looks, and were fain to keep silence as to what they had seen. But a week or two later the cloggers' trials were completed by a circumstance so ominous of terrible possibilities that all other misgivings were swallowed up in the concern awakened. The curate had started penny readings on Saturday nights in the schoolhouse, and though he had not come near her for some time, the need for her clarionet in his little orchestra, and his knowledge of her undoubted histrionic gifts, induced him to put his scruples in his pocket and solicit her assistance. Doxie fell in with the proposal with alacrity, and undertook to read a selection from Longfellow at the next meeting. She read the closing part of The Lover's Errand in Miles Standish, and in her own enjoyment of the scene she was depicting, put in gesture and graphic vocal modulation, until, when she had finished, the little schoolhouse rang and rang again with applause. Doxie, sitting on the platform amongst the other performers, rose and bowed to the still resounding plaudits, and just as she was resuming her seat, her eye caught a sharp, keen face, lighted with two black, deep-set eyes. There was no approval on that countenance, and Doxie forgot all the joy of the moment, as she realised that one person at any rate disapproved of her appearance on a platform. Now Jabe had not known that his niece was going to give a reading when she went out that night, but he heard all about it long before she returned, for she called for a little while at her Aunt Judy's cottage on her way. "Come in, Miss Mountebank, Miss Catechumen Mountebank. So, this is what catechumen means, is it? Play acting and bass egging. and the Clogger looked fiercely scornful as he limped up and down in the parlour. "Why, uncle, what's the matter? I've only been reading a little nice poetry." "Poetry? Poetry?" And Jabe's projecting lips and scowling brow expressed unutterable scorn. "Oh, I tell you, it's mountebanking, it's play-acting, it's nowt else." And he brought his fist down upon the table with such a terrific bang that the little volume which was the cause of all this abuse, and which Doxie had just laid down, fairly danced again. Doxie stood a moment gazing musingly into the fire, and then she said, "Why, uncle, you don't think it is really wrong, do you?" And as she spoke, the vision of the frowning face in the schoolhouse came back to her and made her tones unusually anxious. "Wrong? Is lying wrong? Is thieving wrong? Is drunkenness wrong? There's nowt wrong nowadays wi' young folk." Doxie put her foot gently upon the fender, with her eyes still gazing abstractedly into the fire, and at length she said slowly, "Well, I don't think it's wrong myself, uncle." But then the Clogger flung himself into his chair, and casting his short yet eloquent leg over the other, he began to rock it excitedly, and interrupting his niece, he burst out, "Oh, now, young folk never is wrong. They know, sartinly, they know." Doxie waited until he had finished, and then, changing the foot that rested on the fender, she said, turning a somewhat pensive face to him, "If I'd known, I wouldn't have displeased my dear old uncle for 20 penny readings." Jabe's short leg suddenly stopped its erratic movements. His jaw dropped, the puckers faded out of his face, and he began to feel very mean and cruel. And presently, after blowing his nose violently, he said apologetically, "Where dunna ye hev your penny readings in our own schoo if you wantin' 'em?" And Doxie moved nearer to him, and brushing back his dishevelled hair, softly and shyly kissed him. Now the stern disapproving face that had disturbed Doxie so much at the penny readings was that of Andrew Barber, and when the entertainment was over, instead of making straight off home as he usually did, he stood against the low stone wall opposite the schoolhouse to watch for her appearance. The lamp over the school door shone dimly upon him, and in the faint light you could see that Andrew had changed of late. There was still the old carelessness of dress, and the hat that looked too big for him, but the hair that overhung his wide brow had receded under his hat, and revealed a broad expansive forehead, under which gleamed the same restless piercing black eyes. The face too had become manly and studious looking, and but for the aggressive chin, the whole countenance would have indicated a thoughtful, intellectual young man. Even in the shade against the wall, it was easy to see that Andrew was moved. His thin lips, always mobile and expressive, were tightly drawn together, his eyes glowed like flames, and his hands were closely clasped behind him. Presently there was a movement amongst the loiterers standing round the schoolhouse door, and a moment later Doxie emerged, accompanied by the curate. Andrew scarcely saw the minister. His eyes were fixed on Doxie, and though he could see little but the top part of her face, he watched her keenly, until, walking at the curate's side, she crossed the bridge and began to ascend the Brew for home. There was no lamp in the road, and but for the lights from cottage windows, he would have lost sight of her long before he did, and as it was, she was only visible as she passed some house. But he watched her until she had quite disappeared, and then, with a curious little sigh, he stepped over the stile and turned his steps along the footpath towards Beckbottom. Before he had gone many yards, however, he stopped, and turning half round and gazing abstractedly towards the Brew, he cried in deep amazement, and with but the faintest taint of dialect, "Why, she's a woman, a beautiful woman." And then, after a pause, during which he was still staring through the darkness in the direction in which Doxie had disappeared, as though expecting to find some solution of this amazing problem, he went on in tones of even greater astonishment, "She understands Longfellow better than I do myself, and can read it better."
After standing there several moments longer, during which the beck at his feet was giving forth a sleepy rubble-rubble as it dragged its sluggish way along, he heaved a great bewildered sigh, and musingly resumed his journey. 100 yards farther on he pulled up again.
"She's beautiful,"
he cried, peering round into the darkness, as if demanding some explanation of this paralysing phenomenon.
"Little Doxie Dent, a beautiful woman."
Almost unconsciously he resumed his journey once more, slowly at first, and then faster and faster, as though trying to keep pace with his rushing thoughts. But suddenly he pulled up.
"And what if she is a woman? And what if she is beautiful? What's that to thee, Andy? What is that to thee?"
No answer being forthcoming, either from the dark overhanging clouds above him, or the idle murmuring beck, Andrew went on again. A little farther on he came to the footbridge where he must cross the stream to his sister's house. Here he checked himself and turned back. When he reached the nearest stile he turned round again, and then, just as he approached the bridge once more, he stopped, and after thinking a moment he doubled his fist, and shaking it at some invisible opponent, he cried in low intense tones, "No, Andrew Barber, no! All the spoilt greatness of the world has been spoilt by women. All the stopped careers have been stopped by women. Humanity is your sweetheart. Your downtrodden fellow men are your wife and mother and sister and brother. You have put your hand to the plough, Andy, and you cannot, you shall not turn back." With this melodramatic yet terribly serious apostrophe to himself, Andrew crossed the little bridge and went indoors. But in spite of the vow just made, his thoughts went back again to the girl he had seen at the schoolhouse, and though he took up a book, he saw nothing except a wealth of wonderful golden hair, an animated face, and certain eloquent and bewitching gestures, with the wall of the schoolhouse as a background, and a round of applause as a finale.
"Why, Leah,"
he said, lifting his face on which the old look of amazement had reappeared,
"Doxie Dent's a woman."
And Leah raised her head a moment from her sewing, looked at Andrew with a searching glance, and then dropping her head again, and smiling knowingly to herself, she replied,
"Aye, what else?"
But when Andrew had gone to bed, Leah, who was waiting for her husband's return from Duxbury, still sat musing before the fire. Andrew's astonishment at his discovery entertained her vastly, and she smiled to herself again and again. At last, however, she rose to her feet and looked at the clock, and as it still wanted some minutes to the time at which Luke had promised to be back, she stood gazing absently into the fire. As she mused, her smooth white face grew graver and graver, and at last she said softly,
"If owt i' this world can save him, that will."
And as the garden gate clicked at that moment, she turned with a bright glance to greet her husband. End of chapter 12. Chapter 13 of Doxie Dent by John Ackworth. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A political meeting. About this time, a perceptible change began to manifest itself in the public life of Beckside. Hitherto, its remoteness had sheltered it from the agitations of the day, but Mr. Disraeli's Reform Bill had made many of our friends voters. A new and very advanced newspaper, called the Duxbury Gazette, and sold at a penny, began to circulate freely in the neighbourhood, and the clog shop discussions, which had hitherto been confined to religious and purely local matters, were suddenly extended to high political affairs, such as the Irish Church question, education reform, the ballot, and the strained relations between capital and labour. Jabe and Long Ben, following the habit of the older Methodists, looked askance upon all these things, but the younger men discussed them whether or no in the ingle-nook, and many fierce and terrible word battles took place. And one day there came the paralysing news that Beckside was to have a political meeting. The curate had discovered,
or thought he had, that Beckside was conservative, and so he had ventured to arrange for a meeting in the schoolhouse on the Irish Church question. Sam Speck read the announcement out of the Duxbury Gazette at the Clog Shop fire, and next day bills proclaiming the fixture appeared on the walls. Jabe and Ben shook their heads over it, but Sam, Luke Yates and all the younger men, even including Nathan the smith and quiet Jimmy Juddy, were intensely interested. The curates' meeting was, of course, in opposition to the disestablishment, and this put the Clogger in a quandary, for though he strongly disapproved of this sudden political fever which had come to the village, and scoffed at and ridiculed in his own particular way Sam's pretensions to political knowledge, in his inmost heart he was with him on this particular question, and Sam was shrewd enough to discover that, in spite of his jibes and scoffs, he was really on his side. Sam had read in his new oracle, the Duxbury Gazette, several accounts of meetings in which the church party had been discomfited on their own platform, and it was the secret desire of his heart that some such thing should take place at Beckside. There was a difficulty, however, as to how it was to be done. If Jabe had been enthusiastic, there might have been a prospect of fun, but the most they could expect of him was that he would attend the meeting, a thing which was as yet very doubtful. There was nobody else in the village of any forensic pretensions, except it might be Luke Yates, and he, though enthusiastic enough, was no better instructed on the subject than the rest of them. For lack of anyone better equipped, however, Luke was eventually pressed into the service, and Sam and Nathan spent every evening between the time of this decision and the night of the meeting at Beckbottom comparing notes with their advocate and posting him up on the latest phases of the case as far as they understood them. At last the day of the meeting came. Some time before the hour fixed, the little schoolhouse was filled, and the curate did not know whether to be pleased or alarmed when he saw it, for the company was made up chiefly of dissenters. Jabe and Ben had come, after all, and Sam was not without hope that even if Luke failed to make an impression, the excitement of the occasion would be too much for the Clogger, and he would be on his feet before he knew where he was. And if he did... But Sam only allowed his imagination to revel in the prospect, and hugged himself in delighted anticipation. Presently the meeting was opened, and Sam overheard Jabe calling the attention of Ben to the awful fact that they hadn't even axed a blessing. The chairman was a local and somewhat unpopular landowner, and the rugged faces in the audience grew sterner as he took his place. Then the speaker of the evening, a travelling agent of some political society, was announced and began to speak. He had not been talking long before it began to be manifest that he understood his work, and the silence grew stiller and stiller as he proceeded. Jabe seemed profoundly impressed, and followed every word with blinking eyes, which at the most telling points were changed into nods of approval. Sam became very uneasy, and in a few minutes was beginning to wish he had never brought his old friend. One thing, however, became very clear, namely, that there was nobody in Beckside who could be put up to answer so powerful an advocate. Then the silence began to be broken by low grunts of approval. Once there was something approaching to a cheer, and when, after talking for about 50 minutes, the orator sat down, the meeting burst into ringing applause. "It's no use tackling a felly like yond," whispered Luke to Sam, and Sam ducked his head into his hands and wished himself away. Just then, however, the chairman announced that the speaker had kindly offered to answer questions, but before he had done speaking, he was interrupted by the voice of the Clogger, crying out in stern disgust, "Let's go home." But here the curate interposed. The meeting would not like to disperse without passing a resolution, and he therefore moved one, strongly condemning the unrighteous attempt to rob the Irish Church of its legitimate possessions. This was immediately seconded, and those who were of Sam's way of thinking turned and nodded to one another, as much as to say, "Well, at any rate, we can vote against it." The chairman rose to put the resolution. Sam and his party ducked their heads under a sense of discomfiture. The silence in the room was almost painful, when suddenly a clear, ringing voice from the back of the schoolhouse cried, "Mr. Chairman, may I ask a question?" Everybody turned hastily round to see who the bold intruder might be, and Sam and his supporters looked at each other in utter amazement, for the speaker was Andrew Barber. Long Ben groaned in distress and shame, and the clogger's leg began to work at a frantic rate. "Yes, certainly. Come forward, young man." And whilst Andrew, cool apparently as the proverbial cucumber, stepped up to the platform, the speaker of the evening got up and said how thankful he was to find young enquiring minds in Beckside, and how much he hoped that the young man would not be embarrassed or interrupted. Standing there as easily as though he were at home on a platform, Andrew asked his question, and did so in civil and courteous terms. A sudden change came over the lecturer's face, and he requested somewhat confusedly that the question might be repeated. Slowly, and with the utmost respectfulness, Andrew repeated his question, and as he did so a gleam of light passed over several countenances, and people began to sit up with quickened interest. The lecturer, in reply, made a 5-minute speech full of compliments to Andrew, but containing little of the nature of an answer. Andrew quietly repeated his question. Once more the visitor essayed a reply, but it was more evasive and roundabout than the last. "Can this gentleman answer my question, or can he not?" demanded Andrew, and the audience cheered. "If the gentleman cannot or will not answer my question, I will answer it myself." "No, no, no speeches," cried the curate and the chairman together, but the meeting was excited. "Let him talk! Fair play! Let him speak!" And as it was evident by this time that the feeling had risen very high, the chairman reluctantly consented, and Andrew began. One by one, in slow, deliberate, but quite masterly fashion for so young a man, Andrew took up the lecturer's points and answered them, and by this time wonder and delight sat on the faces of all the dissenters present. Then Andrew branched off into a simple history of the question, and gave such an array of astounding figures that the hearers listened with amazement, and the speaker and his friends on the platform winced and grumbled and protested. At length, however, the speaker dropped his argumentative style, and in a 5 minutes inflated rhetorical and amateurish peroration, proclaimed the glories of religious freedom and equality, and sat down. It was a moment or two before the meeting realised itself, but when it did so, there burst forth such a peal of hand-clapping and stamping as that schoolhouse had probably never been the scene of before. The lecturer rose to reply, but nobody was in a humour for that, and a rush was made for the door. As soon as they got outside, a call was raised for Andrew, but he had already disappeared. Never, in the whole of its wonderful history, had the Clog Shop been so full as it was on the evening on which Andrew thus routed the curate and his politicians. It seemed as if every responsible male in the village was there, and the noise and clamour were deafening. Sam Speck, with his hat cocked at the back of his head, went about from one to the other, taking his friends by the buttonhole, and demanding sternly whether he hadn't "allus telled thee there were summat more nor common i' that lad," in sublime indifference to the fact that his prognostications of former days had always been of a very different kind. Lige sat leaning on his stick, looking about him in dazed wonderment, and announcing every now and again that he was fair gloppened, whilst Jethro the knocker-up, who ought to have been in bed by this time, drew first one and then another into the corner on the door side of the ingle-nook, and informed them, "When I heard that slip of a lad bullocking them swells, it fair krilled me to th' bone." The clogger himself was in a dilemma. The trouncing of the intruder was exactly to his mind, and he felt a quite unholy gratification that it had been done so neatly and so effectually by one of their own Beckside boys. There was something within him that wanted to break out in proud exultation, and if it had been any other lad, he couldn't have restrained himself. On the other hand, he suddenly recalled his old-time dislike of this queer boy, and when he came to think of it, the cleverness he had shown that night had something positively uncanny about it. How did it happen that this youth, who had once so unsavoury a reputation that he could not live under such a roof as Long Ben's, and who had now for some time been almost forgotten by the villagers, should suddenly bring himself into evidence in this startling way? And where was Long Ben? Why wasn't he listening to and sharing his son's triumph? The fact that he had gone home instead of coming to the cloggery on such a night as this was a very ominous circumstance now he came to think of it, and putting himself in Ben's place and trying to realise the thing from his standpoint, there came back to his mind all the deep-rooted suspicion of mere demagogues and agitators which he and Ben had shared together, and, in fact, inherited from the Methodists of the generation before them. These feelings and memories made him unusually silent, and though he listened attentively to all that was said, his mind somehow persisted in reverting to his friend the carpenter, and to the disturbed and saddened feelings with which he feared he had gone home. It was next day at noon before Ben appeared at the clog shop, and when he did so, Jabe's experienced eye detected at once that there was sorrow in the heart of his friend. "Well, Barbers has come out for once at any rate," said the clogger as his friend lighted his after-dinner pipe. But Ben was not responsive. They puffed away in silence, one against the other for some moments, and then Jabe went on. "Tha ne'er towd us as tha were rearing a cuckoo among them young spadgers o' thine." And then, with a laugh of conviction, "It can sing too." Ben's pipe had gone out, but he sat chewing at the mouthpiece, and glowering earnestly at the fire, and just when Jabe was preparing to stir him up by another remark, he snatched his pipe out of his mouth, and leaning forward, cried, though in a voice that grew fierce in its intensity as he proceeded, "Dunna tha tell me about God answering prayer ony more." And then, with a rush of despairing vehemence, "Aw tell thee, it's no true." "Ben, Ben!" and the clogger's tones were heavy with solemn, wondering reproach. "Did Abraham pray for Ishmael? Did Isaac pray for Esau? Did David pray for Absalom? And what come of it o'er? It's no true, Aw tell thee, it's no true." And hastily dashing his pipe to the ground, and the angry tears from his eyes, Ben got up and walked out of the shop. But before the excitement occasioned by Andrew's astonishing appearance at the schoolhouse had subsided, another and more wonderful discovery still was made. The popularity of the new Duxbury Gazette had been brought about largely by the appearance in its columns of a number of very popular and biting articles on current topics by a contributor signing himself The Lamplighter. These were looked for eagerly by most of the readers, and those weeks when there was no contribution by the person named were regarded as blanks. At the clog shop these productions were read with avidity and discussed night after night. Sam Speck had, in fact, acquired quite a new importance in both his own eyes and those of the frequenters of the cloggery by his masterly public reading of the all-attractive productions, especially as he grew to feel that at least some moiety of the glory which they imparted belonged to him as the channel through which they reached the Beckside public. On the Friday night after the scene at the school, the article in the Gazette was of more than usual interest, and it made one or two references to the Beckside political meeting. Sam had read it in his very best manner, and was turning the paper over to glance at other news, when John T. Harrop started once more a discussion which took place now every time the Lamplighter appeared. Who was the person so signing himself? Johnty was stating with his usual decidedness his oft-repeated opinion that it was nobody in that neighbourhood, and could only be some very clever person in Manchester, or even in London, when there was a sudden, "Well, I'll be bothered," from Sam. Every eye was at once turned enquiringly upon him, but all that Sam could do was to whisk the paper down to his side, and cry in amazement, "Well, I'll go to Hanover." "What's the lumpyard up to?" grunted Jabe from deep in the ingle-nook. But ignoring so trivial a question, Sam strode across the fireplace, and tapping Jonty on the shoulder, he cried, "Thou wants to know who the lamplighter is, does ta? Thou wants to know who has written o'er them articles, does ta? Well, hearken here." And drawing himself up in the full consciousness of the glory that the paragraph he was about to read would give him, he commenced, "Special note to our readers. We have been besieged for some time with enquiries as to the identity of our valued contributor, the lamplighter, but hitherto we have not been able to gratify this very natural curiosity. At last, however, we have received the consent of the writer to allow his real name to be divulged, and we have pleasure in announcing that the brilliant young politician who so effectually disposed of a certain itinerant Irish church advocate at Beckside the other night, and the lamplighter, are the same person. Mr. Barber, having accepted the appointment of secretary to the Duxbury Spinners and Minders Association, will henceforth reside in Duxbury and continue the valuable contributions which have so delighted our numerous readers." Perfect stillness reigned in the cloggery for a moment or two after Sam had finished, and then there burst forth a chorus of long amazed whistles, followed by another pause. And then the babel recommenced, and for the next quarter of an hour everybody was speaking at once. Jabe called Sam a whole string of abusive names, and utterly refused to believe the news, and it was only when the paper had been carefully spread out before him, and he had examined it for himself, that he gave in. The younger men were full of elation and enthusiasm, and the elder ones simply sat there and stared at each other. Then Long Ben came in, and was told, and so great and contagious was the pride and triumph of the noisier ones, that for a moment even he looked uplifted, and Jabe, on seeing this, cast off all the restraints of consistency, and openly boasted of Beckside as a nursery of greatness. So great, in fact, was his pride and delight, that he presently limped off into the parlour and communicated the astounding intelligence to Doxie, who, not having read the lamplighter's contributions, seemed to her uncle strangely unimpressed by the news. End of chapter 13. Chapter 14 of Doxie Dent by John Ackworth. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A great discovery. Now, Friday night had recently been made pay night at the mill, and consequently it had become the busiest one of the week at the clog shop. People came to order new clogs or to pay for repairs, and so there was an intermittent stream of customers coming and going all the evening. Everybody who came on this particular night received the news about the lamplighter, and either strolled to the fire in order to discuss, at becoming length, all the bearings of such an extraordinary case, or else they hurried away to impart their news where they were sure of a sufficiently wondering reception. Consequently, as talk became more general, a great many new and interesting facts were gathered about this now all-popular young man. Everybody knew, now that they were reminded of it, that he had always been skew-iffed and went golly west to everybody else. Jonty Harrop made a rather transparent bid for distinction by informing the company that Andrew had been his big piecer, and was reminded by another minder present that he was allus maulin' about wi' books. This recalled the fact, which nobody had thought of until now, that Andrew was scarcely ever seen abroad without a volume of some sort in his hand, and Luke Yates, his brother-in-law, imparted the additional information that you could hardly get into Andrew's chamber durrell for books. Then the conversation drifted back to the meeting at the schoolhouse, and from that to the wonderful articles they had all relished so keenly in the Gazette. "Mon," cried Sam, glaring with intense conviction at Ben, "they'll live a son i'th Parliament if thou lives long enough." But Ben closed his eyes and turned his head away, for he was not enjoying the discussion. At this point there strolled into the shop a person who very seldom resorted thither. It was little Eli, the village herb doctor. He was not only herbalist, but barber and blacking maker as well. He kept ferrets and canaries and all kinds of singing birds, whilst the village constable was only too aware that his house was the rendezvous of poachers. Every boy in Beckside could tell you that Eli had an infallible remedy for warts, and every old crone about the place consulted him about the charming of erysipelas and rheumatism. He was much more feared than liked in the village, and the clog-shop worthies held him in abhorrence. He had been nicknamed Little because of his enormous length, and nobody looking at his yellow wrinkled face and small deep-set eyes would be surprised that he was regarded as something uncanny. Disappointed at not finding Jabe behind the counter, Eli turned towards the large circle round the fire, and cried with a wicked leer that puckered his whole face, "I thowt as all the cliver lads i' Beckside come out of th' Sunday school." The only response was freezing silence, and Eli, never comfortable in the clog shop, but now intent on his little triumph, waited for a moment, and then went on. "It seems owd Eli can teach as well as Maister Lungworth," and he drew out Jabe's name with vicious, grating sarcasm. Still nobody replied, and so, after waiting a moment or two, Eli threw his clogs down upon the counter, and turning again towards the fire, cried, "Oh, say, Jabe!" "Well, what is it?" came in gruffest tones from the ingle-nook. "If yon ony moor lads you conna manage in your schoo, send them o'er to me." And with this last vindictive shot, the herbalist disappeared. The calculated bitterness of Eli's words was only too effectual. Every face at the fire became overcast, and the older men looked crestfallen and dismayed. Eli was a dangerous free-thinker who had never been seen inside any place of worship within the memory of the oldest person present. It was known that he received an infidel newspaper every week through the post, and was an enthusiastic admirer of Joe Barker, the atheistic ex-Methodist preacher and iconoclast, Bradlaugh. The older men remembered only too well that he had been in early life a Chartist, and was suspected of having a hand in some of the most disgraceful machinery riots of other days. It was a characteristic of him that he never appeared in person in any disturbances, but his was said to have been the secret hand that manipulated and guided things in the background. He had a way of acquiring influence over other people's minds, and was believed in most enthusiastically by those whom he patronised. The influence, however, was of a most sinister character, and his tools sooner or later got into trouble. After a few minutes of almost complete silence, Ben, greatly to the relief of all present, got up and went home, and so the tongues were set wagging again. Sam and the younger men called Eli a lying slotch. Jabe and the elders looked dubious and said nothing, and whilst Luke Yates told how quiet and decent Andrew was at home, Nathan the smith recalled some of the startling and scandalous questions he used to ask before he left the school, and so poor Andrew's character was tossed about amongst them, one moment promising to triumph over all slander and prejudice, and the next sinking under the weight of condemnatory evidence. "He's th' grandest lad as Beckside's turned out since Billy Botch's time," asseverated Sam vehemently, but quite as much to sustain his own fading confidence as to convince anyone else. And Lige, in the opposite corner of the ingle-nook, to the strangely silent Jabe, shook his head with dubious solemnity, and murmured, "His mother always said as he'd break her hurt." Jethro, the knocker-up, was never of very much account, and so his silence on this occasion attracted no particular attention, until in one of the pauses, Lige, after eyeing him over meditatively for some time, suddenly leaned forward, and tapping him on the knee, asked, "What does thou think about it, owd lad?" This seemed to bring Jethro back from a reverie, for he started slightly on being appealed to, and after looking musingly into the fire, he got up with the evident intention of departing, and then said sadly, "If owt bad does come on him, there's some on us here as'll ha' to answer for it."
"Here? Here? What does mean by that?" demanded Jabe, as the others made way for Jethro to go. And the old knocker-up turned back for a moment, gazed into the fire, and then answered sadly, "Oh, thank goodness as it werena me as turned him out o' th' class." And with another heavy sigh, he made for the door. Meanwhile the carpenter, with a weight of misery settling slowly on his soul, was making his way home. Arrived there, he was treated to a very full and particular, though partly imaginative account of Andrew's recent doings by his wife, and the worst that Ben had heard at the clog shop was as nothing to what he now had to listen to. Andrew was an out-and-out atheist, and a member of secret clubs, and a ringleader amongst strikers, and a big man amongst all the lazy wastrels of Duxbury. And Mrs. Ben broke down in the middle of her story, and lapsed into tears. Ben, smarting under a sense of humiliation, was surly and morose, and told her to "howd a racket," whereupon the distressed mother got him his porridge supper, and then sat down gloomily by the fire. Ben tried to eat, but could not, and so, after struggling with his food for a minute or two, he pushed it impatiently away, and drew up to the fire. His wife, watching him narrowly, noticed with a pang that he did not light his pipe, and so, after fidgeting in her chair for a little while, and silently handed him the family Bible for prayers. Ben kicked the book from his knee, and sprang to his feet as if he had been struck. "Oh, Connor, woman," he cried in wild grief. "Oh, winner, oh, niver pray again while I'm wick." And then he suddenly broke down, and staggering back into his chair, he groaned, "Lord ha' massy on me, what am I saying?" Ellen was too stunned to be able to reply, so, after sitting and watching him furtively for some time, she fetched a candle from the kitchen and went off to bed. Ben sat staring at the fire, and trembling as he thought of the wickedness of his last words. Then his lips moved in silent prayer, and he rose as if to retire. Changing his mind, however, he sat down again, and went moodily on with his own terrible internal conflict until the striking of the long-cased clock aroused him, and he slipped off his clogs and hastened upstairs. To his surprise he found his wife sitting up in bed and sobbing as if her heart would break. "Ben," she cried, lifting an agonized face, "it's me, Ben, it's aw me. Aw've fun it out, and it's me as has browt this on the lad." And Ben, who had now quite recovered control of himself, bent over the bedside, and with unwonted and awkward tenderness stroked her hair, and said soothingly, "If tha browt it, it'll turn out blessin', wench. Tha ne'er browt me near else, and tha niver will. But what is it?" "But it is, Ben, it's me. Dost tha remember? I couldna give him up." "Whisht, woman, tha'rt wonderin'." "When he were a babby, Ben, he had the favour, tha knows, and tha says as we mud give him up and submit to th' Almighty. But when tha went downstairs, Ben, I stapped him out of bed, and clipped him and cuddled him to my breast. I went down on my knees, and I said, 'I winna, Lord, I winna give him up.' And now he's come back on us. Oh, Lord, forgive me." And again the agitated woman sobbed out her sorrow. Ben waited until the paroxysm subsided, and then he said, in low, coaxing tones, "Ellen, thee and me's been jogging along now for 30 year together, hanna we?" "What be that?" "And for 30 year we'n carried our troubles together, hanna we?" "What be that?" "Well, wench, we'll carry 'em together to th' end. God bless thee." And he put her back with her head on the pillow, and stroked her face until she grew calm. Now, whilst Beckside was excitedly discussing its great discovery of the identity of the lamplighter, the subject of these debates was sitting quietly by his sister's fireside at Beckbottom, with a book under the table before him, and one foot tucked up under his chair, whilst the other was stretched out to the cradle rocker, which he kept quietly moving.
Leah, his sister, with her dress tucked neatly up about her waist, was moving softly about the house for fear of waking the baby, restoring the newly polished fender and mantelpiece ornaments to their places, and putting the finishing touches to her weekend fettling. Every now and again she glanced cautiously at the cradle, and presently bending over it, she drew the coverlet a little farther over the baby's face, and whispered, "It'll do now, lad. He's fast asleep, bless him." Andrew withdrew his foot from the rocker, and went on with his reading, every now and again, however, lifting his head and glancing curiously at his sister as she went on with her duties. After a while she put her dress down, smoothed her hair, washed her hands in the little scullery, and came and sat down to her work-basket. She was holding a needle up to the lamp to thread it, when Andrew raised his head and watched her. When she had finished and was just picking up her sewing, he said, "Leah, wench, I'm going to leave thee." And Leah, whose thoughts just then were far away, so that she had not quite caught what he said, asked, "What dost say?" "I'm going to leave thee. I've getten a fresh shop." A shadow came over Leah's mild face, and she said, with just the slightest ring of resentment in her tones, "Well, I hope it's a better." "Nah then, I dunna mean that. I mean a fresh working shop. I've been appointed secretary of th' Minders' Association, and I sat to live i' Duxbury." Leah did not reply for a time, but at last she said regretfully, "Well, thou mun go thy own road. Thou allus has done, and I fear thou allus will." "Why, Leah, what's wrong wi' me?" "Wrong? Why doesn't thou go to th' chapel? Why dostna read the Bible instead of them nasty bad books o' thine? Why dostna mix wi' gradely dacent folk? Secretary!" And here Leah's quiet face flushed with sudden indignation. "Thou'rt going to be a makker o' strikes and lockouts and riots, and a robber o' poor women and childer. That's what thou'rt going to be." Andrew was not in the least disturbed by this quiet, unusual outburst from his gentle, silent sister. He smiled quietly, waited a moment until her anger subsided, and then he asked, "Leah, your chapel folk believe in calls, dunna you?" "Calls?" "Aye, calls to be preachers and leaders and sich like, dunna you?" "Well, what be that?" "Well, I've getten a call to help me downtrodden and foolish fellow workmen, a call to feight for liberty and fair play. I know, I have, I feel it, wench." And then, with a sudden burst of intense earnestness which startled and greatly impressed his sister, "Yes, and mine's as mich the call o' God as a parson's is." Leah relapsed into a discouraged and pensive silence, and Andrew, after a vain attempt to resume his reading, picked up his book, reached a bottle of ink and pen from the shelf by the side of the fireplace, lighted a small paraffin lamp, and retired to his bedroom study. Left alone, Leah pursued the painful drift of her thoughts, and became graver and more perplexed as she mused. What was there in this strange brother of hers that made him so different from other young fellows? For years now he had scarcely had a companion or friend, and spent nearly all his spare time in the house over his books. As a member of their little family, he was almost faultless. He never stayed out at night, and though she suspected by the amount of lamp oil he bought that he often sat up late, he did it in his own room, and never resented her remonstrances. It was absolutely certain that as far back as she could remember, he had always been surprisingly fond of her, and the affection only seemed to increase with the lapse of time. Her little girl Charlotte doted on her uncle, and even the baby wakened up and put on his very pietist look when Andrew came near him. Her husband, although 10 years his senior, deferred to Andrew's superior knowledge on all the larger questions of life, and seemed in a quiet, unadmitted sort of way to have great respect for his judgment. Luke, whenever he did speak of him, always said he was terrible cliver, but if so, he seemed entirely unconscious of it himself, for she had never perceived anything approaching to self-conceit in him, as that characteristic was usually understood. And yet, with all these things, she was compelled to admit that she was more than uneasy about him. It was her nature to have misgivings about anything she loved very much, and she certainly loved this queer brother of hers, next only to her husband. And perhaps the memory of her own courting days, and the terrible risks which her love for the unpopular Luke made her run to marry him, were unconsciously blinding her to faults in Andrew which other folk could see. Well, he was her favourite brother, and popular or unpopular, she would stick to him. Only, why was he now going away where she could not watch over him? And why was he embarking on a course of life which the principles in which they had both been brought up so emphatically condemned? The Beckside Methodists regarded all politics as anathema, and were strong sticklers for the duty of non-intervention, as far as professors were concerned at any rate. But with all their dislike of bully-ragging politicians, her father and those who thought with him had a still deeper detestation of those who went about stirring up strife and breeding discontent between masters and servants, and she herself could not only remember 2 or 3 persons of that kind who had turned out utter wastrels, but could also recall the misery and starvation which had been brought into Beckside itself by their dangerous interferences. What could there be under the quiet exterior of Andrew to give him any taste for work like this? As for his talk about having a call to it, that seemed to her only to prove that he was already under the worst possible influences. End of chapter 14. Chapter 15 of Doxie Dent by John Ackworth. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Plots and plans. Now, when Leah had reached the stage of her meditations at which we left her in the last chapter, the door opened and Luke came in. She got up to reach his supper out of the oven, and was turning round to tell him the news she had just heard from Andrew, when a look on his face stopped her, and the next moment he was telling her all about the discovery that had been made respecting the lamplighter, and all the other things which had been said and done that night at the clog shop. Luke had been in the habit of reading the lamplighter articles to her on a Saturday afternoon, and they both now recalled how that Andrew, when he had been present, seemed very indifferent and even contemptuous about them, and once or twice had even gone so far as to offer criticism. Well, Leah did not know what to think now. She was alarmed to discover that a feeling of wicked pride rose within her as she remembered that the writer, whose words had seemed so illuminating to both her husband and herself, was her own brother, and she liked him all the better because he had so cleverly concealed from everybody what he was doing. But when her husband went on to tell her all that had taken place at the clog shop, with the confident assertions that Andrew was an atheist, confirmed as they were so significantly by the visit and words of the universally disliked Eli, her heart sank within her, and all the more so as she observed that her husband, who had so often before laughed at her apprehensions about Andrew, seemed almost as concerned as she was herself. They talked for quite an hour, and when at last they retired, Leah did not get to sleep for hours thinking what she must do to help save her misguided and misunderstood brother. When she rose next morning, she was conscious that her burden seemed lighter, and upon careful self-examination she discovered a subtle thought blending with her musings, which was somehow diffusing its sweetness over all the sadness of the moment. It seemed to be her work in life to have to do with peculiar and incomprehensible characters. Luke, her husband, had probably been saved by her persistent love for him and by her daring marriage with him in spite of popular opinion. Well, perhaps it was to be something like it once more, and perhaps God had given to her the task of saving this strange brother of hers. And so, though she as yet saw no way out of the difficulty, she was so very cheerful that her husband noticed it and seemed curious about the cause. But she could not tell him, only she felt an assurance within her that all would be right, and was pleased to see that Luke looked relieved and hopeful at her words. Later on in the day, Leah recalled to her mind the incident of Andrew's surprise to find that Doxie Dent was a woman. To her, as a woman, it had a significance which it would not have to others, and she soon saw in that idea a possible solution of her difficulties. At any rate, she would work the thing for all it was worth, and if she did not succeed, it should not be for want of trying. That same Sunday afternoon, Doxie called at Beckbottom as she sometimes did after school. She looked very fresh and bonny, and so Leah determined to commence her little operations at once. "Yo'n yeard about our Andrew, I reckon," she commenced as Doxie turned away from the cradle, where she had been admiring the baby. "Yes," said Doxie shortly, and glanced up with a look of inquiry on her frank face. "Well, what dun you think about it?" Doxie tried to look as indifferent as possible, and said, "Nay, what do you think?" Leah, who was a little disappointed with Doxie's manner, sighed softly, and answered, "Eh dear, I don't know what to think." And then the conversation seemed to get stranded, and glancing meditatively into the fire, Doxie seemed lost in pensive thought. Presently, however, she recovered herself, and turning suddenly to Leah, said confidently, "Leah, I want to tell you a great secret. I've had an offer of marriage." "Where fro'? Andrew?" And in a moment she perceived she had given herself away, for Doxie looked up with a startled shrinking glance, and answered sharply, "Andrew? No!" Mercifully the baby awoke just then, and the two women were both glad to interest themselves in the infant until they could recover. And what with the baby and her own embarrassment, Lee forgot to ask who Doxie's lover was, or even how he had fared in his venture, and of course Doxie was not going to return to the subject now. Presently, however, Leah remembered, and was a little taken aback when Doxie answered shortly, "Ben." The manner in which the reply was given told Leah all she needed to know as to the result of the proposal, and so, partly to relieve her own mind, and partly to disabuse Doxie's, she set to work and told her friend the story of her own courtship as it is known to the readers of Beckside Lights. But Doxie was not to be drawn out of her shell, and when the hospitable housewife, in pursuance of her little plan, invited Doxie to stay to tea in the hope that Andrew would come in to the meal, that young lady got hastily up and prepared to depart. However, Leah was now very much in earnest, so she walked by Doxie's side up the garden and along the footpath, pouring into her apparently indifferent ears a great many particulars of Andrew's character which were meant to rehabilitate him in Doxie's esteem. Leah and her husband took turns in staying at home to mind the children on Sunday nights, and this week it was hers. She hoped that Andrew, as usual, would stay with her, and she was not disappointed. When the children had been got to sleep, and Andrew was deep in a book by the fireside, Leah drew her own chair up opposite to him, and said, "Doxie were here this afternoon. Eh, who is getting a bonny wench?" Andrew never spoke, but she was sharp enough to see that he had heard her. "Who's yeard about thee going to Duxbury? Eh, who is ill off about it?" Andrew lifted his eyes to look at his sister, but she affected not to notice. He did not speak, however, and so, as he dropped his eyes upon the book again, she went on. "Her and thee used to be very thick when you were childer." Andrew's eyes wandered to her face, and then to the fire, into which he gazed with an absent, musing stare. "How Jabe will lose his housekeeper afore long. There's over a dozen chaps efter her already." Would the stolid Andrew never speak? "One felly axed her t'other day," and Andrew startled his sister by asking sharply, "How does tha know?" Leah was flurried for a moment, now that she had accomplished her purpose, but after a momentary hesitation she said, "Oh, I know, but it's no common felly as'll get her." Andrew, still staring with his head down at the fire, answered slowly, "Now, it'll be some pious chapel-goin' chap,
Aw reckon our Ben, for instance."
"Andy, Doxie Dent'll tap th' chap who likes, an' nobry else, an' noather owd Jabe nor onybody else'll stop her. Where doesn't tha?"
But here it struck Leah that she had gone far enough for once, and so she hastened into the scullery on some invented errand. But when she came back, her brother was waiting for her, sitting straight up in his chair, and looking at her with almost fierce resolution, he said, "Leah, I've a burden laid on me. I've a work to do, and till that's done, noather Doxie Dent nor onybody else'll be owt to me." And Leah, more than satisfied with the result of the conversation, dropped her head to hide a smile, and answered, "Well, them as lives longest'll see th' most." Whatever else she had done, Leah had effectually robbed Andrew of all interest in his book. He sat looking at it drearily for some minutes, without even turning over the page, and then his eyes wandered back to the fire, and presently he got up and began to move uneasily about the house. Once he stopped before the cradle and stood looking down on the unconscious baby. Then he went to the window and looked out into the darkness. After that he came back to the fire, and at last he said, "Let's see, Doxie's a member now, isn't hoo?" "Ay, and a leader too." "A leader?" And there was anger as well as surprise in Andrew's tones. "Ay, a childers' class, tha knows. A catty, I dunno know what they ca'n it." "When does hoo have it?" "Of a Tuesday neet, I think." And in spite of the strong words he had used to his sister, Andrew watched Doxie away from her meeting next time it was held, and followed her down to the shop, dark though it was. And all the way home to Beckbottom he was telling himself again and again that he had put his hand to the plough and must not draw back. A week later he went to live at Duxbury. About a fortnight after the departure of Andrew from Beckside, and when the excitement concerning him had somewhat subsided, Jabe and Sam Speck were seated enjoying their after-dinner pipes at the Clog Shop fire. It was a sharp wintry day, and Doxie, dressed to go out, and looking as bright as ever, passed through the shop in order to assure her uncle that she would be back in time for tea. Neither of the two cronies seemed to be in the humour to talk, but presently, after musingly recharging his pipe, Sam leaned back in his seat, crossed his legs, and sighed. "Ay, hoo'll mak' somebody a bonny wife some day, hoo will." The clogger's face had a comfortable, even drowsy look, but as Sam slowly drawled out his words, it changed suddenly to one of indignant astonishment. "A wife?" he demanded excitedly, and glared at Sam as though he would annihilate him. "Ay, a wife. Where not? Hoo's owd enough, surely." Jabe was fairly roused now. Even a hint of the possibility of losing his idol was sufficient to alarm him. "Whey, mon," he bawled, "tha'rt maddlet. Dost think as our Doxie mavers herself wi' chappin' and gindering and sich like wark?" But Sam was on his mettle too, and so snatching his pipe from his mouth, he demanded with a fierceness almost equal to the clogger's, "Does tha mean to say as hoo's ony different to any other wench? Has tha two een in the head, and ne'er seen nowt?" "Seen? I've seen all as there is to see, and that's nowt." And Sam, realising that with such blindness it was utterly useless to try to argue, all at once collapsed into the chimney corner and grunted resignedly, "Aw reet then," and smoked moodily, silently on. But Jabe was moved. The thought of Doxie being carried off by some gay young fellow, or by anybody for that matter, was simply unbearable. 2 or 3 times he gave vent to inarticulate grunts, but as Sam did not respond he became sarcastic, and at length snarled with a rough laugh. "Seen? Oh ay, tha's seen tha's. Tha's een at th' back o' the head, and aat o' the clug bottoms tha's." And then, as curiosity overpowered anger, he broke off and demanded gruffly, "What has seen?" And the tantalising Sam put on a look of perfectly maddening superiority, and said, "Nay, nowt, nowt. Aw ne'er sees nowt." But Sam was really going too far, and the Clogger lapsed into a fit of dignified sulks, sitting at the opposite side of the fire and puffing away at his pipe as though his life depended on getting through it. Sam, with his head averted, watched his old friend for a minute or two. Then suddenly relenting, he leaned forward and demanded, "Dost mean to say as tha's never seen nobry snuffing and squinting after that wench?" Jabe, whose head was held very high, did not intend to answer, but presently, with the air of a man who was making a compromising concession, he said shortly, "Well, whoa?" And Sam, as if appealing to a man of acknowledged penetration, whose momentary aberration greatly astonished him, replied, "Whey, young Ben, mon, young Ben." For the moment Jabe was relieved, for young Ben Barber was high in his favour, and was generally acknowledged to be a sort of model young man, steady, industrious, and religious. But the pain at his heart did not disappear, for even the knowledge that she was making a good match would be little consolation to him if he was to lose her. It was some time before either of them spoke again, but at length Jabe got up, with the evident intention of returning to work, and as he did so, he knocked the ashes out of his pipe, and looking scowlingly at Sam, said, "That mon'll feel th' length o' my clug if Aw catch him inky-pinkying about here, so Aw'll tell thee." All the afternoon, however, the Clogger brooded sorrowfully over what had been told him, and at every moment grew more certain that he could not stand being parted from his niece. Over the tea-table he was unusually pensive and quiet, and Doxie more than once rallied him on his unwonted silence. What increased her curiosity was the fact that every time she looked towards him, she caught him eyeing her over with a sad, preoccupied look, which he turned hastily away as soon as he found he was observed. She had thoughts of her own, however, that were very absorbing, and so she gave less attention to these things than otherwise she might have done. When she had put away the tea things and was kneeling upon the fender, poking the fire and gazing into it thoughtfully, she suddenly felt a hand placed upon her hair, and as she turned with a bright but rather surprised look to find out the reason for this very unusual caress, she found that her uncle was bending over her with a longing, hungry look in his eyes, and before she could speak, he said huskily, yet somewhat enigmatically, "Aw wur young mysel' once." End of chapter 15. Chapter 16 of Doxie Dent by John Ackworth. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. An alarming letter. But the Clogger's fit of resignation proved very temporary. Before he had been back in the shop an hour, he was talking in the old pugnacious way to Sam, and threatening all sorts of pains and penalties to any young scupperil he might happen to catch sniffing about here, whilst later on in the evening, when Long Ben came to the shop, he commenced a running fire of vague and oblique references to the for'ardness of young fellies, and the wonderful ways in which the peculiar infirmities of fathers reappeared in the children. For the next few days, also, Jabe kept a sharp lookout for possible "poochers," and even in a roundabout, non-committal way, tried to enlist the services of Sam in the same pursuit. Nothing occurred, however, until the following Sunday, which happened to be wet. Jabe had dismissed the school, and was returning home with Lige and Nathan, when just as he came out of the chapel gate, he pulled up with a start, and then, without a word to his friends, set off as fast as his unequal legs could carry him down the Brew. The two friends could see no possible reason for his sudden departure, but Sam Speck was a little on in front of them, and when the Clogger passed him, he pulled up to watch him, and then, turning round, jerked his thumb in the direction Jabe was going, and seemed inwardly convulsed with something that was tickling him immensely. Then Lige and Nathan saw what was the matter. The Clogger was rapidly approaching a couple of teachers who were going down the Brew under one umbrella, and it only required a second glance to discover
that the two were Doxie and young Ben. Meanwhile, just as the clogger got up to them, they stopped opposite the clog shop, and after exchanging a few words, parted, Doxie nodding and smiling as she left her cavalier. With a womanly dread of water on her clothes, Jabe's niece made a dart for the house, and did not notice her uncle, and Ben had got several yards farther down the hill when he heard a gruff voice exclaiming, "Hey, young felly, wha want thee?" The young carpenter pulled up and faced about, and when he caught sight of Jabe's red, aggressive face, he blushed. "I want to know," demanded the clogger, pulling suddenly up and balancing himself on the toe point of his best leg. "I want to know what this sort of gallivanting work means." And he jerked his thumb over his shoulder in the direction in which Doxie had disappeared. Ben did not comprehend all at once, but as it dawned upon him, he stammered, "That? Nowt? I were nobbut keeping thrain off her." "Oh, thou were keeping thrain off her, were ta?" cried Jabe with a sardonic laugh, and then with his very fiercest scowl he shook his pudgy finger and went on. "Ah, look here, young chap, Aw'll keep thrain off that wench, and th' son too, and thee too, and all sich like spoonified diddle-daddlers. Thee go and grow thee wisdom teeth, and leave that wench to me." And with a final flirt of his finger at the blushing and terrified youth, Jabe turned haughtily round and limped off home. When he got indoors, however, his pride had a sudden fall, for Doxie, having hurried upstairs to remove her damp clothes, came to the front bedroom window just as her uncle was delivering the last part of his philippic to Ben, and comprehending the situation at a glance, she came down upon her defender somewhat severely. The argument waxed hot for a moment or two, but when Jabe discovered how openly and frankly sympathetic Doxie was towards Ben, he naturally concluded that she would not have shown it so much if her affections had been in any way involved. And so he took his scolding meekly, and comforted himself with the reflection that he had effectually scotched the affair. But it never rains but it pours, and almost before our old friend had got over one trouble, he was plunged into another, and even more serious one. On the following Thursday morning, the post brought Doxie a letter with a now familiar foreign postmark, and almost before Dan had returned from delivering it to her in the parlour, she came flying into the shop, in a state of the wildest excitement. "Oh, uncle, uncle, we are going, we are going! Father has sent word we are to go to Australia. Oh, isn't it grand, isn't—" And then she stopped abruptly, for the poor old clogger's face had all at once gone as white as a sheet. The look of delight on Doxie's countenance changed instantly to one of almost terror, to be succeeded by a shower of warm tears, and like the girl she still was, in spite of her 20 summers, she burst into a little cry, caught her uncle round the head, and kissing the bald top of it again and again, cried, "And you must go too, uncle, you must go too." Before the clogger could answer, however, she had remembered herself, and bursting away, she flew off down to the cottage, and brought back her mother and her aunt, and they all adjourned to the parlour to read the letter at length, and hold the family council. Yes, there the summons was in all its bare reality. Doxie's father sent word that he had recently bought from a man who had made his pile a store and all its contents in the mining village where he was located, and that, as they could now be of much service to him, and he was dying for a sight of them, they must prepare to go out at once, and he would send the money by the next mail. The place was a very rough one, but he hoped they would soon make their fortune, and in the meantime he would be able to take care of them. Again and again the letter was read, and when at last its full significance had been realised, those to whom it meant so much received it with very different feelings. Doxie's mother was in the 7th heaven of delight. Aunt Judy looked sad, and presently began to cry, and though Jabe frowned upon her sternly once or twice, and demanded what she was meytherin' at, He hovered very near to tears himself, and eyed Doxie over again and again, with a hungry, almost savage look. As to Doxie, her feelings were evidently of a mixed kind, and fluctuated and veered round with every little turn of the conversation. When they talked about Australia and her father, she was full of eagerness and joy, but the moment anyone touched ever so distantly upon the thought of parting, her lip quivered, and she glanced uneasily at her uncle, and then looked with swimming eyes through the window. That was a dark day for the Clogger. He could neither work nor eat, nor even think connectedly. His old friends and comforters did not come to the cloggery as soon or as fast as he wanted them, and so he wandered about from one place to another, seeking sympathy and advice. That night at the fire, he was the centre of a silent and moody group, for the average Lancashire man has no means of uttering his deepest emotions, and feels as if to speak of them were to minimise them. But the Clogger's feelings may be guessed by the fact that as he went upstairs to bed that night, he stopped for a moment at his niece's bedroom door, and after gazing at it in the dim candlelight, he turned sadly away, and muttered in a quivering, choking voice, "Tha'rt reet, wench, bless thee. Aw believe Aw shall ha' to go, owd as Aw am." Whilst her uncle was thus expressing himself on the outside of that little black bedroom door, Doxie lay tossing about, vainly endeavouring to get to sleep. With the keen interest of young life, she pictured to herself the scenes through which she would pass on her way to the distant land that was soon to be her home, and sleep went farther and farther away. Then she tried to imagine to herself what her life would be in the new and wonderful country where she was to dwell. Then suddenly there would come back to her the old clog shop and her lonely housekeeperless uncle, and that was so sad a thing to think of that she tried to shut it out of her mind, but without success. Again and again she wandered in her thoughts from one aspect of the case to the other, until presently she began to realise that, alluring and delightful though the prospect of travel was, there was something within her that clung to the old haunts of her life, and that something was not, or at least was not entirely, her love for her uncle. She would not allow the thing to take definite shape in her mind. The moment it seemed to grow clear before her, she felt herself blushing, and resolutely turned away from it. And yet it came again and again, and she could only bury her face in the pillows and try to think of something else. She was not an introspective young lady, and this shadowy shape seemed quite a stranger to her. Nevertheless it was there, and all her efforts to ignore it only seemed to bring it more definitely to her mind. She escaped it at last by trying to think of all the things she would say to her uncle to induce him to go with her, until suddenly she became aware of the fact that her hope that he would join the party was not very honest, and in fact that her wish to go was rapidly becoming a question of duty rather than of desire. Presently, however, she dozed off into fitful slumbers, and dreamed of a wonderful wedding, in which somebody, not herself, was being married to a strange man with her uncle's stooping body and expressive limp, but with Andrew Barber's face. Somehow the prospect did not look quite so woeful to the Clogger when he got up next morning. The money had not actually been sent yet, and many things might happen before the day of actual parting came. Besides, Doxie's father had always been sanguine and whimsical. The message was possibly only a characteristic bit of his usual "Barnes," and even though he had intended it when he wrote, there was time for a man of his captious and impetuous temperament to change, especially when it came to having to send over so large a sum for the double passage. He would stick there, if nowhere else, Jabe argued, as he always had done, for Thomas was always behind when it came to questions of cash. Another day, therefore, he spent debating the matter with his friends, and they were all so very sorry for him that they strove chiefly to find out what he would like them to say in order that they might say it, and so bring comfort to the old man's heart. Sam Speck, however, was possessed of an idea. It only came to him slowly, and required much meditation and the consumption of reckless quantities of tobacco. But it did actually grow as he turned it over, and by the forenoon of the next day it had taken definite and final shape. He was immensely pleased with it, for he had worked it out entirely unassisted, and if carried out it would not only bring relief to the mind of his much-tried friend, but lift Sam himself to a very pinnacle of glory and give him an inexhaustible claim on the clogger's gratitude. "Well, tha can do as tha's a mind, and say what tha's a mind, but if hoo were owt to me, hoo shouldna goa yard." Sam delivered himself of this defiant sentence with the air of a man who is talking more to sustain conversation than with any definite purpose in view, and his face wore a look of studious but much overdone indifference. Jabe raised his head to rap out one of his most stinging retorts, for as a matter of fact he had said nothing for nearly an hour on the subject mentioned by his friend, so that his assumption of this particular form of remark was more than usually irritating. But a drowning man catches at straws, and the clogger was so anxious to hear any suggestion which might be helpful that he checked himself and merely demanded, "I canno help it, mon. I mun do as a feyther tells her, munna too?" And Sam settled himself more comfortably in the ingle-nook corner, and answered lazily, "Some women doesna." Jabe looked at his companion in amazed perplexity. It was quite evident there was something behind Sam's words, but he could not for the life of him see what. "What dun they do, then?" he demanded, eyeing him over expectantly. And Sam, still hugging his great idea, replied in his most exasperating manner, "Oh, lots of things." Jabe was on tenterhooks. What could this provoking man, whom he must not offend at this moment, mean? He stared at him with rapidly blinking eyes for quite a long time, during which Sam smoked blandly on. At last, however, he could bear it no longer. "Ah, then, tha's getten summat i that Birmyed o' thine. Out wi' it." Sam seemed to take a most aggravating time to collect his thoughts, but at length, staring right before him, and speaking with tantalising slowness, he said, "Well, if that wench hed a husband i' England, who'd ne'er think o' goin' to Australy?" And then, after another pause, "An' who met hed one afore now, bud for thee?" End of chapter 16. Chapter 17 of Doxie Dent by John Ackworth. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Delicate negotiations. Now, so direct and undisguised a censure as that involved in Sam's last words would ordinarily have aroused Jabe's resentment. However, he was too much in earnest just now to stand upon trifles, so after sitting and staring at his companion with puckered brow and pursed-out lips for several moments, he got up and stepped into the parlour to make sure that Doxie was out. Having satisfied himself on that point, he came back, and holding the door in his hand, beckoned Sam to follow him into the next room. Then he fetched out some wonderful tobacco, which had been given to him by his leather merchant, and compelling his friend to empty his pipe and fill it with the nonsuch weed, he leaned back in his chair, and said with unwonted geniality, "Now, lad, there's some glints o' sense in thee sometimes. Go on with thee nominee." Basking in the warmth of a most unusual and strictly temporary popularity, Sam expounded his great idea at full length, Jabe ticking off the salient points. And the upshot of it all was that Sam was to persuade young Ben to make another and more serious attempt on Doxie's affections, and Jabe undertook to pave the way for him as best he could with the girl herself. For the next few days the clogger and his lieutenant were almost inseparable. Never within the memory of the oldest frequenter of the clog shop had the two been so long and so suspiciously thick. At the end of a week's time, Sam reported that young Ben was quite ready to make a second attack upon Doxie, but that he stood in wholesome fear of the clogger. Sam therefore insisted that it was time for Jabe to step in himself and encourage the timid lover. The Clogger was some time before he would consent to this, but upon Sam asking him for the 4th time if he had said anything to Doxie, he became suddenly very confused, and hastily agreed to saddle Ben at once. But Sam was not content. The Clogger was not doing his share of the work, and so his zealous assistant had to fall back on his most effective weapon, and point out once more how much easier the whole thing might have been if only Jabe had consented to this courtship before the arrival of the Australian letter. But Jabe had not neglected to sound Doxie on the question of the hour out of mere cowardice. The fact was, he had discovered that she was very pensive and depressed, and as he knew of only one thing which was likely to have produced such a condition, he felt that this sorrow was of a sacred nature, and to disturb it by introducing so frivolous a subject as courting seemed to him a sort of sacrilege. Consequently, in spite of his repeated promises to Sam, he had neglected his part of the business, and even now was no more willing to discharge it than he had ever been. He determined therefore to follow his own devices, and to try his hand first of all with Ben. It was some days before Jabe found an opportunity that suited him, and Sam was getting out of all patience. On the 3rd Sunday after the arrival of the Australian letter, however, he stayed at home from Sunday school, and knowing that Ben as librarian would be going late, he lay in wait for him, and as soon as he saw him coming up the Brew, stepped to the front door and beckoned the young fellow into the house. Ben came somewhat sheepishly, and as the Clogger looked sternness itself, the youth stopped on the doormat and asked somewhat sulkily what he wanted. "Shut that door, and I'll tell thee." Ben did as he was told, and as he came forward, Jabe pointed without speaking to a chair. The Clogger puffed out 2 or 3 great clouds of smoke, and then, removing the pipe from his mouth and looking sternly at Ben, he said in tones of serious but not angry expostulation, "Doesn't tha know as it's wrung to go a flirting and sniffing efter young wenches?" "Wrung? Why's it wrung?" And Ben began to look defiant. "Whey, 'cause it fills their yeds wi' aw mak' o' rubbitch and breaks their herts, that's whey." And then, after a short pause, he went on, "'Specially when you're nobbut gammonin'." "Gammonin'? But Aw've no gammonin'. Aw mean it gradely." And Jabe leaned indolently back in his chair and murmured, "Ay, Aw've yerd that tale afore." "But Aw am, Aw tell yo'. Aw mean it gradely." A long pause followed, during which the Clogger had the air of a man who would like to believe what he had heard, but his knowledge of the wiles of human nature made it impossible. Meanwhile, young Ben was feeling his courage rise, and getting prepared for a serious tussle. At length Jabe looked round, and eyed Ben over very curiously, and presently he asked, "Dost tha mean to say as tha wants to wed her, Doxie?" And Ben, flinging prudence to the winds, answered promptly, "Well, yo give me the chance and you'll see." Jabe shook his head slowly, as if to say that he had heard too many declarations of that kind to be deceived by them. But presently, after another long pause, he said musingly, "Well, tha wur allus a dacent lad, Ben. That's reet enough." And then he hesitated, in most artistic pretence of wavering. But the young lover had another remembrance just then, and so, with a wry face and a sulky tone, he said, "What's the use o' talkin'? Who winna ha' me?" Jabe appeared to be so utterly lost in his own meditations that he did not seem to have heard this depressing announcement, and he went on slowly. "Aw dunna want part wi' that wench, but if hoo hes to go, tha happen met as weel have her as onybody else, for owt Aw know. But hoo winna ha' me, Aw tell yo'. Aw've axed her." Now this was news to Jabe, and for the moment he was tempted to break out on the audacious young wooer. But remembering his cue, he turned with a look of mild surprise, and demanded, "Well, but tha hasna been stopped wi' a wenches now, surely. If a young felly wants a wench, an' doesna get her, it's his faut, not hers." "Ay, it's yeasy talkin'." but though his tone was sulky enough, his manner showed that Ben was encouraged. The Clogger smoked on for a while, and then, dropping his deliberate tone, he leaned forward and, looking at Ben with a scowl of conviction, cried, "Say thee, Ben, there's £100 and a 4-roomed house for the chap as weds that wench." Ben looked as though he scarcely knew what to either say or do. So presently he lifted his head and asked, "Well, will you put a word in for me?" And Jabe, with a majestic wave of his hand, intended as a dismissal, answered, "Ah, Aw's promised nowt about it. Away with thee and get thee wark done." That same night Doxie had to listen to a second proposal from the young carpenter. It was couched in much the same terms as the former one, and consisted mainly of a description of his prospects, present and future, with certain obscure hints about other more or less contingent advantages, the results, of course, of his conversation with the Clogger. Doxie listened with most misleading patience, for the fact was she was so distraught and preoccupied that even an offer of marriage did not greatly interest her. She was very kind to Ben, yet very decided, refusing even to give him any hope for the future, and he left her feeling much discouraged and somewhat puzzled, for his doting mother had always taught him to believe that no female at all likely for him would think of refusing him. Whilst Ben was struggling with his unpropitious courtship in Beckside, his twin brother Andrew was being exercised in his mind about the same fair girl. He too had heard of the projected emigration, and was astonished and alarmed to discover how much it disturbed him. He was exceedingly busy just then, for the relations between masters and men in the spinning trade were in a somewhat anxious state, and kept him incessantly on the strain. But day in and day out his thoughts constantly reverted to Doxie, and do what he might, he could not escape them. He had never been in this condition before. He had a strong will, and the instincts and habits of a strong nature, and so far in his life he had found out what he wanted to do, and had done it. After years of dreaming and working, he had obtained what he desired, and was doing the work he most liked. But just when this in itself was more than commonly difficult, he was paralysed in his efforts by most distracting opposition of interests, and his heart pulling him one way and his ambition and will the other. Andrew's removal to Beckbottom some 4.5 years ago had been unexpectedly the turning point in his life, and his rejection by Jabe when he desired to reunite himself with the church had assisted the same end. Beckbottom was a mile or more from the village, and Andrew was always fond of reading. He had therefore dropped into the way of spending his nights at his sister's fireside in the companionship of books, and all the rest had sprung out of that. As he read anything that interested him, and had nobody to guide him, he somehow drifted into the reading of works of history, and from these passed on to modern politics and subjects pertaining to the well-being of the masses of his fellow-men. Coming into contact with several free-thinkers, he was led to read somewhat dangerous books, but as the habit of argument had grown with his reading tastes, he soon began to select his authors, and more by luck than anything else, drifted into wholesome literary paths. Then he began to form his own life plans. He taught himself shorthand, and cultivated the art of composition, and though he had by this time entirely lost the habit of going to chapel, he took comparatively long journeys on foot to hear famous public men, and attended nearly every serious lecture he could hear of. He joined a debating and political club at the Halfpenny Gate, and it was here that he first came into contact with the uncanny Eli. Slowly, as the time wore on, Andrew grew up a lonely, thoughtful, and somewhat opinionated young fellow, using every moment of his spare time in careful self-improvement. About 12 months before the time of which we write, he had joined the Minders' Association, and his abilities, especially of speech, had obtained for him a very prominent position amongst local men, and it was only in the natural order of things that when a vacancy arose he should be appointed to the secretaryship. Andrew wanted to be a public man, and to be able to influence and lead his fellow men. The pursuits in which his fellows sought their happiness had no attractions for him, and he had all the fine scorn of noble but unsophisticated youth for mere money-making. He was too clear-headed to embrace extreme views, however, and was so cool and self-reliant that he easily commanded attention. The ardour with which he had pursued his purposes had fortunately left him very little time for getting into mischief, and he came to manhood as free from taint of a serious kind as most young men with far happier surroundings. Andrew's attitude towards his relatives perhaps showed his character and strength of mind as much as anything he had yet done. He did not in the least blame them, but took their suspicions of him as matters of course, and seemed content to wait for the day coming when they would find out what he really was. Of late his plans had succeeded beyond his best hopes. He was on the high road to what he had at any rate regarded as a success, and lo, the whole situation was suddenly complicated by the distressing discovery that against his will and in spite of his efforts he was in love with Doxie Dent. He scoffed at himself, argued with himself, tried to trick himself, but all in vain, and he soon became perfectly well aware that the first opportunity would take him to Beckside to try his luck. At last he made up his mind that he would end the matter by a little experiment. He would go to Beckside the very first opportunity, and perhaps when he actually saw Doxie the longing he felt would be relieved, and he would not want to propose to her. But even if he did, he had such a dreadful character in his native village that she would not accept him, and so the thing would settle itself that way. He saw clearly enough the miserable weakness of the argument, but what could he do? And as luck would have it, that very post brought him a letter from Leah, inviting him to come and spend the weekend at his old lodgings. Andrew did not believe in Providence, at any rate not in this particular kind of Providence, but still he allowed himself to think that it was odd that the letter should come just at that juncture, and in a few moments he had settled that he would go down on the Saturday afternoon and see. Now Leah, when she heard of Doxie's probable emigration, had at once abandoned all her little plans for bringing her brother and her fair young friend together, and had given herself up to mournful little wonderings as to what she would do when the only female confidante she had was gone. As the days wore by, however, she was compelled to notice the growing pensiveness of Doxie, and as it continued she could not help suspecting that there must be some reason for her unusual and continued depression. It did not take long for her to guess that at least it might be an affair of the heart. But she had never seen anything, and Doxie was the soul of openness, so that she was utterly perplexed, and in all her musings and speculations it never occurred to her to connect her brother with the matter. Then it struck her that Doxie might in reality be regretting going abroad for general reasons, and if so, and she could get Andrew to propose, that might alter everything, and be welcome to Doxie as a means of escape from something she did not care for. Leah was glad, therefore, when Andrew wrote to say that he would accept her invitation, and her next anxiety was how she could bring the two young folk together. End of chapter 17. Chapter 18 of Doxie Dent by John Ackworth. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Andrew's proposal. Andrew would probably arrive by the afternoon coach, and so Leah asked her husband to call at the Clog shop and invite Doxie down to tea. Luke looked a little astonished for the moment, but remembering that the girl would shortly be gone, he consented, and discharged his commission. But Andrew came in the forenoon, and Leah was afraid that Doxie might have seen him alight in the triangle opposite her home, and if so, she might not come. Andrew seemed much the same, only he was restless, and after he had told her the news, he began to be so fidgety that she was afraid he would be going out before Doxie arrived. Just then, however, Luke came in, and almost immediately started his brother-in-law off, explaining the circumstances connected with what they feared was an impending strike amongst the spinners. The subject had just been exhausted, and Luke had gone upstairs to dress, whilst Andrew sat gazing out of the window in a brown study, when to Leah's delight the door opened, and in came Doxie. She was dressed in a bright blue frock and what was known locally as a pork pie hat, and as the day was sharp, she looked very fresh and bonny. She did not attempt to disguise her pleasure at seeing Andrew, and in a few moments they were deep in an animated discussion about Australia. Doxie could not conceal her surprise when she found out how much this odd young man knew about the country, and her eagerness was so great that it seemed to infect her informant, and he soon told her very much more about the southern continent than everybody else with whom she had talked on the subject. Presently, however, Doxie remarked that the weather had seemed very threatening as she came along, and she thought that it would be wisest to get home while it was fair. To this, of course, the hospitable Leah could not consent for a moment, and though Andrew did not join in the invitation, Leah observed that he most emphatically looked it, and as Luke came in just then and supported his wife, there was nothing for it. So Doxie took off her hat, thereby awakening in the excited Andrew a fresh gush of secret admiration. Over the tea, Luke resumed the question of the impending strike, and Doxie listened to Andrew's statements and arguments until she began to sympathise with the downtrodden workpeople, and presently caught herself wonderingly admiring the zeal with which Andrew had taken up their cause and the ability with which he defended it. In this way the time passed rapidly, and when at length Doxie discovered that it was nearly 7, she declared she really must go, and got up to put on her hat. "I'll go with you if I may, Miss Doxie, and see you home." And as Leah ducked her head to conceal a look of gratified surprise, Doxie made a little exclamation of astonishment and deprecation, for of all the time she had visited Beckbottom, he had never made such an offer before. Surely there never was so long a mile as the one between Beckbottom and the village proved to be on that ever memorable Saturday night, and when Doxie at length did reach home, she was in a perfect whirl of bewildering excitement. The Clog Shop Council was holding high conclave in the ingle-nook, and so she had the parlour to herself. Her hands shook as she lighted the lamp, and she had to turn away from the tell-tale looking-glass, lest she should blush at the sight of her face. She was happy, very happy. Andrew's proposal had both amazed and frightened her. And yet why was she so happy? She was glad that she had so promptly and firmly refused him, glad that she had been brave enough to remind him that she was a Christian and he was an atheist and an alien to his own family and a breeder of strife amongst masters and men, glad to remember that even his boldest words had never made her hesitate for a moment. But oh, after all, these were but drops. Underneath them all was a perfect ocean of thrilling, ecstatic delight. He loved her. The blissful thought seemed to diffuse itself over her whole body like one great blush. It would never come to anything, of course, but that was a mere detail. For a brief 10 minutes she had had her fill of life's greatest earthly bliss, and though henceforth it would only be a memory, it would be life's richest memory, and the little scene at Peggy's stile would be the last to fade out of her mind. She realised that she could go to Australia now contentedly. She could even part from her beloved uncle. She could go anywhere and bear anything, so long as she had the sweet companionship of this most cherished recollection. What a frank, sturdy, whole-hearted proposal Andrew's had been, and how different from the petty, prudential arguments of his brother! He had spoken only of his love, strong, sweet, manly love, all blended and beautified with delicately hinted but subtle and intoxicating flattery of herself. Oh, she would never hear anything half so sweet again, and she did not want to. And then a soft light stole into her eyes, and a smile played round her mobile mouth as she recalled Andrew's bold, masterful, almost haughty defiance of her, and her refusal. He would have her, and nothing should stop him. Whilst Doxie was musing thus by the parlour fire, Andrew was returning to Beckbottom with very different feelings. He was not surprised that he had been refused, neither was he troubled by the reason she had given. He had not noticed her manner sufficiently to discover what effect his avowal had had upon her. He simply took her words as she had uttered them, and accepted them as quite natural, and in fact inevitable. One change, however, he soon perceived within himself. Hitherto he had been conscious of very divided feelings, and had sought reasons for not attempting the task he had just performed. Now he was aware that all hesitation and conflict had ceased, and that there was nothing to think of or live for but to get Doxie Dent. When he got to the cottage, Leah did not know what to think about him. He was certainly easier and more natural, but if he had been successful, he took his conquest very tamely, and if he had failed, he was most aggravatingly complacent. During the evening and next day, she made all sorts of little openings, but he never so much as mentioned Doxie's name, and it was only when he stayed in on Sunday evening that she concluded it had not been settled in the way she wished it. When Luke had gone to chapel, Andrew asked for the loan of a pen and some writing paper, and was soon engaged on what appeared to be a long and important letter. When at last he had finished, he raised his head, and glancing at his sister, he said, "Leah, dost know what?" "What?" "Aw'm putting up to Doxie." "Andrew?" "Aw am. Why not?" "Eh, lad, hast forgotten as hoo's goin' to Australy?" "Well, Aw can goo to Australy and fotch her. Aw can live theer too, if hoo winna come back." Leah dropped into a chair, and cried in a tone of serious surprise, "Eh, lad, hoo'll never have thee." "Then Aw'll have her. But wheer winna hoo?" Leah looked at her brother, and slowly shook her head in sorrowful deprecation. But before she could answer, Andrew burst out again. "Aw'll have her. Aw'll fetch her fro Australy, or onywhere else, and nobody shall stop me." "Bud, Andy lad, think what tha art and what tha does. Hoo'll niver think o' weddin' wi' a chap loike thee. Hoo darna." "Do? What do Aw do? Sithee, Leah, that wench has a warm heart and plenty o' pluck, and when Aw tell her how working folk's sufferin', and what they han to put up wi', and how they're trodden on, hoo'll be wur nor me, that's what hoo'll be." Leah could not help acknowledging this, but there was another and more serious difficulty to face, and so, after a few moments' reflection, she said, "Bud, Andy, tha'rt no religious." Now, for the first time, the taunt of atheist seemed to sting Andrew. He sprang to his feet, his lip curled scornfully, and his square bold chin stood out almost impudently. "That's it!" he cried, and true to his odd habit of dropping his dialect when excited, he went on, "Because I don't think as they think, and talk as they talk, and worship as they worship, I'm an atheist. Because I've enquired for myself, and read and thought and acted for myself, I'm an atheist. Well, let me be an atheist. I'm glad she thinks I am one. I've all the more to do, and all the harder to fight. But I'll have her, Leah. I'll have her, in spite of them all." Poor Leah was simply overpowered by this torrent. She sat looking at her excited brother with wondering sadness. Then, as she recalled the stormy days of her own courtship, she felt inclined to think that Andrew actually would carry his point, but how was altogether beyond her. At last, after watching him sideways for a moment, she said with pondering, hesitant manner, "If tha'd come back to thee wheels and go to th' chapel, Aw believe tha could get her." A smile played for a moment round the corners of Andrew's mouth, and with a wise shake of the head he answered, "That 'ud be too yessy a way, wench. Aw mun try summat harder." He added, after a momentary hesitation, "An' straighter," and then he went out to post his letter. The letter was, of course, intended for Doxie, but as Andrew had forgotten that there was no Sunday post at the village, it was Tuesday morning before she received it. Her uncle brought it to her, as she was washing up the breakfast pots, and there were curiosity and surprise in his eyes. He handed it to her, however, without a word, and Doxie flushed guiltily as she took it. She put the missive down on the little scullery window-sill, and in a tumult of varied emotions finished her work. Then she hurriedly dried her hands, snatched up the letter, and ran breathlessly upstairs into her own bedroom. What a fine, bold, characteristic hand it was, and how glad she felt that there were no silly dead flowers or verses of poetry in it. She looked it over 2 or 3 times before she began to read, and when she did commence, her heart beat so, and her eyes went so dim, that it seemed as if she never would master the first page. Then she quieted herself, and read every word, and commenced at the beginning, and read again, and at last, after a third eager perusal, she heaved a soft, long sigh. It was closely and yet clearly written, and was a long, earnest plea for a reconsideration of her former decision. There was not a weak or fulsome word in it, except it might be a few burning sentences about herself. Certainly, she now saw that she was not going to get rid of this strange lover easily, and she was shocked to find how greatly that reflection pleased her. Even now he did not deal with the objection she had so frankly named to him. It was simply a full, outspoken enlargement of his former proposal, and a plea for at least a trial. Well, that was a sort of offer no girl need to be ashamed to receive, and the man who made it was no common lover. The letter closed with a request that she would at any rate give him one more chance of speaking for himself, and suggested they should meet on the following Saturday evening at 7 at the old spot. It was a considerable time before Doxie could think clearly, and when she tried it seemed so very difficult to decide which of the many perplexing points raised in the letter she should consider first. What was she to do? Was it not her duty, whatever her private feelings might be, to stop the thing at once and for ever? What would her uncle think of her if he ever knew? And how could she deceive him by concealment? Would it not be wicked to entertain even for a moment the possibility of accepting Andrew? And therefore, was she not already wicked for feeling as she did? Would it be right to answer the letter at all? And if she did so, would it be right to meet him when she knew that she could only say one thing to him? It was a long, hard struggle, but at last she was resolved. Yes, she would answer the letter, and she would give Andrew one more chance, but only on the understanding with herself that she was to use the opportunity to end the matter once and for all. By this means she would not have to reproach herself that she had been unkind to her wooer, or seemed to undervalue the beautiful love he offered her. It was a dangerous course she was taking, but Doxie had as much self-reliance in her way as her lover, and she did not doubt that she would do what she had decided she ought to do. So the days wore slowly by, and on the following Saturday evening Doxie set out to meet Andrew. There was a young moon, and as soon as she got into the field where the trysting place was, she observed that Andrew was already there, and upon seeing her had started to meet her. Her heart came into her mouth, and the hand she gave to her lover shook. Andrew, though white about the lips, was outwardly quite calm, and he opened the conversation by suggesting that as the ground was damp, they should not stand, but walk along the cross footpath which led towards Wardle Hill. End of chapter 18. Chapter 19 of Doxie Dent by John Ackworth. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Doxie's secret. Doxie acquiesced in Andrew's proposal in silence, and she was just about to commence the little speech she had so carefully prepared, when he surprised her by launching forth on a long description of the work in which he was engaged, and which was then making him very anxious. At any other time Doxie would have made a good listener, but tonight she was so absorbed that his lengthy explanations almost wearied her, Presently, however, he came to the matter that had brought them together, and pleaded his cause with only too much effect. He was aware that they could not in any case be married for a long, long time, yet he was willing to wait. He made very light indeed of the Australian aspect of the case, and assured her that he would come out to her whenever they might decide to marry, and if, on the other hand, she remained in England, he would never ask her to leave her uncle so long as he lived, or at any rate until she herself desired it. He was wonderfully persuasive, and if Doxie had allowed herself to listen and to think, he might have carried his point. But when at last he paused, she told him with gentle frankness that what he proposed was utterly impossible, and he must not think of it again. But he was not to be shaken off. He plunged, as if stimulated and encouraged by what she had said, into a passionate declaration of his consuming love for her, and appealed, in tones that became at times tremulous in their emotional intensity, that she would at least give him time. For the second time, though her lips quivered and her voice shook, she repeated her former resolution, and to her surprise and alarm he stood there, looking at her with hungry, desperate eyes, yet never spoke. Then he moved a little towards her, and she became afraid that in another moment he would clasp her in his arms. But he remained where he was until the silence grew very embarrassing. "I am so sorry," stammered Doxie. "I always liked you, Andrew, and if I had had any idea you thought of me like this, I would have stopped you." And Andrew stood there with the moon on his white face and never answered a word. Doxie was alarmed and took a step nearer to him. "Don't look like that, Andy. It is best so. I'm sure I shall always... Andrew, are you ill?" And as this exclamation escaped her, she swayed forward until she had almost touched him, and the next moment he had flung his arms around her, clasped her to his beating heart, and was pressing his lips upon her burning cheeks. It was only for an instant, however, for the next moment he had thrust her away, and with a cry that rang in Doxie's ears for days, he turned and fled, leaving her standing alone. When Andrew came to himself and was able to look upon what he had done with steady eyes, he was more satisfied with himself than at first he felt inclined to be. In that passionate moment during which he had held Doxie in his arms, he had felt that she was his. Her heart was his, whatever her judgment might be, but he had put her away so suddenly out of pride. He was more resolved than ever to have her, yet he would not have her swept into his arms by the rush of a great emotion which he might easily some day regret. When she came to him, it should be deliberately, or at any rate of her own free will. So although the kiss still tingled in his blood and stirred his very soul, he was disposed to commend himself that in that supreme moment he had not pressed her into a premature decision. No, his victory should be complete and unalloyed, however long he had to wait for it. As for Doxie, she fled home at the top of her speed after being so ungallantly left in the moonlight, and hastening to her own room, flung herself upon her bed in a passion of tears. Every other feeling of her heart had for the time melted into one great flood of pity for Andrew, and she felt that nothing would meet the awful emergency, and nothing would adequately relieve the pressure on her own heart, but just for one brief blissful moment to tell herself that she loved him. But she dare not, and the longer she thought of it, the more sure she was that she dare not. She must not. At any cost, the longing must be stifled within her, and she must at once commence the weary work of schooling herself to endurance. She grew quieter after a while, and felt peevish and fretful. She was indignant that Andrew should be so misunderstood and maligned, and was angry with everybody, herself included, for thinking so ill of him. He was an injured, persecuted young man, and henceforth the least she could do would be to try to make others understand him and admire him as she did. And yet how could she do this without revealing her secret? Secret? Yes, it was a secret, and she, who hated everything disingenuous with all her heart, now had something she must hide. During the next 3 weeks, Doxie's anxieties seemed to increase rather than otherwise. She had, of course, to maintain her ordinary brightness of manner in order to avert suspicion, and the effort irritated her and made her feel mean. And then, though she told herself she hoped he would not write to her again, she was disappointed when no letter came for several days from Andrew. When one did arrive, however, she was alarmed at the joy it gave her, and wondered again and again how it was that a particular bit of information that it contained gave her so much satisfaction. Andrew informed her that he had received an offer of a place on the staff of a new reform journal just started in Manchester, the rate of remuneration being much in excess of what he was at present receiving, and he explained that though he should prefer very much a literary life, yet he could not think of leaving his fellow workmen at so serious a crisis as that which they had now reached. Doxie did not answer the letter, but she was very proud of it, and thought much of the factory lad who was now so much sought after. Then she remembered that she had never seen any of Andrew's writings, and so, by a number of innocent little manoeuvres, she got Sam Speck to obtain the present and then the back numbers of the paper containing the Lamplighters' contributions. By the time she had read them all, she had become almost a more enthusiastic sympathiser with the working classes than Andrew was himself, and her heart glowed with pride to think that he was engaged in trying to help and uplift them. Then she received a written offer of marriage from the pertinacious Ben Jr., containing an enlarged summary of the many worldly advantages he had to offer her, and concluding with a few vague words about a possible rival, which made Doxie very uneasy. And when she had nothing else to disturb her, she was fighting over and over again the terrible battle between her religion and her affections. Although her conversion had been, according to local standards, somewhat irregular, Doxie was a whole-hearted and earnest young Christian, and the conflict between love and duty assumed very acute forms to her. But when she could settle the point no other way, she invariably fell back on her oft-repeated decision that however long she lived, and however many offers she had, she could never, never entertain any other. On the 3rd week, however, a diversion occurred in the shape of the expected and fateful letter from Australia, and its earliest effect was to give Doxie her first glimpse of her father's real character. As usual, the epistle was long and diffuse, and it was only in the closing lines that the question they were all so anxiously waiting the settlement of was touched upon. As if it had been a minor subject which had been crowded out of his mind in writing about more important things, Thomas Dent said that he was doing exceptionally well just then, and that, instead of sending money out for them to join him, he thought he would return himself very soon. But more next time. The news was somewhat of a shock to her, and when she perceived that her mother was not surprised at the easy way her father had treated what was to them a very anxious matter, she seemed to feel as if she had lost something, and that one of her idols had been stolen. Before she had got very far in her meditations, however, it struck her that she was in danger of disloyalty and even injustice to her distant parent, and she checked herself all the more promptly because she could only admit that the change his letter wrought in her prospects was a very acceptable one. Glad, she was more than glad, because though it would make no difference to her relations with Andrew, it would enable her to watch his career and see the issue of the hazardous course of life upon which he had entered. Doxie went about her occupations in these melancholy days in a very listless and pensive condition, except that she was always careful to appear as lively as possible before her uncle, who was quick to notice the slightest change in her. In spite of herself, however, she became conscious in a dim sort of way that some matter of more than ordinary interest was occupying the thoughts and exciting the tongues of her uncle and his friends. And one night upon her return from Beckbottom, she discovered that the rain, which had been very heavy in the early part of the day, had forced its way through the clog shop roof, and that Jabe and his cronies had taken refuge in the parlour. 3 churchwardens and 2 or 3 ordinary pipes were filling the room with smoke, and the clogger, with his small print spectacles on, was holding a newspaper in his hand and alternately reading from it and breaking off to make comments. Pursing out his lips and knitting his brows, and accompanying his reading with jerky movements of the right hand, he read, "Possessed of a dangerous facility of speech, a perverted and riotous imagination, and a confidence born of densest ignorance." But here the clogger broke off, and turning to the company he cried, "Why go, lads, that's Horton." And then he proceeded, "Densest ignorance. This person, not yet 22 years of age, is to be allowed to permanently embitter the hitherto cordial relationships existing between masters and workpeople, and paralyse the trade of the whole district, thus bringing suffering and poverty into hundreds of homes, and sending our trade into foreign markets." As Jabe finished this extract, he laid the paper deliberately down on his knee, and looked round on the company with fierce sternness, as though he would demand who could answer such terrible charges. Some of them dropped their eyes and gazed solemnly into the fire, while the rest slowly wagged their heads. After a pregnant silence, the clogger leaned forward, and smiting the table with grimmest emphasis, glared at Nathan and demanded, "Dost know what Aw'd do wi' wastrels like that?" Nathan shook his head in a slow, wondering way, as if he wished to convey the idea that he doubted whether even Jabe could devise a punishment sufficiently severe. But Jabe was not to have it all his own way, for Sam Speck, staring hard at the fire, shook his head in a deprecating, pondering way, and said slowly, "He's terrible cliver too." "Cliver? Aye, and so is Owd Scratch cliver." Jethro, the knocker-up, here gave some signs of uneasiness, and as 2 or 3 turned to look at him, he said thoughtfully, "He beats o'er as iver Aw heard for talking." But Sam was evidently getting steam up again, and in a moment he burst out indignantly, "Well, what mun poor folk do? Somebody must spake up for 'em, surely." Just as Jabe was taking the pipe out of his mouth to hurl at the daring Sam an annihilating reply, Jonas Tatlock, usually a silent member of the circle, broke in. Giving the paper which had suggested this discussion, and which now lay at the clogger's feet, a vicious little kick, he said impressively, "That paper's ne'er spoken a word for working men sin' Aw knowed it, and Aw've tan it in iver sin' it were started." And before the now irritated Jabe could get in a word, Jethro rose to his feet, and shaking his fist at the clogger, cried, "The lad's reet, and God bless him. He's the cliverest bit o' stuff as Beckside's ever turned out, that's what he is." Doxie could have hugged the knocker-up for that speech, for she was certain by this time that they were discussing her lover. But there was a general movement homewards, and when all had departed except Sam Speck, Doxie picked up the paper, and glancing at it, discovered it was the old Duxbury Advertiser, a slow, wealthy old country journal, which had long been her uncle's chief literary oracle, but which, as she was well aware, always took the side of the employers. "Was it Andrew Barbara you were talking about, uncle?" she asked, keeping a tight rein upon herself and putting on the kettle for supper. Jabe gave his head an impatient and disgusted jerk, and answered, "Aye, what else?" Doxie balanced the kettle more firmly on the coals, and then said, "What has he been doing now?" "Doing? He's left honest work, and goes about stirring up bad blood between poor folk and their betters. That's what he's doing, the wastrel." This last epithet stung Doxie, and she felt she was losing self-control. But after a little pause she said, "That's what the Advertiser says about Mr. Bright and Mr. Cobden, isn't it?" Jabe had not given any particular heed to his niece's remarks up to this point, but her last words hit him hard, for the men she named were her uncle's political idols. So roused at length by this severe home thrust, he cried gruffly, "I tell you, he's a wastrel, a lazy, lying, scout-banking young jackanapes, that's what he is." And then, as if to dismiss the subject, he jerked his head and said with a fine contempt for women's knowledge of such matters, "What dun you know about it?" "No," and Doxie's prudence suddenly took to itself wings, and she went on indignantly, "I know that poor people are suffering, that working men are not getting their due, and that Andrew is trying to help them to better things. I think it's noble, it's grand, and I'd be the proudest girl in Lancashire if he were my brother." Now, the hesitation which suddenly came upon Doxie at the most impassioned part of her brave little speech had two causes. First, she became suddenly very much afraid of using the wrong word, and secondly, she all at once discovered that Sam, whom she had forgotten in her excitement, was eyeing her over with a curious, enquiring stare. Luckily, however, Jabe had perceived nothing suspicious in her impulsive little outbreak, and so, as she deftly covered her retreat by asking Sam to stay to supper, she escaped further trial and was glad to allow the conversation to drift into other channels. End of chapter 19. Chapter 20 of Doxie Dent by John Ackworth. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Doubts and fears. But Doxie could not get rid of Sam's peculiar look, and she was confirmed in her fears about it next morning, when he came into the parlour through the front door and handed her a circular containing a long address, signed at the bottom by Andrew Barber. Sam made a most grotesque attempt to appear unconcerned as she stood reading the document, and when she had done, he pulled out of his pocket a Manchester paper, doubled down at a place where there was a report of a speech which Andrew had been making on the industrial crisis. Doxie felt she was blushing, and raised her head to search Sam's face, but that worthy looked as blank as a stone wall for a moment, and then, puckering his face into a series of most extraordinary contortions, crowned by a sort of encyclopedic wink, and followed up by a succession of emphatic nods, he turned hastily round and vanished. Doxie felt like a person who is slipping over the edge of a precipice. Her secret was discovered. Sam Speck knew it, and others very soon would. And then she began to wonder whether it would really matter very much if people did know. Her uncle would be furious, but even his wrath was better than the miserable sense that she was deceiving him. And when she explained to him that it was a secret hidden in her own breast, and that she had no intention of ever accepting Andrew, perhaps he would not be very hard upon her. Well, she would see, and if the worst came to the worst, she felt sufficient confidence in her power over her cross-grained relative to think that all might be well. As the day wore on, however, she was conscious of a soreness in the throat, and when her uncle came into dinner and caught her hoarse tones, she sent for the doctor, and she was ordered off to bed, where she stayed for nearly a week. One day, as she lay dozing and listening dreamily to the clack-clack of the workpeople's clogs as they returned to their work, it seemed to her that the sounds lasted longer than usual, and presently her mother, who was in the room, got up and went to the window and almost immediately cried out, "Goodness! What's up?" Doxie turned her face towards the window and asked drowsily what was the matter. "Matter? There's a crowd o' men going past wi' Andrew Barber i' th' middle on 'em, looking as peart as a sparrow." In a moment Doxie was out of bed and at the window, but the crowd had nearly got past, and she only saw stragglers who came hurrying from all parts of the village. Then she saw Sam Speck come across to the shop, and a moment later he and the clogger were seen hastening towards the mill gate. The mill could not be seen from the window, and Doxie, consumed with curiosity and ill with excitement, gave a little groan of despair. Her mother at once insisted upon her getting back into bed, and as she could scarcely stand for trembling, she obeyed and buried her head in the bedclothes to try to shut out the fearful thoughts that were crowding into her brain. Then she heard shouting and cheering, and when all was quiet again, thought she could hear occasionally the sounds of a man's voice. She guessed only too well what was taking place, although she had never witnessed such a scene. The street outside was still now, and nothing could be heard but the dim, far-off voice that grew fainter and fainter. Then more cheering, and presently one great burst of shouts. And then she heard clogs again, and the wearers were evidently running. A minute or two later, she heard her uncle's voice outside, raised in excited debate, followed by the shuffling of many clogs in the shop, and when she had sent her mother downstairs to see what was the matter, she had to hold her beating heart. Her mother seemed a long time in returning, but at last she brought the alarming tidings that the minders and spinners had been holding a meeting in the open air, winter though it was, and that Andrew Barber had been addressing them, and as a result they had decided not to return to work and were now on strike. Doxie never saw her uncle until late that night, and when she did, he had words to say about Andrew that went to her heart. And the first day she went downstairs, she ascertained that the Duxbury minders had come out in sympathy with their brethren at Clough End and Beckside, and that the other branches of the trade were preparing to follow the same course. It seemed to Doxie as if the life of the village had undergone a sudden and serious change. The hum of the mill, to which they were all so well accustomed, was no longer heard, and it sounded like perpetual Sunday. The triangle opposite the clog shop was dotted all day with little knots of workpeople, discussing the situation and hearing her telling the latest developments of the crisis, whilst the shop itself was so inconveniently crowded that, what with the embarrassment thus occasioned, and the fact that Jabe and one or two of the others of the chapel people were in a decided minority in the discussions, the clogger was in a constant state of irritation, and never lost an opportunity of denouncing Andrew as the originating cause of all these troubles and inconveniences. As she became convalescent, Doxie took every opportunity which presented itself of hearing the arguments, and it soon became clear to her that her lover was little less than a hero to most of the men, and that her uncle and those who thought with him had little or no support. As time passed on, and the strike continued, Sam Speck, between whom and herself a sort of secret, unacknowledged understanding seemed to have arisen, brought her first one bit of strange news, and then another. One day he came into the parlour, and informed Doxie that he had just heard that since the strike commenced, Andrew had not taken 1 penny of wages from the association which employed him, and that a man who lodged in the same house had informed him that he was living on thick porridge. Another day he called her aside as she was coming back from a meeting at the chapel, and told her that Andrew had sent money to a local committee at Clough End to help to support the poor people, who were already beginning to feel the pressure of lack of food. These items were very sweet to Doxie, and she found them very acceptable antidotes to the bitter things that were being said every day about Andrew by her uncle. As the results of the strike began to manifest themselves in the distress of the poorer part of the inhabitants of the village, Doxie began to make little efforts herself to try to meet the needs of her suffering neighbours. As time went on, and there seemed to be no prospect of the struggle coming to an end, it occurred to her to try to organise some more adequate means of assisting the now starving workpeople, and she had already spoken to the doctor's wife and Nancy at the Fold Farm, when she was amazed one day to receive a letter from Andrew, suggesting the very thing she had been thinking about, and enclosing a £5 note as a nest egg for the fund required. In a few days she and her friend had established a soup kitchen at the chapel, but Doxie was surprised to find that her uncle peremptorily, and in his surliest manner, refused to contribute. Yet she was touched and somehow felt reproved when Long Ben insisted on contributing about 3 times as much as she had expected from him. Doxie's philanthropic activity did her good, and came as a blessed relief to her torturing thoughts. Every now and again, however, she had sudden and painful relapses. What if Andrew should have been wrong after all? What if, after this long struggle and all this suffering, the poor workpeople should be compelled to surrender? Their condition would then be worse than ever, and she had learnt enough lately of human nature to know that all the obloquy would be laid upon Andrew, and Beckside would curse his very name. And then her own position would rise up before her. How wicked it was to be concealing her secret from her uncle and her mother, and how unchristian to nurse and cherish within her heart an affection which she could never gratify. For deeply though she acknowledged she loved Andrew, the thought of sacrificing her religion to him never came into her head. Neither did she allow herself to debate the question as to whether she could marry Andrew and still retain the favour of God. Once or twice when she had felt unusually despondent, she had been tempted to unbosom herself to her uncle. Not that she thought he could help her, but that he seemed to be the person against whom she was sinning. So the weeks rolled slowly by, and the strike continued, without the least promise of any settlement. And now Doxie began to realise some of her fears. One by one, the frequenters of the clog shop came over to her uncle's way of thinking, and gradually Andrew's name began to be mentioned in hard and bitter terms. His youth, his consequent ignorance and experience, and his past peculiarities were sullenly canvassed, and the moody, ill-fed men began to openly abuse the man they had before idolised. But the women were much worse than the men. Doxie heard that Mrs. Ben, Andrew's mother, could not go out for fear of having the iniquity of her son flung at her, and one day, while she was serving out the soup, a woman from the Brickcroft cursed Andrew in such language as Doxie had never heard in her life before. Then she began to imagine that Sam Speck was deserting her. He scarcely ever came near her, and when he did, he was most disappointingly vague in his information, and she soon surmised that the only news he had to tell was so unpleasant that he preferred to incur her displeasure rather than utter it. This fear was confirmed when she began to pick up here and there little hints that Andrew was suspected of ratting. The cotton trade was very good at that time, and the masters were known to be much pressed to execute orders, so much so in fact that there was the possibility that they would not be able to hold out much longer, or if they did, they would not do it unitedly. Then news reached Beckside that one or two of the smaller mills had given in and conceded the men's demands, this being followed by the much uglier news that others were introducing knob-sticks into their works and running in some kind of fashion in spite of the strike. Hardly had Doxie digested this piece of news when the inexplicable but apparently well authenticated information came that Andrew was suspected of secretly being in the master's pay and of sympathising with and protecting the obnoxious knobsticks. In her distress, Doxie fell back upon her one woman friend, and during these sad times went at least every other day to Beckbottom. These visits were all the more comforting to her from the fact that Leah stoutly maintained her faith in her brother, and became more emphatic in her endorsement of him as she grew more and more unpopular with the rest of the villagers. Luke, Leah's husband, also stoutly defended Andrew, although he chafed exceedingly under his enforced idleness, which was, however, only partial. And Doxie was quick enough to note that he not only retained and even increased his faith in his brother-in-law, but asserted he was as wise as he was honest, and would eventually turn out to be right. This sympathy warmed Doxie's heart towards the young couple at Beckbottom, and one day, when she felt unusually sad and in need of sympathy, she blurted out sufficient to open Leah's eyes as to the state of her affections, and she, after expressing great joy thereat, assured Doxie that all would yet come right. Upon this Doxie introduced the religious difficulties that were involved in the case, but Leah had a word of comfort for that aspect of things also. She told Doxie of the conversation she had had with Andrew, and of his declaration that he was not an atheist, or ever had been, and she added several very acceptable and comforting details about Andrew's character, and then, with a passionate little parting hug, told her friend that she had been praying for her brother for years, and exhorted her to do the same, assuring her that God always had answered her petitions, and that he surely would in this case also. Doxie dried the soft tears that had unwittingly risen into her eyes, and fervently thanked Leah. And then, after begging her to keep her secret from everybody, and especially from Andrew, she left for home. Here she met her uncle in a state of great excitement, for Long Ben had been to the cloggery that afternoon for the first time for weeks, and had sat like a log for hours, until, goaded by something which was said, he had uttered sentiments that were almost blasphemous, that he intended to sell up and leave the neighbourhood where so much shame had come upon him, and where one of his had inflicted so much suffering on his fellow workmen. This was bad to bear, Doxie felt, and it took all the new courage she had got at Beckbottom to endure it without an outburst. But however disheartening, it was nothing to what almost immediately followed. For news came next day that things had reached a terrible pass in Duxbury, and that Andrew was in open conflict with his co-workers upon some point not quite clear. A few more anxious days followed, during which Doxie was strongly tempted to write to Andrew, and beg him, if he had any such regard for her as he had so often declared, to give up this terrible struggle and bring peace back to the neighbourhood. Before she could bring herself to do this, however, it became too late. For early in the following week, Sam came running to her with a face as white as the tablecloth she was folding, and informed her, in breathless, choking tones, that there was a riot at Duxbury, and that the military had been sent for. And ere she had recovered from this, she learnt that Andrew had been very prominent in the riot, which had been roughly put down, and that her lover was in prison and would next day be brought before the magistrates. End of chapter 20. Chapter 21 of Doxie Dent by John Ackworth. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A great fight. It is altogether beyond our power to describe the scene at the clog shop when the awful message Sam brought became known. In 2 or 3 minutes the place was crowded to the doors, and numbers of the unemployed were standing outside discussing the situation. Doxie, who had almost fainted when Sam informed her, could now hear the growls and curses of some of the rougher men, and the women, who seemed more excited than their husbands, flung about scathing and horrible denunciations of Andrew and all his works. Inside the shop, everybody was talking at once, and Sam was almost worried when he defiantly took up cudgels for the absent young agitator. Jabe stood still in the middle of the shop and seemed incapable of speech, but when the talk became general, instead of joining in it, he hastily made his way to the door, and was soon seen posting off to Long Ben's with his ordinary limp painfully exaggerated by his excitement. Here another amazing thing presented itself. As Jabe went up the little front garden, he could hear a woman's voice raised in high strident expostulation, and entering the open door, he caught sight of Ben sitting in a state of collapse in his chair, whilst his wife was standing over him with red face and angry tears. For the sudden and awful tidings had at last reached the mother in her, kept down so long by prejudice and misapprehension, and she, now that there was something really to be ashamed of and to mourn over, had suddenly turned completely round, and was defying either her husband or anybody else to dare to say a word against Andrew. But Jabe was too much excited to think of discretion, and in a moment he had plunged into the discussion with his usual impetuosity. He found more than his match, however, for though he excelled himself in the fierceness of his denunciations, Ellen Barber flung them back at him with interest, and poor broken-hearted Ben had at last to interfere to prevent worse happening. Meanwhile, Doxie had rushed upstairs as soon as Sam left her, and notwithstanding the shouts and angry cries of those outside, she presently found time to think. She had suddenly become a new woman. The terrible news she had just heard had swept before it all doubts, fears, and hesitations. She knew exactly what she had to do, and had only to decide how best to do it. Andrew, the perplexing and singular young man who held strange views and suffered for them, might be left to himself and kept at arm's length. But Andrew, the slandered and mobbed prisoner, hated by everyone and utterly without a friend, was quite another thing, and all cause for hesitation at once vanished. All the world had left him, then her place was by his side. He was baffled, beaten, and utterly deserted, then it was hers to succour, comfort, and honour him. Her uncle, what he thought and said about the matter, now seemed so trivial a consideration that she wondered she could have been so long and so much influenced by it. Her religion? Why, if anything was religion, surely it was to stand by the deserted, befriend the friendless, and support a noble action, however grossly it might have been misrepresented. For in this moment Doxie did not doubt for a single instant that Andrew's motive had been a heroic one. It did not take her long to decide. It was so delightful to realise that the time of patient endurance and waiting was over, and that the time for rapid and decisive action had come. In a few moments she was flying away to Beckbottom, where, bursting in upon Leah with her dreadful news, she almost frightened the baby out of its senses. She grew impatient and almost angry with Leah, because the news had so stunned her that she was incapable of anything but lamentations and tears. Luckily, Luke came in just then, and Leah grew calmer, and the three began to discuss what must be done. There was no holding Doxie. Nothing but the promptest action would satisfy her. Luke must go off to Duxbury at once, engage a solicitor, and bring back all the news. Then he must get a trap from Clough End to take them to the town next morning. Because, she reasoned, everybody will want to go tomorrow, and we shall not get a seat in the coach. Then she decided that there would be nothing but trouble and opposition if she told her uncle, so she would leave him to find out, and thus be untrammelled in her movements. And then, yes, she would meet Luke at the 4 road ends, and they would go round by the Halfpenny Gate, and so avoid the possibility of being seen or even stopped. She talked in such a torrent that Luke was bewildered. But there was no resisting her, and in a short time she was on her way back with all her arrangements made, and her mind in a complete whirl of excitement. It was harder after all to meet her uncle than she had expected, for he had got beyond anger now, and was full of most sorrowful concern for the carpenter and his family in their great trouble. It struck the Clogger once or twice that his niece, usually the most charming of listeners, was strangely inattentive to his utterances. But he soon forgot so small a matter, and spent the whole night in heated discussion at the shop fire. It would have been well for Doxie if she could have slept that night, for in those terrible small hours of the morning she had an unexpected struggle. Every reason that love and respect for her uncle's wishes could urge came up before her, and every objection to the course she had decided upon, which womanly delicacy could suggest, rose before her mind, and sometimes seemed about to overwhelm her. But whenever that point was reached in those long, painful debatings, the sudden vision of Andrew sitting in his lonely cell immediately blotted out everything else, and she went downstairs next morning fully resolved to go through with the plan she had adopted. The Clogger made a hasty breakfast, for friends were already waiting to resume the absorbing topic of the hour, so Doxie was left to herself earlier than usual. Dressing as quietly as possible, she stole out into the back garden, climbed over the fence in a most unladylike fashion, and was soon speeding past the chapel towards the 4 road ends. It was nearly 11 o'clock when they reached Duxbury, and as they drove into the square in which the town hall stood, they discovered that it was already nearly full of people waiting for the court to open. Doxie had come for the express purpose of getting into court, and she had comforted herself with the thought that if Andrew saw her it might cheer him in his painful position. But Luke soon ascertained that the court was already full of people who had got special permits, and that it was useless to try to enter, as they might get crushed in the attempt. This was a great disappointment. However, as Luke suggested they should retain the horse and trap so as to be above the heads of the crowd, and thus see what took place outside, Doxie was fain to consent, though she did it with tears of regret. Luke had gained much information about the arrest of Andrew and the circumstances connected with it, but for his own reasons he had told very little. So as Doxie sat in the trap, a prey to all sorts of apprehensions and trembling at her own daring conduct, she was glad to pick up any stray bits of information she could from the conversations of the bystanders. And to her astonishment, though most of the people she overheard were work people for whom Andrew had dared so much, she heard his name mentioned in bitterest terms again and again. This was incomprehensible to her, until she remembered that this was only a repetition on a larger scale of what had already taken place in Beckside, and she was just turning to Luke to make a remark about it, when there was a sudden shout. All eyes were turned in the direction of the courthouse door, and the crowd went forward to get nearer. Then Doxie saw the door cautiously opened halfway, and the next instant Andrew stood on the steps, alone. A feeble cheer was raised, but as Doxie stood up in her excitement, this cheer was suddenly drowned in a perfect roar of execration. Doxie's eyes were fixed on Andrew, and as soon as he heard the reproachful cries of "Knobstick! Traitor! Ratter!" etc., he turned round and faced the cursing crowd. Wavering a moment, he suddenly darted forward, made for a lorry that was standing in the midst of the crowd, and before the swarm of execrating men and women had grasped what he was going to do, he had climbed into the vehicle, and lifting his head, turned a stern but immovable face upon the people. Then 3 or 4 men made a rush at him, and Doxie screamed, and jumping upon the seat of the trap, began to call out to the people. Just at this moment, however, as the men got near her lover, she saw Luke, who had left her side, rush up to the lorry and stand beside it, with the evident intention of defending Andrew. To her astonishment, Luke was joined by Nathan and Sam Speck, and marvel of marvels, Long Ben himself. These, standing round the lorry, looked rather too ugly to be tackled, so the men fell back, whilst Andrew, taking off his hat, stretched out his hands and began to speak. Doxie could not catch what he was saying, but it was easy to see that he was facing enemies and was not afraid of them. For the first few minutes the young man's voice could scarcely be heard for the interruptions, and again Doxie heard "Traitor!" and "Knobstick!" Andrew, however, was not to be daunted. Steadily, and without unduly lifting his voice, he spoke, and presently the interruptions subsided, and now and again a feeble cheer arose, which was always drowned by the angry roar that followed it. It soon became apparent that Andrew was making converts, whatever he was pleading for, and after another 5 minutes he paused, jerked his thumb in the direction of the concert hall at the bottom of the square, and immediately got down from the lorry and began to move towards what was evidently a new rendezvous. Upon this Luke came back to Doxie, and declared that Andrew was doing the maddest thing under the sun. He was going into a hall with that rough crowd, all of whom hated him, and he might easily be trampled to death under their feet. Doxie immediately urged Luke to go and get her other Beckside friends and see if they could save the reckless Andrew, and away they went on their errand, Sam and Nathan turning to nod with surprise at her as they hurried away, for it was evident that Luke had told them of her presence. Standing in the trap with white drawn face and hands clasped before her in nervous apprehension, Doxie watched the crowd swarming towards the concert hall. All kinds of horrible fears passed through her mind, and she was just uttering a low cry when she heard herself called. "Miss Dent! Miss Dent! You here?" And turning round she saw old Mr. Ragg standing on the curbstone and calling to her in tones of anxiety. "Oh, Mr. Ragg! Will they hurt him, do you think? Will they hurt him?" The old man, whose quiet face wore at the moment a look of curious inquiry, came close to the side of the trap and said soothingly, "No, my dear, no. That young man's their master, only they don't quite know it yet. But why are you here? Is he—" But Doxie had jumped hastily out of the trap and was standing by his side. Tell me all about it," she cried eagerly. For a moment or two the old man tried to comfort her, all the while watching her face as if to ascertain why she was so deeply concerned in what was taking place. And then, having apparently satisfied himself, he smiled gently and began to talk. Slowly, and with many interruptions from his excited listener, he told the story. It seemed that Sam had rather exaggerated in calling the disturbance of the evening before a riot, but Mr. Ragg admitted it might easily have become one, and in fact probably would have done but for Andrew's interference. The strikers were furious with the knobsticks and had threatened violence against them, and here for the first time Andrew had opposed his supporters and insisted, whilst every moral means possible should be used to persuade the imported workpeople to cease their opposition, nothing in the shape of violence should be attempted. His brother leaders had opposed him angrily, and it seemed as if the strikers were drifting towards an open split. Then some of the rashest of them had taken to picketing, which Andrew denounced as cowardly and brutal and un-English. This kind of struggle had gone on for several days, and the evening before, hearing that there was a plot to mob some of the knobsticks, Andrew had gone down to the gate of the mill where the deed was to be done, and had done his best to persuade his followers to desist. Before he could accomplish his purpose, however, 3 or 4 of the imported workmen came out of the office door, and a moment later they had been attacked by some of the strikers. On seeing this, Andrew at once plunged into the thick of the melee, and it was whilst he was thus engaged that the police had appeared upon the scene and arrested those they found actually breaking the law. But as the alarm was given in time, everybody bolted save Andrew, who was pounced upon and arrested. To complicate matters, Ragg explained, the masters had a day or 2 previously made a private offer of a settlement, and Andrew thought that the terms quoted were fair and reasonable, but the rest of his fellow leaders, some of whom Andrew suspected of having axes to grind, insisted upon holding out for the last fraction of their demands, and contended that the offer, being private, should not be made known to the workpeople. Both these ideas were repugnant to Andrew, who, in fact, had seen so much to disgust him in the motives of some of his co-leaders that he was not able to conceal his contempt of them, and consequently had exasperated them by his uncompromising attitude. Affairs had reached this juncture when the fight and arrest took place. The magistrates had acquitted Andrew after a very brief examination, the police themselves confessing their mistake, and now he was engaged, not in defending his conduct in the matter of the knobsticks, but in an endeavour to persuade the workpeople to bring the strike to an end. His opponents, however, had been very busy, and the groans which Doxie had heard were the indignant cries of men and women who had been told that Andrew was ratting and had been bribed by the masters, but who as yet knew nothing of the offer that had been made for a settlement. Just as the old man finished his explanations, a great cheer was heard coming from the concert hall, and stopping a man who was running by, Ragg ascertained that after a long and terrible conflict Andrew had prevailed, and that the Duxbury operatives had decided to return to work if their fellows in the district could be prevailed upon to do the same. There was light and hope in the faces of those who passed Doxie and her friend, and she now heard men expressing themselves as extravagantly in Andrew's praise as they had done in blame not more than half an hour before. Then Sam and Nathan came running up, and the former, who looked as if he had tidings that were worth a universe to hear, stepped up to Doxie and cried, shaking her arm in intense excitement, "See you, yon's the best bit of flesh and blood as iver come out of Beckside. Pluck, when Aw seed yon slip of a lad ston up and face all yon yowling folk, Aw skriked out. Aw couldna help it. Talk? See ya, he can just make 'em do what he's a mind. That what he can do." But at this moment Doxie caught sight of a tall form coming across the market-place, and a thrill went through her, for the approaching man was Long Ben, whose face wore a proud, uplifted look, and by his side, looking very small in comparison, was Andrew. End of chapter 21. Chapter 22 of Doxie Dent by John Ackworth. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Andrew's victory. As the barbers drew up, Doxie was conscious of sudden and painful embarrassment. Her heart came into her mouth. She felt herself blushing violently, and the hand she held out to Andrew trembled as he grasped it. He seemed neither surprised nor particularly pleased at her presence, and as the others began to talk, he ranged himself by her side and murmured anxiously, "This is no place for you." "Yes, it is," she replied impulsively, while her great eyes flashed. "This is exactly my place." Andrew looked really perplexed now, but just then Sam mentioned the question of dinner, and suggested an adjournment to the Blue Bell, which was kept by a distant relative of his. Andrew seemed to hesitate, and Doxie, realising all at once that she was the only woman amongst a company of men, drew nearer to Luke, and they all began to move towards the inn. Andrew was walking behind, apparently still debating something in his mind. Suddenly Doxie turned round, and waiting for her lover, placed herself by his side, and sent a thrill through him by slipping her arm into his. Andrew nearly stopped in his amazement, but as she gently pulled him along, he followed the others, and a moment later they all came to a stand opposite the Blue Bell, where, as they noticed the young folk, Sam and Nathan turned to each other with glances of significant intelligence, and Long Ben became suddenly absorbed in a careful scrutiny of the signboard. Here old Mr. Ragg took leave of the party, declining an invitation to dine with them, and as the others made for the door of the inn, Doxie drew Andrew back a moment until they had all got inside, and she and he were alone on the flags. Then her courage suddenly failed her, and she felt like sinking through the ground. She was going to do an awful thing there in the broad daylight, in the open air, with strangers passing by and her friends watching them from the upstairs window. She was going to do what no woman ought to do. But it was only for a moment. She braced herself up. She had come to do it, and she would not give way now. And so, with a nervous glance around, and a blush that reddened all her face except her white quivering lips, she said, "Andrew, do you remember Peggy's style?" Andrew raised his head. A look of passionate eagerness came into his black eyes, followed almost instantly by one of gathering alarm. And then he cried, "Remember it? Shall I ever forget it? But But Doxie was speaking again. "You asked me something then, Andrew." And Andrew, struggling between delight and great fear, cried again, "Yes, but, Doxie, everything is changed since then." And as he paused and gazed at her with a wondering exultation that thrilled and yet frightened him, she bent her head, and whilst her face was covered with fresh blushes, and her voice trembled with timidity, she said, "And I've changed too." "Doxie!" cried Andrew, almost in a scream. "Don't! Oh, don't! You mustn't! It's cruel! It is heaven and hell in the same breath." And then, with a sudden soberness, he went on, "Don't you know that I am now a jailbird, that my fellow workers are all cursing me, that in a few days, unless God intervenes, I shall have men's blood on my soul, and that this country will be too small for me?" And as he stood back, looking at her with a wild despairing look, Doxie presently raised her eyes to his, and with a glance of proud, passionate admiration, she replied, "That is why I've changed my mind, Andrew. That is why I'm here." "No, no, no, you must not, you shall not. I'm ruined, Doxie. I've failed. I've disgraced you." But here they both started guiltily, for Sam Speck was knocking upon the window upstairs for them to come to dinner. "My dearest girl," Andrew went on, looking at her with a passion of love and sadness in his eyes, "I love you this moment 1,000 times more than I ever did before, and for that reason I cannot listen to you, for I must not marry you." And Doxie leaned forward until she almost touched him, and then with her grey eyes swimming with tears, she replied, whilst love and archness shone through the tears, "Then I will marry you, Andrew, and be ruined along with you." And then she turned and led the way into the tavern, whilst her sweetheart, in a whirl of rapture and fear, silently followed her. It was a very odd party that sat round the table in the Blue Bell that day. Sam, with ostentatious and ridiculous fuss, made way for Doxie to sit next to her lover, and then, planting himself opposite to them, he spent his time between the mouthfuls, in leering slyly at the girl, bursting into sudden and inexplicable laughs, driving his elbow into Nathan's ribs, and whispering very mysterious secrets to him. Doxie was conscious of a tendency towards hysterics, and hovered constantly between laughter and tears. Long Ben looked wonderingly at his son every now and again, and sighed and solemnly shook his head, whilst Andrew seemed so absorbed in his own thoughts that he had neither eyes nor ears for anything else. Presently the young Labour leader explained that time was now very precious to him, and that he would have to leave them. 2 more meetings would have to be held in Duxbury that day, besides private ones, to make arrangements for other demonstrations, and in fact, while the matter was settled one way or the other, he would have to be working and talking night and day. He left them as soon as the meal was finished, and Long Ben and Sam began to speak of returning home by the 3 o'clock coach. Luke, however, soon discovered that Doxie was uneasy about something, and when he drew her aside, she whisperingly coaxed him to stay with her, and tried to get her and himself into at least the first of Andrew's meetings. Luke wavered for a moment, knowing how anxious Leah would be about him, but at length he consented to get Sam to go down to Beckbottom as soon as he reached home, and reassure his wife. And so they started, he and Doxie going with the others to see them off at the coach, and then returning to inquire where Andrew's first meeting was to be held. When that was over, Doxie seemed as though she would have liked to stay to the second one, but as that was to be held in a remote part of the town and would not be concluded until late, and as Luke was sure that if she got there it would not be possible to get her away until all was over, he insisted that they must start off home at once. Then she proposed that they should stay until the evening edition of the Gazette came out, and against his own inclinations he consented. It was 8 o'clock before they commenced their return journey, but as soon as the town had been left behind, Doxie became suddenly very quiet, and the tongue that had rattled on so excitedly for some hours seemed to have tired, and she sat limply by Luke's side, looking very mournful and pensive indeed. The fact was that throughout the day she had scarcely thought of her uncle at all, but now, as every moment brought them nearer the village, she began to wonder what sort of reception she would have. She felt weary and exhausted with the trying excitements of the day, and did not at all relish the prospect of a scene. And so, presently, she resolved that she would not attempt to defend herself that night, but endure as patiently as possible Jabe's anger, and then coax him into reconciliation next day. Alas! When Luke put her down in the little triangle opposite the shop, and bidding her a cheery good night, drove off to take the trap home, she stepped to the front door of the house and tried to raise the latch, and then from that went hastily to the Clog shop door and tried that, only to discover that both were closed against her, and that the Clogger had gone to bed. A fretful little cry escaped her, for she did not realise the significance of the situation for a moment. She took hold of the sneck and impatiently rattled it, Then she bent down, and putting her mouth close to the keyhole, called to her uncle in pleading tones, but there was no response. After waiting a moment or two, she knocked loudly on the door and then on the shutters, but still there was no reply, and as the dreadful truth dawned at last upon her, she turned away with a wild little sob and rushed down the hill towards her aunt's cottage. The two women were waiting for her, for they already knew what the Clogger thought and intended, and when Doxie saw her mother's sad face, the pent-up emotions of the day found vent, and she burst into a long fit of sobbing. It was morning before she could be pacified, and almost daylight before she got to sleep, and when, late in the next forenoon, she came downstairs, the first things that met her eyes were her own boxes and all her little possessions, even down to the cherished clarionet and the pair of fancy clogs which had been made for her so long ago. But she was stronger now, and though she wept at the pathetic sight before her, she soon recovered and sent a message to Sam Speck to come and tell her all the news he had gathered about Andrew. She had resolved upon awakening that morning to go at once to her uncle and let him have his fling at her, and then wheedle him into a reconciliation. But the sight of her own possessions touched her pride, and the thought that to submit to the Clogger's scoldings might be disloyalty to Andrew restrained her. So she reluctantly decided to let matters take their own course, and to tell the truth, Andrew's struggles and dangers seemed to her very much more important subjects for thought than any trials of her own, however great. And so for the next few days she spent almost all her time gathering what intelligence she could of his whereabouts and doings. Little by little she realised that he was succeeding in his perilous undertaking. First one, and then another of his fellow leaders, came ever to his side, and as meeting after meeting was held and reported, she saw that the flowing tide was with her lover. One day he came to hold a meeting at Beckside, though to her disappointment and pain he did not attempt to get a word with her, but hastened away to Clough End. Neither did he write during those anxious days, and remembering what he had said outside the Blue Bell, she began to understand that in his view of the case much more was involved than the settlement of the strike, and that, in fact, if his efforts in that direction failed, he would regard it as the closing of his hope of winning her. Gradually Doxie came to have a more perfect comprehension of the whole struggle. Andrew had been one of the moving causes of the strike, and had done his best by word and act to sustain the people in their efforts. When, however, as they saw defeat in the coming of the knobsticks, the angry operatives, encouraged by several of the leaders, began to resort to physical violence, his whole soul had risen against it, and he who had been the chosen oracle of the masses now began to be mistrusted, and in fact heartily detested by them. But Andrew had held his ground, even when suspicion looked as if it were justified by the changed attitude of the masters. The offer made by the employers had seemed to him a fair one, and now he was fighting an uphill battle against prejudice and invincible suspicion to bring an end to the very contest he had been one of the foremost instruments in starting. Gradually, also, Doxie discovered that the more reliable and moderate people on both sides of the dispute were speaking in tones of ever-increasing admiration of the manifold and transparently honest efforts Andrew was making, and hour by hour now the uncertain sounds of battle became more and more distinctly notes of victory for his side. At last, after 10 days of anxious and exciting conflict, news came that Andrew had prevailed, and the strike was over, and whilst Doxie was clapping her hands and crying for joy, a shouting was heard, and then the sound of a horn, and a few moments later a dashing 4-in-hand came down the Brue, crowded with excited and joyful men, who cheered and shouted as they came, and waved in the air flags and handkerchiefs and caps. As they crossed the triangle, Doxie, who had hastened up the hill, caught sight of Andrew sitting on the front seat of the conveyance, looking haggard and worn, and also very embarrassed and sheepish. One person at any rate was not enjoying the demonstration. The 4-in-hand pulled up at the mill gate, and cheers were given and repeated for Andrew, who then made a short speech. Then they drove away from the village en route for Clough End, and presently Sam Speck came to Doxie with all particulars of the great victory and of the wonderful things people were saying about Andrew. Later still, someone brought to the village a special edition of the Gazette, and Doxie read with swimming eyes the paragraphs concerning the great settlement, and found them full of earnest commendations of her once detested lover. Next day Sam went to Duxbury and returned with stories of the things he had heard, which were as welcome as sweetest music to Doxie. No persons, it appeared, were more enthusiastic in praise of the hero of the hour than the masters themselves, and all kinds of wonderful predictions were made as to Andrew's future. And to crown all, when the Advertiser came out on the Saturday, it was even more extravagant in its eulogies of the once obnoxious lamplighter than the paper which had introduced that now famous writer to the public. End of chapter 22. Chapter 23 of Doxie Dent by John Ackworth. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Emigrant's Return. Late on that same Saturday evening, Andrew arrived in the village, and almost immediately sought Doxie out at her aunt's. The look of proud happy love with which she received him dispelled at once any lingering doubt he might have as to her feelings towards him, and he was soon deep in the story of his recent struggles and the victory which at length had crowned his efforts. Doxie noted that though he looked bright and happy whilst he was talking, yet when his face was at rest it had a worn and jaded look upon it, telling only too clearly how much he had suffered. He seemed dispirited also, and though he was still as keen as ever in his sympathies, he spoke somewhat bitterly of the motives and methods of some of his fellow secretaries, and presently told her that he had resolved to resign his appointment and accept the situation offered him from Manchester if it was still open. Next day, to her surprise, he presented himself at chapel, sitting in the Barber's family pew between his parents, both of whom had proud and contented looks on their faces. After a few happy, never-to-be-forgotten days in which she grew to understand and admire her unselfish and high-minded lover as she had never done before, Andrew left for Manchester, after having extracted from her a promise of an early marriage. When he had gone to his new employment, and things resumed their ordinary humdrum manner, Doxie began to fret about her estrangement from her uncle. That was the only thing which spoilt the sweet happiness she was now enjoying, and she racked her brain again and again to try to contrive some means of reconciliation. But so far Jabe was uncompromisingly obdurate. He had never been to her aunt's cottage since Doxie had returned to it, and twice when she had met him in the road he had pursed out his lips, cocked his chin in the air, and passed her by without speaking. There was one sign, however, which she was fain to think was hopeful. For several days now he had commenced to abuse her to Aunt Judy whenever that worthy dame went to the clog shop, and Doxie knew him well enough to be assured that this was a certain sign of his relenting. Still, as the days passed into weeks, and no reconciliation was made, she began to feel exceedingly uneasy and sad, and when at last she wrote and told Andrew how it was troubling her, he replied in terms of such respect for her uncle, and made such flattering statements about his faith in her own powers of persuasion if only she would exercise them, that she felt absolutely compelled to try to adopt some means of getting back into her uncle's heart. Meanwhile the old clogger was suffering prolonged torture. When his first wrath had subsided, it might have been comparatively easy for Doxie to have effected a reconciliation, but just then she was absorbed in the anxieties connected with Andrew. Therefore the opportunity slipped by, and when she was at leisure to think of it again, it appeared much more difficult to accomplish, and so the matter hung still in the balances. Jabe, however, was having a very bad time of it with himself and his friends. Sam Speck was indignant, and allowed no opportunity to pass of expressing his very pronounced views. Lige and Jethro shook their heads, and sighed whenever the subject was mentioned, moralising vaguely about people who made rods for their own backs. It was clear to all that the Clogger was suffering, and those who came in contact with him found him distressingly surly. One Sunday afternoon the super, who missed Doxie's bright presence in the house, fidgeted about uneasily for a time, and then opened out upon Jabe, sternly telling him that his conduct was utterly unworthy of a man of his age and position. Jabe was obstinately silent after that, and so the good minister, to complete his reproof, went out and had tea with Doxie at Aunt Judy's. To make matters worse, the Clogger was compelled to hear the truth with respect to Andrew, and as the details were laid before him and the whole case was explained, though he still denounced him as an impident young upstart, he was feeling in his own breast that he was unjust, and that the young man's conduct was such as ought to have elicited his unstinting praise. But Long Ben was his worst trial. That worthy seemed now as elated about Andrew's deeds as before he had been distressed, and Jabe could scarcely bear himself when he saw his old friend sitting quietly in the ingle-nook, listening with ridiculous complacency to the recommendations which were constantly being uttered about his brilliant son. One night, after he had delivered himself of an unusually fierce denunciation of women, especially young ones, the Clogger received the worst blow he had as yet sustained, when Ben suddenly rose to go home, and turning to his friend, and surveying him with reproachful indignation, said, "Mon, Aw'm shamed for thee." How much he missed his merry niece in those sad days nobody but Jabe will ever know, and as day after day passed and no change came about, he felt a sulky resentment towards Doxie because she had not made some more decided effort to come to terms with him. The whole thing worried him so much that he began to think it would make him ill, and as he sat over his lonely tea one afternoon, a few weeks after Andrew had departed for Manchester, he almost convinced himself that he was ill. Then he began to pity himself as a deserted and suffering mortal, and wondered what Doxie would do if she heard that he had taken to his bed. He was sure what she would do, and he heartily wished for the moment that he might be sick, and tears came into his eyes as he pictured her bursting into the house and coming upstairs to him the moment she was told. He was just wiping his tears away and calling himself "the soft owd numyed" when he thought he heard a low knock at the door. He held his breath and listened, and then started violently as the knock was repeated. He stared at the door as if he were afraid of it, and before he could get out, "They're comin'," he was preparing, the door opened a little way, and there, framed between the edge of the door and the post, was the bright, though now wistful face he loved so much to look upon. The emotion of the moment was too great for him. The cup he held in his hand fell to the ground, and the next moment, more from terror of revealing himself and his well-nigh uncontrollable feelings than from any desire to avoid her, he rose hastily to his feet and limped off into the shop. He waited there for several minutes, anxiously expecting Doxie to follow him, and when she did not he grew terribly alarmed, and going back into the parlour felt like dropping through the floor as he discovered that she had taken his action in the wrong light and had gone. Jabe dropped into his chair and felt as though he would have liked to cry again, but the feelings that had been aroused were now no longer to be kept down, and he knew there was nothing for it but to take the earliest possible means of getting his niece back into her old place. But next day, whilst he was still trying to screw up his courage to make an attempt at reconciliation, something occurred which upset all his plans, and made him feel that the opportunity was probably gone for ever, and that he was to be punished for his hard-heartedness in the worst possible form that punishment could take. For the first thing he heard as he entered the shop was that Thomas Dent had come back from Australia with an immense fortune. Yes, Doxie had not retreated from her attack upon her uncle because she was discouraged by the way he received her, but because her attention was suddenly and most completely diverted. For just as she was on the point of stepping into her uncle's house, she heard herself called, and turning timidly round, saw her aunt hastening towards her, waving a piece of paper in her hand, and beckoning her to make haste. In a moment she was reading a telegram informing them that her father had landed in Liverpool and would be with them that very night. Everything else was forgotten, and though she gave more than one sad little thought to her uncle, Doxie was so excited that she could think clearly of nothing. A trap was hired, and she and her mother got into it, and in a few moments were driving as fast as they could go to meet the train at Duxbury. The women gave Thomas Dent a reception that would have satisfied the hungriest heart, and before he had been long in the village, late though it was, the greater part of the inhabitants had heard the wonderful news of the emigrant's return. Jabe, as we have already shown, did not learn the new tidings until next morning, and before he could digest the fact, his brother-in-law walked into the shop, followed almost immediately by a little knot of curious villagers. As our readers are already aware, Jabe bore his relative no goodwill, but whatever his prejudices, they were immediately deepened by the man's appearance and airs. He looked browned and hard and older than Jabe had expected, but his manner was rough and bouncing, and his dress loud and vulgar. He wore a velvet waistcoat and a gorgeous smoking cap. Small earrings were in his ears, and large studs in his expansive shirt front, whilst heavy rings adorned his fingers, and a huge cigar with massive mouthpiece was stuck jauntily in his mouth. He greeted the clogger with patronising familiarity, and made a silly joke about the fact that he was still a bachelor. Then he squatted down upon one of the stools, spread out his long legs, and was soon regaling the open-mouthed occupants of the Inglenook seats with marvellous stories of his adventures and the immense fortunes to be picked up at the Antipodes. The clogger never had harder work to be civil to anyone in his life, and Thomas must have noticed the fact, for he soon turned his back upon the master of the shop and devoted his attention to more encouraging company. Left thus to himself, the clogger felt his heart sink within him. He could not get rid of a conviction that somehow the coming of Thomas boded ill to himself, and his regrets for the occurrences of the day before were intensified as he realised that perhaps this unexpected return would separate him for ever from his still beloved niece. And had he known that Doxie had already told her father about the strained relations now existing between her uncle and herself, and that he had expressed himself as rather glad of it than otherwise, he would have been more miserable still. For several days nothing was talked of in the village but Thomas Dent, and the great fortune he had got in Australia, and Thomas, revelling in most unusual yet very acceptable popularity, used language of vague vastness about his financial position, spoke of the mill owner with patronising contempt, and seemed very curious about the price of estates in the neighbourhood, all of which, when repeated in Jabe's ears, drew from him language which it would be an injustice to him to print. The poor clogger was almost beside himself. What, with Thomas displacing him in Doxie's heart, and the bold Andrew turning up from Manchester every other weekend, it seemed that Doxie had forgotten him, and that he was being punished for this last cruelty of his towards her, as he acknowledged, in his extreme depression, he richly deserved. The days dragged wearily by, and Jabe grew hungry for reconciliation with an intensity that was telling upon him, and reducing his never very abundant flesh. He got a grain of comfort one day out of a piece of information that Sam brought him, to the effect that Andrew was said to dislike Thomas Dent as much as he did himself. But any little consolation he thus obtained was immediately quenched by another item of intelligence which came the very same day, namely, that Doxie's father was not going to settle in England after all, but that he was already arranging to return, and take his wife and daughter with him. End of chapter 23.